Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Poway Unified School District's Board of Education. It is September 10th and 6:08. Notice to all, a recording and broadcast is being made at the direction of the board, and the recording or broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Before we begin, I have some very sad news to share. The Sundance Elementary ESS family lost one of their program aides last month. Nicole Radham worked for ESS for the past 7 years. She was a student at CSU San Marcos with dreams of being an elementary school teacher. She had a special talent for art, which she shared on bulletin boards around campus, and she always put students first, getting to know each of them as individuals. She will be sorely missed by all who knew her. Nicole passed away peacefully, surrounded by her family. Please join me in a moment of silence for Nicole. Thank you, everyone. And at this time, I invite you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And for the report out of closed session, Clerk Zane.
Thank you, Madam President. Closed session began at 4:11 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. Item 2.1A, in the matter of pending existing litigation, DFEH claim number 201911-082484412. On a motion by Zane and a second by Couvrette, the board voted to approve the settlement agreement between the district and a former classified employee. The settlement includes back pay and additional training for employees. The vote of the board was unanimous as follows: Zane, Couvrette, Patel, O'Connor, Ratcliffe, Beatty. Item 2.1B, no reportable action. Item 2.4A, no reportable action. Item 2.6A, no reportable action. No other reportable action was taken during closed session. Closed session adjourned at 6:01 p.m.
Thank you. Item 3.3, members in attendance. I'll note that our student board member is here and all board members, including Ms. Beatty, via telephone. 3.4 is our welcome to the public. Ms. Bilsma.
Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Board of Education. All public comments were submitted online as outlined in the agenda directions. The intent is not to limit public participation, but to protect public health by following the recommended guidelines in San Diego County's order limiting attendance at public assemblies. Public speakers were requested to submit comments by the public comment form link between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. prior to the start of the 6 p.m. open session regular meeting. If indicated on the form, comments submitted via the online public comment form will be read aloud during agenda item 4.2, public comments, or the corresponding agenda item. Public comments are limited to 400 words or 3 minutes with 15 minutes per topic. Item 4.2 is placed on our agenda to enable members of our community to bring items that are not placed anywhere else on the agenda to the board's attention. The Brown Act does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, but your concerns will be referred to staff. With that said, welcome and thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bilsma. That takes us to item 3.5, approval of the agenda sequence. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Zane, second by Dr. Patel. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
And everyone else? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and that is unanimous then, 6-0. I would like to note that those two microphones are on. All right, just in case. That takes us to 4.2. This is public comments. Dr. Phelps. Oh, sorry, Ms. Peck. Welcome.
Thank you, President O'Connor Ratcliffe. The first public comment is from Frida Brunzel. Hello, I'm Frida Brunzel, representing the Palomar Council PTA, and I would like to update you on what the PTA has been doing lately. The PTA is primarily an advocacy organization, and we continue to advocate for children and families during a pandemic. We believe that we have an important role during this pandemic to make sure families stay connected to the schools, whether the families have chosen to remain in VLA or homeschool all year, or if they plan to send their children back to school when possible. Palomar Council PTA organizes our 29 remaining PTA or PTSA units at the schools. Some of our units struggle with signing up members this year, and I would like to thank PUSD principals and staff to please make an extra effort to support their PTAs this year. Please reach out to the PTA presidents and ask if you can help by sending out information on what the PTA is doing and on how to join the PTA. Remember, anyone can be a PTA member. You do not have to have a child at the school. You can go to Join Totem, that's jointotem.com, to join a PTA near you. You support us by becoming a member. Palomar Council has a new committee this year that is focusing on justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. We call it the JEDI Committee for short. We got inspired by the creators behind the Black in PUSD Instagram account, and we continue to work with them. The JEDI Committee's goals are to educate ourselves on the issues of racism, develop skills to improve in this area, and to share this with our community. We decided to start focusing on racism in our schools and community, but in the future, this committee plans to also spread awareness on preventing homophobia and discrimination because of disabilities. Palomar Council plans to hold a virtual school board candidate town hall on October 6th at 7 p.m. We will send out more information in the coming week. Please help us spread the word. We believe that it is important that the community understands the importance of this election, and we want to make sure that voters get a chance to get to know their candidates so that they can make an informed decision. Finally, we would like to thank our teachers and staff for a good start of this school year. We understand that starting the school year virtually has been an enormous undertaking by everyone at the district, and except for some technical glitches, it has gone well. The next comment is from Khadijah Sheikh, San Diego. Dear board members and Team PUSD, I reviewed the board briefs from August, and I'm concerned that the public is being misled. Site leaders have not opened up any discussions with various parent groups about meeting the needs of diverse students. Unfortunately, one trending diverse group doesn't equal the needs of all diverse groups being met. I specifically reached out to a board member expressing my interest in developing an equity plan in ethnic studies and was forgotten about. I understand this year's circumstances are unique, and I appreciate the efforts being made by all. However, be aware that not all groups are being represented or being reached out. Sincerely, Khadijah. The third comment is from Terry Norwood. My First Amendment rights were violated on August 13th when my public comment for agenda item 5.7C was not read. Even if an item is removed from the agenda, public comments are to be read. An exception to this is when there are quite a few comments from the public submitted for one item. When this occurs, the number of submitted comments is at minimum to be recorded, which was also not addressed. Had there been a question about my comment, a phone number was provided so that the district could call me to clarify. Cabinet moved other comments from 4.2 public comment to agenda item 4.3. Were the submitters of these comments contacted, or was this a case of district staff making the decision to move the items to the specific agenda item? If district decision, then mine should have been moved to 4.2. Please take the time to slow down to evaluate the governance rules. The current state of affairs requires it. Adamantly, Terry Norwood. The remaining comments were all linked to specific agenda items, so that concludes our public comments under 4.2.
Thank you, Ms. Peck. That leads us to item 4.3, our classified employees of the year. Dr. Phelps.
It is now my honor to present for board recognition are PUSD Classified Employees of the Year and Teachers of the Year. These employees and volunteers represent the highest caliber of Team PUSD. Working on behalf of our students, you may recall our schools shut down right before we were supposed to make these surprise visits to all of our employees of the year. So I'm thrilled that they were able to join us here today in person to receive their plaques and so that they can be honored here at our board meeting. Each honoree, we have them waiting in the lobby and will come up individually when their name is called. And then now I'll turn the mic over to the cabinet to read the names while President O'Connor Radcliffe and I present the awards up front.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Phelps. We'll begin this evening with our Classified Employees of the Year. Our first honoree is Anna Noel, Instructional Assistant 2 at Rancho Bernardo High School. Anna is dedicated to providing students with experiences and growth opportunities they otherwise would never have. Her commitment to students' quality of life is evident in her daily interactions with them in the classroom, around campus, and in the community. Congratulations, Anna. Next is David Oliva, Bus Transportation Aide in our Transportation Department. David's commitment to the well-being and safety of others extends to his off-duty hours as well. He has personally created customized books for the comfort and entertainment of students on his assigned route, and he continuously thinks of ways to improve the ride and the day of all students under his care. Congratulations, David. And just a special note, David was also named a San Diego County Classified Employee of the Year for the county. Congratulations, David, again. Our next Classified Employee of the Year is Donna Lawrence, Library Media Technician at Oak Valley Middle School. Donna supports all literacy activities and works to give everyone equitable access to the library and all its resources. She does this with encouragement, true diplomacy, and an incredible work ethic. Donna truly strives to give each and every student the individualized attention that he or she may need. Congratulations again, Donna. And congratulations to all of our Poway Unified School District Classified Employees of the Year. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Associate Superintendent Osborne.
Thank you so much. And now it is my honor to recognize our Teachers of the Year. We'll start with Laura Snow, Special Education Teacher at Pomerado Elementary. Laura is actively shifting the climate in education to become inclusive toward all learners, no matter their ability. She is at the forefront of change at Pomerado Elementary School. She supports children and also supports teachers to better meet the needs of their students. Congratulations, Laura. Next, we have Erin Smith, Physical Education Teacher at Bernardo Heights Middle School. Erin's core belief as a teacher is that every student he encounters has their own story that is being developed and that can be impacted for the better. He applies an innovative mindset to PE, building understanding, appreciation, and tolerance among his diverse students. Congratulations, Erin. Next, we have Amy Hillebrecht, science teacher at Twin Peaks Middle School. Amy's drive to connect with students has seen many students make it past all the barriers life throws at them. Amy has taught the students the importance of community involvement through environmental consciousness and encourages her students to use classroom science knowledge to positively impact the environment. Congratulations, Amy. Congratulations to all of our PUSD Teachers of the Year. We are very proud of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, and congratulations. That takes us to item 4.5, reopening plan. Ms. Osborne.
We have public comments. Carol, I'm off too. My mic's not working either. Testing, testing, testing. Or is the volume down? We have public comments on 4.5.
The following are public comments for item 4.5. This is from Leslie Wilson. As a PUSD parent of an elementary schooler, I would like to respectfully request that the board consider revising the reopening plan to move to a phased-in approach to opening elementary schools rather than simply opening up the entire K through 6 grades. Phasing in by allowing our youngest learners, TK, kinder, first, and even second grades, and special education to return to in-person learning first allows for the benefits of in-person learning while limiting the risk of transmission of COVID-19. The most often cited research shows that kids 10 and over, most likely are third graders and up, transmit the virus at the same rate as adults. Additionally, my home elementary school's ESS already had a COVID-19 case on day 2 of the fall semester, which required the students and families in that class to then quarantine for 14 days. It makes more sense to go slowly by opening with only the lowest grades, K through 2nd, who are the students most negatively affected by virtual learning. Please don't put the kids in grades 3rd and up at risk by not opening more slowly. Please see and learn from what has happened with other states and universities who have opened up more quickly and the negative result that has occurred. Thank you. The next comment is from Marty Amado Core. As parents of an 8-year-old 3rd grade son, we would like to advocate for a reopening plan that allows lower elementary school students and all special needs students to return to campus as soon as possible. While the distance learning currently being offered is clearly superior to what was offered this spring, we are very concerned about students being in front of a screen 4 to 5 hours a day for school, especially young students whose brains are still developing. Also, our son's learning camp at Boys and Girls Club had an internet outage on Tuesday this week, and 65 kids there missed some or all of their school day. This highlights how critical it is for our children to return to school for in-person learning with their teachers. We also want to express our thanks to Dr. Phelps and the board for proactively working on a plan to make this happen, as we are aware that some other school districts are not prioritizing working out an on-campus plan. Thank you for trying to consider what is best for our children and their families. The next comment is from Emily Singh, San Diego. As a physician in the community, I support our pediatrician's recommendation for safe return of our elementary-aged children to attend school in person. The next comment is from Sharon Traum. I'm writing as a proud PUSD parent of 3 children, 8th and 6th graders at Twin Peaks Middle School, and a 2nd grader at Tierra Bonita. As the board discusses and votes on the latest reopening plan, I am immensely concerned about the mask requirements for children in grades 2nd and below. As has been demonstrated in numerous studies and recommended by the CDC, the California Department of Health, and in the latest County of San Diego health orders, Mask wearing lowers the transmission rate of COVID-19 and is strongly recommended in situations where 6 feet of distancing is difficult to implement, maintain, and when indoors for longer periods of time. I am reaching out to urge you to please consider making mask wearing required for 2nd grade and below to support the strong recommendations coming from the CDPH school guidance document. This would likely not only keep our younger students healthier and slow viral transmission, but would slow community spread since these children would all be going home and making contact with their parents and families. If you looked at challenges other schools have had with infections during reopening recently, it should drive home this support of mask wearing for all staff and students at every school site. Mask wearing for all age groups was required for PUSD ESS programs this summer, and you were able to get it done. Let's keep that momentum going. Please do the right thing and require mask wearing for all of our students, which in turn serves to prioritize the health and well-being of your entire district and the community. Please do your part. The next comment is from Bill Huff, San Diego. Please continue to do your best to enable PUSD schools to offer the choice of in-person education as soon as possible. Study after study has shown the risk of serious illness in school-aged children due to COVID is tiny. For example, quoting from an MSN online article on 28 August, a BMJ study was published which found the need for children to have hospital treatment for COVID was, quote, tiny and critical care, quote, even tinier. Moreover, the risk of COVID transmission from students to staff, this risk has been also shown to be low, especially if safeguards are strictly enforced and if teachers and staff from COVID risk groups are all allowed to work from home. In contrast to the low risk to students from COVID, there are clearly serious risks to mental health and development to every student who's missing several months of in-person instruction. I understand that it's been difficult for PUSD to navigate through a complicated myriad of reopening stages, phases, color codes, 14-day waits, 28-day waits, and who knows what's next, implemented by state and local leaders. However, I still urge you to continue to do your best to provide the best educational experience possible to both those who wish to continue learning from home and to those who want in-person education. Please allow all PUSD schools to be opened in person for those who choose this option with all reasonable precautions, enforce masks, social distancing, hygiene, etc. The next comment is from Artem Dienaberg. Dear PUSD School Board, current vaccination plans project multiple viable vaccines by the end of the year. It is not a good decision to risk health and lives for 4 months of elementary school. While children are thankfully spared the worst effects of COVID, they can transmit the disease to those who are not, the elderly, immunocompromised, and those with chronic illnesses. There are many multi-generational households in PUSD. An outbreak would not stay isolated to students. Please delay reopening until a viable vaccine candidate is available for at-risk populations. The next comment is from David Williams. Dear Poway Unified School Board, I'm a parent with 3 children in PUSD schools, a 1st grader, an 8th grader, and a junior. The purpose of my letter is to encourage you to open the schools for in-person attendance as soon as possible. Our children are being harmed in a variety of ways by not attending school. As distance learning efforts have begun, it is dramatically apparent how ineffective this method of teaching is. Children of all ages, but particularly young children, have a very difficult time sitting in front of a screen and actually learning and retaining information. Staring at a little head on a screen is not engaging for children. PBS learned this decades ago in creating Sesame Street and has only been successful teaching children via a screen using a massive production with teams of writers, consultants, and professional actors. Furthermore, for younger kids, the technical operation of the equipment, programs, and websites, i.e. Zoom, is not possible without direct and constant parental involvement. Children in households with 2 working parents and families without tech-savvy adults or without good space for learning, reliable and fast internet, or even English language skills are going to be left by the wayside. Simply loaning out Chromebooks cannot solve these issues. Even my older children are not effectively learning via this remote learning method. Spending 6+ hours every day staring at a computer screen is not healthy for anyone, let alone children. All of the kids are missing out on social interaction personal engagement with the teachers, and all the other aspects of school attendance that are critically important for child development. Finally, it is impossible for children to complete distance remote learning in households with two parents who work both full-time. The need for a parent to be constantly involved while the teacher beams in via Zoom means that these households are faced with an impossible choice: either allow the child to fall behind by not attending school, or face the catastrophic consequences of a household that cannot be supported financially. PUSD is not to be blamed for what has happened in the world with COVID-19, but the district needs to recognize that distance learning is a failure. Continuing to attempt to limp along with remote learning is harming our children. Our district schools need to reopen for in-person attendance.
Ms. Peck, before you continue, is anyone keeping track of our 15 minutes?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Keep track of
Okay.
not her.
Okay, there's still time, though.
There's still
Okay, excuse me. Please continue.
Thank you. The next comment is from Alina Benderskaya. Dear PUSD School Board, I strongly urge the board to maintain a virtual-only option for pre-K and elementary students. Our son is very happy with virtual pre-K, and we could not take the risk of in-person school due to being in a high-risk group. We know others who are in the same predicament. Please maintain virtual classrooms for those who need them. The next comment is from Dustin Wallace. Help out dual-income parents. It's expensive to live here. Allow elementary school kids to go back to in-person learning if they want to. The next comment is from Jennifer Nibley. I am concerned about a rise in community spread within the next week or two following Labor Day. If we reopen sooner than originally planned, parentheses December, then what will happen if we have to immediately close again if numbers rise due to the holiday weekend? The next comment is from Ashley Williams. Why can't we just have class outside? From a July 28th, 2020 article in The Atlantic, edited to fit PUSD's length requirement. Virtual learning appears to be a giant failure. Not all kids have internet access, so poor kids are falling behind. Even if they can get online, having a 7-year-old stare at a computer all day is generally not seen as advisable by child development experts. Though it isn't free of problems, learning outside might be the only way to provide parents with a break, kids with an adequate education, and teachers with protection from the coronavirus. Outdoor school would look like an extremely low-tech, mildly uncomfortable version of a regular school day, though perhaps with more sunscreen. Kids would be at a soccer field, in a park, or on another patch of green, advocates told me, or even in the middle of a closed road if the school lacks green space. They'd sit under a tree or portable shade structure or simply wear sun hats. Some schools are hoping that events companies, which currently aren't planning as many weddings or conferences, might lend them some tents. Teachers would probably retool their curriculum to be more nature-focused, and kids would get a break from the masks they'd be wearing indoors. Schools that do want to experiment with outdoor learning will have to first clear some bureaucratic obstacles. In some states, districts would have to apply for waivers to be exempt from local requirements to teach school online. Most public schools, which tend to be cash-strapped even in normal times, would need some kind of additional funding for equipment and staff, either from philanthropists or local families. Much like with other aspects of the pandemic, the federal government has been largely absent from this debate, leaving schools to figure out how to open without giving them the resources to do it safely. A request for comment from the Department of Education went unanswered. Another explanation is that Americans are simply underestimating the harm to kids of spending even more time at home by themselves. In mid-July, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine warned against this route, issuing a report saying that school districts should prioritize reopening schools full-time, especially for grades K through 5 and students with special needs.
We're at the time limit right now. We have 3 more comments left on this item.
Is there a consensus among the board to finish the last 3? Okay, go ahead.
The next comment is from Michelle Anderson. Face masks for the children should be optional. Statistically, 0 to 9 age children are the lowest risk of transmission, 1%. The staff should be required to wear it as they are a higher risk. The children need to be back to in-person learning. As a family of essential employees, virtual learning has put an extreme amount of stress on both parent and child. My child has attended ESS over the summer, both without and with masks, and there's been 0 issues with infection of COVID. This proves they can be in class together and in a learning environment. Most importantly, the children need to be in a learning environment with their peers and a licensed certified teacher. Parents are not educators and should not be made responsible for this duty when other schools in the county are open and operating in person. Please move to make this happen. The next comment is from Sandia Lohani. Sandia Lohani. Hello, I'm the mom of an 8-year-old who's a student at PUSD. I'm writing on behalf of numerous like-minded parents who are exhausted with the constant anxiety and fear for their children, teachers, and school. While PUSD quotes, "School is safe to open," science says the opposite. To date, there are more than 1 million children diagnosed with COVID in the last 2 weeks. What happens if a child contracts COVID and dies? What happens when that child is the only child? No words. We chose hybrid because when we filled the survey, there was very little chance that in-person would start before the end of the year. And the survey mentioned we could change our options mid-year, so we wanted to see how distance learning would be this time around. With all the rising cases in colleges and the trend going upwards again, it worries me a little bit that in-person learning cannot and should not be compared to that of ESS, as the volume of students per group is relatively low. So I really hope the district thinks twice and plans to reopen in phases, despite parents eager to send their kiddos. We need to keep our teachers and students safe first. The district is leaning towards failure if reopening plans are not fully backed by safety guidelines and strict hygiene and social distancing. Masks should be made mandatory for all kids from preschool to 12 unless medical reasons prohibit from wearing. Students should be transitioned slowly and in phases, ensuring the proper guidelines are strictly followed. Would you want to be stuck in a room with kids who may or may not take COVID seriously? Would you want to do the exact same thing you're doing at home in the classroom on Zoom and the class being possibly exposed? Would you have a board meeting with the chance that you might contract the virus? No. All measures would be taken to ensure the well-being of everyone present. Let's keep the same standards or higher for our students. The final comment is from Maya Hausman. It has become evident that VLA classes seem to have significantly higher teacher-to-student ratios compared to classes with children who chose on campus. The high ratios do not seem fair to the children or teachers in the VLA classes, and the learning will be compromised for these classes. At the time of making this decision, virtual or on campus, the school district's guidance was that everyone would be virtual until January. If everyone is virtual for half of the year or more, then why are the children who picked virtual being punished? Why were we not notified of this huge implication of our decisions? That concludes public comment for item 4.5.
Thank you, Ms. Peck. And now it's your turn, Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, LSS Executive Directors and I will present updates and recommendations for the board's consideration for next steps in our reopening phases. I would like to thank my team, Kimberly Renz, Dave Lemaster, Kimmy Lochtefeld, Doug Johnson, and Chief Communications Officer Christine Peck for their work to not only support schools, but also developing this presentation. We will present detailed information and then provide specific questions and recommendations to the board for your consideration. Next slide. PUSD opened the school year on September 2nd with fully virtual learning. Parents have shared with principals and teachers that the experience for virtual learning has been overall extremely positive and a big improvement over emergency distance learning in the spring. We designed a virtual learning experience that meets the top suggestions in our thought exchange survey, including daily engagement with teachers and peers, rigorous instruction and accountability, one learning management platform, and family support. The infographic to the right, you can see some of the impressive numbers from our Tech and Innovation Department for the first week of virtual learning. Next. Of course, all throughout our planning for virtual learning, we've also been planning for our eventual return to in-person learning to ensure that when we are ready to open, we will be prepared. Next. Previously, the deciding factor for whether schools could reopen was San Diego County being off the state's watch list for 14 straight days. Under the governor's new color-coded 4-tier system, San Diego is in the red or substantial category. Purple is widespread, is the worst, where most indoor businesses are closed and schools cannot reopen without a waiver. A county must be out of the purple and in the red or substantial for at least 14 days in order for schools to reopen, which is currently the case for San Diego County. Next. On September 1st, 2020, San Diego County updated its public health order to allow for local schools to begin reopening for in-person instruction in compliance with the California Department of Public Health guidelines. Next. However, we must be careful. San Diego County's numbers are heading in the wrong direction. As of today, case rates are at 6.9 per 100,000, which is the highest it can be for the red tier. If case rates go any higher, it would start the 14-day countdown to move our county backward to the purple or widespread tier. While that doesn't mean schools cannot reopen, we must proceed with caution. As we heard in the news, San Diego State is keeping students confined to their dorms another week after 444 cases, or probable cases. Next. This will be the question that staff is seeking direction from the board this evening. Next. We have verified with our county superintendent, who received information from the San Diego County Public Health, which confirms that schools may reopen if we move to the purple tier, and schools with virtual learning may reopen campuses as well. Next. When we are ready to open, we will approach our reopening in phases with an emphasis on being cautious and thoughtful with planning to ensure the health and safety of all. Next. At the August board meeting, board members expressed a desire to begin reopening elementary schools for in-person instruction once the county was allowed to, while keeping middle and high schools in virtual learning through the first grading period. This would be phase 1 of our reopening plan for September and October. Staff recommends bringing elementary students back with an AM-PM model and maintaining virtual learning for secondary schools while bringing back small groups of students onto our middle and high school campuses. Next. This is one option we did consider as an alternative to AM-PM, as we know there are some elementary districts that have opted for this model. This model has all students that selected on-campus learning coming to school all together all 5 days with reduced class sizes. In our research and calculations, we would have needed to hire an additional 61 teachers just for our elementary schools to make this work. The districts that are implementing this model are basic aid or private individual schools. Poway, as we know, is not basic aid and is the lowest funded unified school district, so as you can see, this would be cost prohibitive for us. Next. We believe the AM-PM model will benefit our students with academic and support for social emotional well-being through daily contact with teachers and peers. Our youngest learners will benefit from daily on-campus interaction. And now Kimberly Renz will provide additional information regarding a rolling reopening and specific schedules for AM-PM.
Thank you, Carol. Good evening. We are working with our site leaders to consider when and how to reopen our schools. We're all looking forward to welcoming students back onto our campus. While we are incredibly impressed with our teachers and their work in virtual learning, we really, really miss our students. We've taken many details into account, such as signage, our AM-PM configurations, how are we scheduling them, assigning them, and communicating with our families. We look at processes and procedures for an on-campus learning communicated to parents, such as mask wearing, checking kids in and out of school, accessing office, etc., and also our teachers setting up their classrooms, and many, many more things to consider in the many layers of reopening school. As we continue to make plans to reopen, we recommend a rolling reopening plan. This will enable the first 3 schools a smooth transition to reopen with the support, resources, and problem solving with district staff side by side. A rolling start will also allow for other school sites to fine-tune their plans and learn from previous schools opening to ensure a smooth reopening district-wide. Our recommended dates are as follows. On Thursday, September 24th, Poway, we will select the first 3 schools as pilot schools. The following Thursday, October 1st, 7 additional schools will be selected to be reopened. And then on Monday, October 5th, the remaining Poway elementary schools will reopen. We mentioned the AM-PM model. In this model, we would divide the student body into an AM group and a PM group. Each group would be getting 5 half-days of on-campus every week with the teacher in class, plus asynchronous learning at home. Placement for considerations for the AM-PM would include those needing bus transportation and childcare needs. For example, those needing bus transportation to and from school would potentially attend the PM session. Those needing after-school childcare would attend the morning session, then go to ESS after their morning session. Siblings would be grouped into the same session, and each school site would have the recommended California Department of Public Health and Safety guidelines in place. Next slide, please. This is an actual TK5 sample morning session schedule. You will note that the students receive 250 instructional minutes on a daily basis. Our TK students will receive 180 minutes, which is in alignment with SB 98. I also want to point out that the instructional minutes are the same for in-person as it is for virtual learning. The total instructional minutes afford teachers time for 150 minutes of English language arts and math instruction daily, and students will engage in 30 minutes of online adaptive learning programs and 70 minutes of integrated lessons, choice boards, and or assignments in the area of science, history, social science, visual and performing arts, and social emotional learning. The SB 98 minimum instructional minutes for grades 1 through 5 is 240, which in Poway, we exceed this model. Next slide, please. This is an example of what a day would look like for the PM session. We just wanted to show you it's basically the exact same instructional minutes, but it is flipped with the students doing their adaptive learning in the morning and then also their adaptive learning in the morning as well. And then they would be coming to school for their 150 minutes of English language arts and math. Now, Kimmy is going to share with you a recommendation for secondary reopening.
Thank you and good evening. As you may recall, at our last board meeting on August 13th, the board approved our recommendation to have secondary students remain in virtual learning and then pursue reopening at the end of the grading period in order to maintain continuity and to avoid disruption for secondary students in the middle of a grading period. Now that we've been clear to reopen our schools, I'd like to share with you our recommendation for secondary reopening through a phased-in approach for bringing students back to campus. We feel a phased-in approach is a key first step for bringing small groups of students back to campus. We asked our principals to begin conversations with their leadership teams and teachers to consider the needs of our students and prioritize based on their curricular needs, social emotional needs, student services, and student supports. This small group phase-in approach would be voluntary based on teacher and staff availability. When considering which student groups to bring back to campus, our middle schools identified the following considerations and student priorities. We wanted to provide targeted learning supports to assist students with disabilities, small language groups for our newcomer English learners, small group interventions as a power hour after school, and some core teachers even expressed a desire who are teaching virtually from their classrooms to be able to bring in small groups while they are teaching in their classrooms a few times a week. Another priority is to provide social emotional supports for students to receive in-person counseling. We know some of our students are experiencing stress, anxiety, and feelings of isolation. There was also a strong priority to bring back critical skills classes and special day classes. Some of our middle schools are exploring ways to provide co-curricular activities for PE, visual and performing arts, career technical education, and science extensions. Extracurricular supports such as ASB clubs, ASB after school, foster sports activities such as cross country, golf, are also being considered. In addition, we are preparing to launch childcare for our families through our ACES program near the end of the month. Now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Lemaster, to share which small groups of high school students we are prioritizing to bring back to campus.
Thank you, and good evening. So similar to the middle schools, the high schools, when we decided that a phased-in approach to bring students back to campus was needed, it was an exciting time for us to actually sit down with our principals and our administrative teams and consider all the ways that we could possibly bring kids back in a phased-in process. And if you've ever been on a high school campus in a regular setting, you know that there's a lot going on and there's great energy on campus and kids are everywhere. So how do we do this in a responsible way, and how do we do this in a phased-in fashion? We started looking at what areas, similar to the middle school, that we could bring students back on. In the curricular areas, we have a lot of programs who will be able to teach virtually to some degree, but might need to bring kids back on campus for certain projects and things like that. I think of a screen printing class at a certain high school where they'll be needing to print on t-shirts. They can't do that virtually, so they would bring students back in to do that perhaps outside of the school day. The principals discussed different CTE programs that we have on our campuses where students can come in and start meeting with their teachers and start working on certain projects and things. We have an ag program at Poway High School where students can come back. They can actually meet up at the barns, work with the animals, fire science at Mount Carmel, robotics. There's NJROTC at Westview. Even our science teachers have expressed interest in bringing students back in small groups to be able to conduct labs and things like that on campus. So looking at the vast ways in which we could bring our students back connected to their curricular coursework. Social emotional groups and intervention. We have a lot of counseling services that we provide at our schools, and our counselors would like to bring back small groups of students. We do support groups. We have different programs like peer counseling where we can actually have kids working with other students in a safe manner, providing some of those supports and services that we've been able to do. We also have intervention teams on our campuses who are really ready to pull students in to start getting kids back on campus, to be able to check in with them and to provide them maybe even after school tutoring or even during the school day, a place for them to learn so that they can actually be on campus learning. We've talked about our student supports. Special education has been working diligently to figure out ways to bring our students back on campus, to be able to provide opportunities for kids to come onto campus in small groups, to meet with their teachers, to meet with their case managers, to be with each other. We know how important that social emotional development is for all of our students, including those with needs. And our English language learners, which is a high importance in our school communities, because we want them to be able to interact with each other and in person. So we've talked about ways of bringing students back for that. AVID, we've talked about having our AVID students possibly come back and meet with our AVID teachers. And then many of our schools offer extended day classes. We call them 4.5 period classes or 5.5 period classes, depending on your school, starting to bring those kids in to be able to receive those supports and services. We have a robust extracurricular program. And again, if you've ever been to our high schools, you know there's 60, 70, 80 some clubs on our campuses who they are eager to want to meet with each other and to reconvene. We have programs like Science Olympiad, Speech and Debate, Academic League, Robotics. There is a robotics competition this year. They want to build a robot. How do we get them back on campus so they can start working on that and do that in a safe and orderly manner? Our co-curricular programs have also expressed interest. Things like band, orchestra, theater. You can't build a theater set without being in person building a theater set. Even if there's not a play, maybe they can still build that set. Choir, yearbook, ASB. These are programs that have classes during the school day, but also would like to start bringing their students back onto campus and be able to interact with them in certain ways. And of course, we have a variety of athletic programs that are wanting to get started. CIF, you know this, CIF has said we cannot start until December, but there are a lot of non-CIF groups that can operate on our campuses for workouts, trainings, small groups, following the California Department of Public Health guidelines. But again, this is another way for us to bring our students back on campus. So all of these things were discussed with our high school administrations and being considered as far as ways of starting to phase in and bring students onto campus. You'll see a slide there. I want to point up to, that's one of our teachers, Mr. Krenz. He's at Del Norte. I had the pleasure of working with him at Poway High School. And we went in to see him teach, and he's actually teaching virtual right there. His students are on the other side of that camera and getting fired up about their mathematics learning. This is just one example of some of our teachers who are currently teaching in our classrooms to our students live. Next slide, please. So, at our last board meeting, we had a very robust conversation around the challenges and difficulties associated with making some changes to our master schedules in order to have both a virtual and an in-person model for our students and our faculty. With the original proposal, middle schools were going to have students physically on campus for part of each day, and the high schools would have groups of students on campus 2 to 3 days per week in order to meet those minimum or maximum class sizes. Our virtual learners would have been paired up with virtual teachers, and our in-person teachers would have been linked to our in-person students. And as I shared at the last board meeting, by splitting these two groups of students and teachers, it limits the flexibility for students and teachers to move from virtual to in-person and or vice versa, and we heard that in comment tonight. It also means that students may have their teachers change if we have to adjust our schedules. And I explained how if you're going to take students out and move them into another virtual learning academy, then you have to move the teachers with them, and it changes teachers' assignments, it changes teachers. We talked about the ways that it would be difficult to return to a virtual learning situation if we do all this change and then we're not able to then come back in person, and how that would possibly be disruptive. And so in all these conversations, we were looking at the current AM, PM, AB models at our middle and high schools and beginning to have conversations about a different idea, a different model that's going to be in addition to what I just presented around phasing in and bringing in those small groups of kids. And this is what we're currently thinking, and I'm happy to share with you. And those of you who know me, I'm a very optimistic individual, right? I'm happy to share with you that there is a plan. We are working with our principals, teachers, our union leadership, our site leaders on how to reopen with a refined and improved and what we're calling a blended plan. And to speak more to that blended plan, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Lochtefeld.
So as Mr. Lemaster mentioned, there are several challenges or dilemmas that we would need to solve in our current plan. So we began to ideate on how we might solve the dilemma of disrupting classroom learning community, solve the problem around teachers possibly changing teaching assignment and interrupting students' continuity of learning. We have been seeing some incredible opportunities of innovation out in the field, right here in our own backyard, here in Poway Unified. And that got us thinking and talking with our teachers. So as Mr. Lemaster mentioned about Mr. Krenz, who we saw on the last slide, we had a chance to see how he was setting up his instruction, and he said very easily, I could start bringing in my kids. I would love to have them right here seated in front of me. And that got us really thinking about what if we were able to really think outside the box and think about how could we make this happen for our students. So we've decided in terms of talking with our local other districts and even private schools locally, they're also considering those same possibilities which we want to explore. And so we're proposing to explore in collaboration with our principals, our teachers, our union teams and staff to solve these challenges through a blended online campus model. So I want to walk you through that right now. On the right-hand side of your slide, you'll see that we would be able to have students stay with their teachers in their current schedule. There wouldn't be a need to switch teachers or classmates out of virtual or in-person learning. And for teachers who are on-campus teaching. They're teaching both groups of students who are in person and online. Our teachers who need to remain teaching virtual will continue to do so, and any students who signed up to return to campus will still be able to and be supervised in a safe, physically distanced area on campus. There could be a rotation schedule for students to be in a classroom one period or in a dedicated outdoor learning space, as we heard earlier in the comments, for students to be in a classroom either virtually or be able to attend some of their classes in person. And finally, our class sizes will be smaller for safety reasons and benefits our learners whether they are on campus or learning virtually from their home. Again, we would proceed in collaboration with our site leaders, teachers, principals, our union partnerships to gain input and co-create all the necessary supports and training. We believe this more refined model will help mitigate some of the barriers in the current AM and PM models. As we gain more clarity and details, we'll be ready to share an update at our next board meeting. As always, we are constantly learning with and from each other to refine our secondary reopening plan. And speaking of learning together, we are excited to support and learn from Abraxas High School's reopening. Now, Mr. LeMaster will share with you the latest plans.
Thank you. So I appreciate being able to end our portion on a positive note. And as you are aware, Abraxas High School was poised to reopen in person. And a day before they were able to reopen, everything went down and we were told that we couldn't open because of the new guidelines. So they have been ready to reopen in person, and they are again ready to reopen in person. They are finishing up their first term. They will have a week-long break, and then October 8th, they are ready to return in-person instruction. They are organized in a split model where students are there every other day because their classrooms are a little bit smaller than some classrooms that we have on our traditional high school campuses, and they are able to easily make that happen where students can be there every other day, and then if they need to be there during the day, they can. So they do have that A/B model because they only can have 6 to 8 kids in a classroom in order to maintain that social distancing. But they are excited to be opening, and they are planning to officially reopen in person if given permission. And due to the nature of their campus, they are able to cover the students who wish to stay on campus. They have about 20% of their diploma-bound students who are interested in staying and maintaining on virtual learning, and they can meet that need. And then for their transition program, it's about 40% who are interested in staying virtual. So they are very excited, they're ready to go, and the great piece about that is that they are they're poised and ready to take on the leadership on that front. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Osborne, who's going to kind of summarize the different elementary, middle, and high school plans that we've presented. Thank you.
Next slide. Phase 2 of our reopening plan would include middle and high schools reopening for in-person virtual blended learning in November after the end of the first grading period as suggested, or as you heard from Mr. LeMaster regarding the schedule, we would be looking and exploring this new model as well. So we would like to update you with that in our next board meeting. Next slide. As we've learned from schools across the country that reopened for in-person instruction, then had to close due to COVID-19 cases, we must ensure proper health and safety protocols are in place. Next slide. The Reopening Guidebook 2.0 is an updated version of PUSD's reopening plans, which include any changes to our safety protocols and procedures we will have in place on all of our campuses. It's a collective effort across our PUSD departments to provide staff, family, and community with information about wellness and hygiene protocols, personal protective equipment, such as masks, face shields, and plexiglass barriers. Next slide. One significant change from the previous guidebook, staff is recommending that the board approve requiring masks for all students preschool through 12th grade. We know this has been successfully implemented in our ESS and preschool programs. Along with most San Diego County districts that are reopening, they are adding this safety requirement. It will increase the probability for us to keep classrooms and schools open instead of repeatedly shutting down, which then will maintain consistency for our students. Next. We have also updated the COVID-19 decision tree to help our stakeholders understand what to expect if a student or staff member presents with symptoms or tests positives. All principals have received this updated information, and it will be in our 2.0 guidebook. Next slide. This information was shared last month, so I just wanted to remind everyone of all the health and safety equipment that we have purchased and deployed to our schools. One additional item is plexiglass student desk shields, which will be here for all students on September 18th. They've already arrived. I saw them today for our special education department, so I won't steal Mr. Meisel's thunder. But next slide. Our sites have been working to post all of the signage and physical distancing floor decals. We do know that the delivery for our electrostatic sprayers is still delayed. We do expect that they will be here within 2 weeks. The HEPA air filtration units have arrived and are being moved into our classrooms. Next slide. Physical distancing will be taught and supported the time students are on campus. At this time, we will not have visitors or volunteers on campus except for our parent participation preschool. Next slide. Again, we are requiring all staff and students to wear face coverings for the increased safety and protection of themselves and others. Mask wearing has been proven effective to limiting the spread of COVID-19. Masks should be worn at arrival and dismissal, in the classroom, during transitions, and travel around the campus when physical distancing is not possible. We will build in mask breaks for students. And for those who are medically exempt, they should provide a doctor's note and utilize alternative protections such as a face shield. Next. Hygiene practices will be reviewed regularly with students, and we've recently brought in some video lessons so we have consistency and teachers won't have to create those. We'll be providing video lessons on hygiene and hand washing protocols for our teachers, in addition to our hand sanitizing stations. Next slide. As previously shared, disinfecting of our buses and implementing protocols will also ensure the health and safety of students that utilize district transportation. Next slide. Staggered lunch times will be developed to support the site logistic planning. Hand sanitizer stations will be located near the food service areas. Students participating in the virtual learning model and those in the AM learning sessions can pick up lunches at school and grab and go, take them home and eat. And the afternoon students at the elementary would have a lunchtime on campus. And all school meals are free at this time until further notice. Next slide. In summary, we have grouped our staff recommendations and questions for your consideration. Next slide. We have received several emails from parents with a range of requests, some eager for us to reopen and some asking us to be mindful of the increased cases of COVID. We've also heard from some of our teachers that selected on campus they're ready to return, and some are also have some concerns about the increased cases. So we are asking the board to direct staff regarding the reopening of on-campus learning if San Diego County is moved to the purple tier and if San Diego County is placed back on the watch list. Next slide.
Can you go back to that last slide?
Yes.
Because I think that quote below is important to also note out loud so
Yes.
the public, the over 1,000 people that are watching, also have time to read it.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, this is coming directly from the San Diego County Public Health. When asked by the County Office of Education, Gary Johnston confirmed that if we move from red to purple, the schools that are reopen for in-person instruction will not be required to shift to distance learning, and schools that remained in distance learning will be able to reopen in person as soon as they're ready to do so. Okay. As mentioned, staff recommends that all students and staff wear masks. We believe this ensures the greatest safety practice that we can implement to support the stability in the on-campus learning environment. And it will reduce that potential for having to shift back if there are cases. Next slide. Staff recommends the rolling reopening plan for elementary. PFT surveyed elementary teachers to gather input regarding how much time they would need to return to on-campus. 51% of the teachers surveyed indicated 2 weeks or less, with a mix of other perspectives ranging from 3 weeks or less, and then some 4 weeks or more. So a little bit of a range. Several kindergarten teachers did express interest in waiting until October 12th so the kindergarten introduction days would be complete. With this information in mind, we believe that the dates and the small number of schools in the rolling reopening plan would work for our schools and our teachers and families. Next slide. Staff also recommends the high school and middle school phase in with small groups and approve Abraxas opening on October 8th, and then allow time for secondary schools to explore the blended on-campus model with our employee bargaining teams and school teams. Next slide. And now time for questions.
Questions? Who's got some? Wherever you'd like. We're in just a general question zone here, yeah. But turn on your microphone.
I'll start with a couple, and then we'll see how this goes with everyone getting some turns in between. Thank you very much for this very thorough presentation. I think even some of my initial concerns, questions, requests were addressed in this presentation, so I do appreciate that. I know I, like my fellow board members, have been talking to lots of members in the community, have received lots of emails and communications from parents about their very strong opinions, as we heard in the comments today. I think pretty universally people are concerned about health and safety. So I'm glad that there is a version 2.0 of our guidebook. I have some questions around things that haven't been talked about. One is testing. Does the district feel like our access to testing is sufficient, that we can do this plan safely?
The county is currently developing a plan on how to support all of the districts in the county. And so the county has agreed to take on the cost and the organization of testing. But that plan, I don't believe, has been solidified as of yet.
No, in fact, we received a survey today from the county office with some questions for all the districts.
So we know there's progress towards that plan.
That's correct.
Excellent. It'd be nice to know when that comes in. And the second is contact tracing. Do we have a plan in place for our process for contact tracing? Do we have a staff member identified or a process for that?
We have developed a tentative plan that our principals would be reporting and that we would be documenting those cases. We did look at, I think as President O'Connor mentioned before, that sometimes districts have been spending significant amounts of money. In looking at some of those, we weren't confident that that would be needed. Sometimes a Google form can also be a data collection point for us. So we are asking that our principals are the point of contact for contacting the county with the reports, and then we will be having a point of contact at the district office so that we are keeping track of the cases.
For contact tracing, though, the county only requires school districts to identify a person. So it could be a nurse, it could be a counselor, it could be a teacher, it could be a vice principal or or assistant principal or principal.
Right. It could be any identified person. Right. And then my last question before I pause and let other board members ask questions and get a turn in. What do we do for non-compliance? I know there's a lot of parents and family members and even students who are concerned that when they return to campus, there will be some non-compliance. How do we address that in a protective, kind of anonymous way? Are we considering maybe a hotline or something like that?
So non-compliance of kids wearing their mask on campus?
Masks, social distancing. For example, if we have these clubs after school, are all the rules going to be enforced the same way? Because sometimes the clubs are less supervised than in a classroom situation. So in those kinds of situations.
The district can establish a hotline or a email that it can be sent to the district, and we can have district staff look into each matter.
I think that would be a good idea. It would provide some reassurance for our community. Thank you. And I will pause now. Thank you.
If I can step in, just as we were talking about a lot of the safety issues, one of the concerns I read from the teachers is the cleanliness and making sure that everyone does their part in making sure that the campuses are clean. Will there be site inspections, or is that solely going to be up to the principal? Because I want it to be district-wide consistency on cleanliness and accessibility to cleaning supplies.
So we have, we will be scheduling from LSS regular site visits, as well as our Chad Costner with maintenance and operation. We will be monitoring that to ensure, and as well as our principals, to make sure that the cleaning protocols are followed. And the supplies are ordered and available, and they've been delivered to the site. So the cleaning supplies are there, and we have been working, principals are working with their noon duties and different staff to ensure we have availability of extra hands on decks if we need to wipe door handles and so on. So we're really trying to maximize all of our staff in that support of the high-touch cleaning.
Thank you.
Can I piggyback just on that for 1 second? Yeah, because I have spoken with some teachers who are really concerned that they're not going to have time to clean up their whole classrooms and have lunch and take a tiny bit of time for themselves in between the AM/PM models, and wondering if having parent volunteers who only come on to help clean in between is an option. But it sounds like maybe we have that covered?
We are looking at additional custodians that would also be able to be perhaps brought in, but we also want to utilize our noon duty and classified staff. The staff that we have on campus, we're trying to maintain that cohort, if you will, and not have a lot of extra people. But we may need to consider, if we are in a situation where we don't have enough hands on decks identified volunteers, we could look at that. But right now, that's one of the things that our principals are working on, is who do they have available and what other supports are needed. And personnel did do a recruitment of 25 additional custodians that are will be processed so that we have them as substitutes that, if needed, we could bring them in for midday support.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Couvret.
I was going to shift actually to a couple elementary school questions, if that's okay. Just a clarification. When you're saying, say, Thursday, September 24th, schools will be, 3 schools are selected, does that mean they start September 24th, or are they selected and they start 2 weeks after that?
They would start on campus on September 24th.
Okay. So they'll be giving heads up notice pretty soon then.
Correct. And we've surveyed to see their readiness. So it's not that they are going to be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
We've asked for input from our sites, who's ready. And in fact, even PFT survey, some of the teachers said, can we start tomorrow? So it's that range, but that's why we do have 3 schools that indicated that they would be ready sooner rather than later.
Question with now that we've kind of settled in on it's an AM/PM model, if that's what we decide to do, are we going to survey the parents to see if that fits for them now, or if they chose this in the last survey, they're kind of grandfathered into their choice of either coming back on campus or staying virtual?
We're going to go ahead and honor the choices that the parents made, because at the time we took the survey, and since we're very close to the start of the school date, parents were informed that if we were able to open, that was going to be their choice.
So can I piggyback on that one a little bit too? I did hear from that some of our elementary school parents are being contacted by their school principals asking if they're still wanting to go on campus. So
There's some selected conversations happening, because, as you know, there's not a puzzle piece that fits exactly. So we may have some staffing issues at some school sites where we have not enough kids that will go into one model or the other. So principals are having to reach out so that we can ensure that we can accommodate the choices with the virtual students and the on-campus students. So that's why in those circumstances would be why principals are reaching out.
Can I ask a follow-up to that question about surveying? I think the idea that we wouldn't survey again would be predicated on the assumption that we would move forward with the established timeline set here in this presentation. I have thoughts about that I'll get to in a minute, but separate and apart from when exactly these dates are to be implemented, my personal feeling on the survey side of things, I shared in part at the last board meeting where I think we made a semantical error in referring to it as a choice for in-person or virtual. The reality is our parents don't have that choice if we as a district don't have a choice of being in-person or virtual. So what we were really getting at was parents' preferences if we were allowed to be open. And I would put out there that I think presently you might see a shift in the opinions of some parents who were expressing a preference in July in the way the state of the world or the county was at the time and the way the state of the county is now. And I think that given that a prospective phase into in-person is still a few weeks away, at the earliest it's September 24th per this presentation. Personally, I think it should be October 1st. But again, we can come back to that in a minute. But it would give an opportunity, I think, to at least realign where those preferences are in the community and make sure, because one of the things we want to convey here is, and this is, by the way, excellent job in the presentation and the updating of the information in it. It's clear the amount of time and hard work that went into balancing the preferences of the community and the number of emails that we've all received demanding in person and staying the course and don't return until after the new year, et cetera. I think it's important to emphasize we're not making anybody do anything. And that's the beauty of this plan, right? I think it's tremendous. And everybody ought to be applauded for how they pulled this together with blended options, AB, AM, PM, et cetera. Is it underscores the point. If somebody's really uncomfortable about sending their kid back to school, well, don't send them back to school. You're going to have that virtual option. But I'm digressing here a bit because I do think that there is some value in however it's done in just kind of a quick resurvey. If it's can you reconfirm what it is that you submitted back in July? Because the world's a little bit different now, that either their concerns are greater or they're less. And that might alleviate some of the concerns based upon the timeline that we adopt this evening.
So I would be remiss not to share, we've had long and lengthy conversations around this with staff. To resurvey and to accommodate would require a full reorganization of every class and every teacher and every student. So in order for us to reopen, we had to place kids into classrooms with their teachers to match preferences. It's a logistical nightmare when you're trying to manage family preference, teacher preference, staff preference to ensure that we have the right number of staffing and people that we had to hire. We even had to ask certain teachers who preferred to come back on campus to take a full virtual class and stay that way even if we switch. So to resurvey people and let people switch at this point would either require a lot of money for the district to hire more teachers or to completely reorganize everybody and then go against everything that the families asked, which was to stay with their same teachers.
Well, let me just restate, we're not asking for their choice as if they have the firm choice. We're asking what's their preference, and then we're gonna work as a district to accommodate that. It'd be nice to know if we're on the right track, if things haven't shifted dramatically since July in terms of parental preferences. Because if you move to in-person on September 4th or October 1st, whenever it is, and all of a sudden there's a lot fewer parents that decided to send their kid to school or refuse to send their kid to school in person for whatever reason, it's because we assumed we were on numbers based in July.
But the problem still runs into the fact that we've staffed based on their previous preference. So whether they changed it or not, unless there's a dramatic shift, it's going to completely shift how we've placed kids in class. And so then that would require that family and the teacher to make a decision to have a whole new class when we reopen. And I think
you just said the magic words, unless there's a dramatic shift.
Right.
But I think it might be instructive to find out, has there been a dramatic shift? If there has not been a dramatic shift, then stay the course.
Our fear would be that by doing a resurvey would mislead the majority of the parents to think that that shift and that change would be honored. So that was some of the concern that staff had as well too.
And that's always a danger, right? But that danger is mitigated in the wording. And so I think we got into some problems early on with wording, and expectations were set because of wording. So I think just for planning purposes, and this isn't some sort of effort to a PR effort to appease everybody. This is a legitimate concern on making sure that logistically, master schedule-wise, we're moving in the right direction and there has not been, as you said, a dramatic shift in the attitude in the district.
I want to make sure that we give our student board member and Ms. Beatty a chance to ask questions before we go back around. Oh, yes, sure.
The one thing that's important to me is that if there's been a situation in a family where that kid needs to now choose virtual, I want to make sure that virtual is an option for everybody. To me, that's a very important option. Even if they chose to go back to school, if we can somehow squeeze them in virtually, only because it's now we're talking safety and health, and there might be some other issues. And I think it might be a minor fraction, although from the rave reviews I've seen online, people are loving the virtual academy. So I maybe you guys did too good a job on that one, I don't know. But I do think that for those people who truly need to go virtual, we have to do something to accommodate that group.
And
So just to say, to let you know, we're getting feedback from staff that on the screen and chat, we're getting a lot of people that we have over 1,000 people, nearly 1,200 watching, and they're all saying no, and they don't want another survey. No more surveys, please. That's what we're hearing over and over. So just so you know.
And I also want to let you know that parents that have changed their minds have been reaching out to their site principals, and if they're able to accommodate some of those changes of heart or circumstances, principals are working to accommodate those requests as possible with space.
About working it from a different direction then. Let's not do a survey, but can you, presumably you've tracked, you've got all the contact information, those who've sent and said, I want my student, Jane is going to be in person. Well, can you send a communication back, say, we're confirming with you, you're doing this, right? And see if anything comes back differently. I'm assuming it's in a database somewhere. You just kind of populate fields and kick it out and say, we've got you down for going in person when we open.
Yes, we do have that data.
I mean, then it's not so much of a wide open survey as much as it is we're confirming as a district, this is what your preference was. And so we are acting accordingly with that preference.
Also want to mention too that any changes or anything that we make has to be renegotiated with our labor union. So that also, so all of these things will further delay our possibility of reopening by weeks or months, just so you know.
I think the major concern, if I can, is it okay? So the major concerns I was having along the lines of if someone wants to go to VLA because of health and safety needs, they can contact their principal from what I'm understanding, and we can accommodate that.
We can try to accommodate, but some of the complications is, again, what's negotiated with our labor union is that they have caps for class sizes, right? So there's certain class sizes that are capped. So if we have a class that's capped, let's say third grade at Stone Ranch Elementary, and at third grade they're capped, but we have 5 more that want to go VLA, is the district willing to hire 1 more new teacher for 5 more students? Those are some of the issues that we're trying to manage, and that's why when we look at all that, the increases and the changes equal more money, equal hiring of more staff. And then a reshifting of classes. So kids may not have their same teachers.
Right. So I understand that if it's a true medical need where they would not mind changing their teacher, perhaps even their school, could that be accommodated?
It possibly could be accommodated, but they may be at a different school.
Right. But if it's a medical need, that might be a choice that family is willing to make.
Right.
So as long as we can adjust for that, I think that's
we would accommodate and move them to a different school.
And Ms. Bilsma has been waiting very patiently.
You know what? I actually think Dr. Patel got everything that I was going to say. I'll echo though as well. I think while we're hearing yes, all those watching, it's not a large majority of us who would switch our decisions. I think it's unfair to I think what the discussion is saying is we would nearly be forcing families to go back in person and I think that's unfair of us to do if they no longer feel comfortable doing that. And so if there is a medical need, I think those families with that medical need would understand that changes would have to be made and accommodations would have to be made, but yet they deserve the right to be virtual right now. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think it's unfair for us to force families into a decision that they made a month ago, and COVID-19 is constantly changing. So.
And if parents or families have a huge concern about the choices that made before and they would like to switch, they can email their principals. And then if there's a huge shift in data, they can work with our executive directors and we can work with them on that.
I like that approach way better than another survey. Don't get me wrong. So yes, but we never said that at the outset. If people have got a real concern, make sure to email the appropriate contact at their school to let them know. Thank you.
Ms. Beatty, before we circle back, do you have any comments on this one? Questions? All right, hearing none.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Sure. I do. I'm sorry. I'll give you a little bit more of a delay next time. Sorry. I realized that was a little quick. I have questions about student breaks. There's a note in there about taking a mask break for the elementary school students. When are we doing that? Where are we doing it? With whom are we doing that? How is that working?
That's where we would have our noon duties or teachers take the kids out to the field so they can be physically spaced, take the mask off for a few minutes, teacher can get a restroom break and come right back in. We are not looking at recess because of the complications of that and the short schedule on campus, but a 10-minute break where kids could go outside, be spread out, physically distanced, take their mask off in fresh air, and have that mask break is scheduled in both the AM and the PM.
Okay, I understand that. Then a follow-up on this then for PM students coming in and getting lunch. So I know that we've strategically said AM students are grab and leave. They're not staying to eat it. PM students don't get it until they arrive. So are they in the cafeteria areas eating?
We may utilize the pop-up tents that we've added to our elementary campuses for some of the lunch so we can spread kids out. We can also use spread out spaces because it'll be a smaller number of kids than we typically have. Use those outdoor lunch areas with X's on the tables so that we are distancing kids during that time since they wouldn't have their mask. And even setting up under some of the other shade structures so that we can try to have as much available space as possible for those PM kids coming in, have physically distanced while they eat.
Okay, I'm sensing now, at least I'm seeing a potential issue. We are using our noon duties who aren't doing their normal work to clean in between AM and PM, but now they're actually having to supervise PM students eating their lunches. So now if parent volunteers sound like they're going to be necessary after all.
And or the temporary custodians.
Okay, right. Okay, that makes sense. Did you have another one?
Just a quick question related to the mask breaks. I think it might be beneficial in advance, a week or two of returning to in-person, a public service campaign, if we will, to the community, reminding parents that they need to teach their kids about do's and don'ts with their masks. If we've got some materials presented like that, I'm reminded of the meme I saw on social media where the mom is asking her son, "This isn't the mask you wore to school this morning?" And the son says, "No, this one is way cooler. I traded mine to Taylor, who traded with Hunter." Right? So I think, as elementary school students in particular, they're going to have really cool looking masks and they're going to want to look cool. And then, "Oh, hey, I like your mask. Let me try your mask on." That sort of public information education campaign we should be doing with our parents in the district ahead of time. Make sure that their kids are not swapping masks.
No cool masks allowed.
Right. No cool masks allowed. Very dull, boring masks only. Yeah.
I know Christine and our interns are already working on a bunch of public information videos, informational videos, so I know they're already doing that.
So I have just two other brief things at least for this moment. I'm thrilled to see masks being contemplated for our preschool through second graders as well. Everybody can do this. We're going to make everybody be safe. And the last one, and I'm not borrowing trouble here, but teacher time to set up on-campus classrooms. When is that happening?
So that's a question that also PFT has been working with us and is surveying their teachers about the amount of time they need. And that's where some said, the majority said, or over 50% said 2 weeks or less. In that survey, reading some of the comments, some said, "My room's all set up." So we have that continuum. Teachers right now they need time to prep for virtual learning, but we're looking at asking principals to also, cancel a staff meeting. Perhaps if needed, there could be a Zoom class canceled one day, so there's extra time, so that there's asynchronous learning perhaps, but working with the site principal and their teachers to identify what those needs for time are, and then working collaboratively to support teachers with that.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready to go back around the circle here.
Sure. A question in the slide here about the case rates, and you had mentioned did you get 6.9 as of today? I know it was 6.9 as of Tuesday, but you said it was 6.9 as of today too? Do we know that?
Yes.
6.9 again, okay.
And I'm refreshing, and 6.9 as of 9/10. Yes.
Okay. You know, I'm reminded of, I share the concerns of many. First of all, nobody here and at home wants to be in a situation of toggling back and forth between in-person, virtual, in-person, virtual, in-person, virtual, depending on, you know, what the current case rate is in the county. I do believe that there's merit in being concerned about a potential spike in case rate following the Labor Day weekend. SDSU, the numbers there is just alarming. And that's impacting the entire county. So, you know, I'm reminded of something I was taught growing up often. It's just, sometimes just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. I do think that even though maybe we can go back on the 24th, it'd be more prudent to start going back on the 1st. I think if you adjusted that entire timeline by 1 week, you can also get to a point where by the 3rd date, you're closer to the October 12th date, where kindergarten teachers have said, let's wait until October 12th for the introductory period for kindergartners. I had a couple more questions on this. Let me see. You touched upon how it was more of an informal survey in terms of how you selected the 3 elementary schools that would start, be the first, the pilot ones?
We met with principals last week and had them fill out a survey, and we had choices of dates. And so we did have 3 that have been working with their teachers and feel that they would be ready to open early.
Thank you. That's a little bit more than informal, which is great. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Can I
Yeah, so
tag on
thank
that
you.
just a minute too? Because I understand the idea of pushing it, but I love the idea of the tiered so we can learn from them. And I'm just wondering if these 3 are all set and fired up to go, maybe we take the 2 weeks. So we have them start September 24th, take 2 weeks before we start the next 7 or whatever, just so we can showcase to our community how our safety protocols are going and all that. And 1 week isn't necessarily enough time, and if those 3 are rocking and rolling, then they can be the showcase schools
Yeah.
to give us confidence.
I agree with that. I'd agree with that, yeah.
I'm hearing that Ms. Beatty does have some questions now, so let's. Ms. Beatty, you're up.
Hi, yes, I had 2 questions. One is if Ms. Osborne could elaborate on protocols for libraries, as well as staff, PPE, and books. And then my second question was with regard to the lunch pickups. Would it be possible for the PM students to pick up their lunches at the end of the school day for the subsequent day? Thank you.
Okay, so I know our elementary librarians and I think across our levels are anxious to have kids be checking out books. So they will be working, and I think at the secondaries that would be part of that small group. But the elementaries would need to work on a systematic schedule so that small groups of students could check out. And so that would be one of the schedules. Typically, our elementary libraries don't open right at the beginning. So I think that would be a schedule that we would work out so that kids could go in small groups, check out books, but the window might not be every week like we've had in the past. And then regarding the lunches, that is something that we would work with Lou, because we did do that during distance learning with breakfast so that kids could pick up a lunch and their breakfast for tomorrow. So perhaps that's something that we could explore with Lou and have kids take their lunch home for the next day and they eat before they come in. So that's a creative idea.
Oh, thank you. No, just a follow-up on the library, specific to safety protocols as far as cleaning and staff PPE. Is that going to be standard as it is with the other staff on campuses? And any issues with the books?
So I can hear the personal protective equipment. We have masks available for all of our staff, and the face shields are available for our in-classroom teachers. And I'm sure that we have a shield if our librarians would also need them. So we do have the personal protective equipment available for our library media techs as well. I think you're talking about sanitizing the books when kids are bringing those back. And when we worked with our risk management director for textbooks being returned in June, we had a guideline that books needed to be returned, not touched for 3 days, and then they could be checked back in and put back on the shelves. So that was a protocol that we used when we brought instructional materials back for the summer, and we could use that same protocol for the library books.
Thank you.
I have one more elementary school question before we move on. I'm guessing we're doing a lot of elementary right now. In the AM/PM model, you mentioned that there's a possibility that we could do, we could place kids in AM/PM based on bus need or ESS need, something like that. My question about elementary and busing is generally our students that take the bus, those are our students with disabilities.
We do have 2 elementary schools based on the distance of some of their home developments. We do have 2 schools that have general education buses, Willow Grove and Morning Creek.
So those would be the difference that you're talking about, not our students with disabilities.
Correct.
That require buses based on their IPs. I just want to make sure that that is evenly distributed across AM, PM based on other needs as well.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are we good on elementary questions now? Are we ready to, okay, where would everybody like to go now? Should we move to middle and high school questions, or do we want to have a discussion now about the things that staff is asking us?
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. Do we want to address for example, the rolling start, what did we call that?
I'd like to first start with, if the board may please let staff know that we were recommending all masks be worn for all kids PK-12. So if you could start there, that's something that staff would like to recommend so that we could lessen the chances of the potential of reopening, closing. So we are asking that we request that all kids coming to school on campus wear masks.
This is a very discreet motion, so I'll hear one from anybody.
I'll make the motion. I move to recommend that all students pre-TK through 12, along with staff, wear masks.
And I'll second that.
A second. So that's a motion by Dr. Patel and second by Ms. Couvret. Any discussion on this?
I'd like to make just one comment. I think when initially we came out that we weren't going to have the little kids do it, it was still new wearing masks. Everyone now has gotten the habit of wearing a mask. You go to the grocery store, all the kids have masks. The masks have gotten so adorable and everything. So I don't think it's hard, except for that you can't wear those elementary school, I guess. But now we've made that shift, I think. So it's not asking our little kids too much to wear the masks.
That's a great point. I'd agree with that. As much as my own 9-year-old and 6-year-old sometimes don't like it, they've gotten a little bit used to it. I think they would do better now than if they were asked to do so a month ago.
And I think the data clearly show that it protects the wearer as well as the people around them. We're seeing clear data on that it's both ways.
Yeah, this isn't easy for anybody, but it is only 2 hours and 35 minutes of in-person time and with breaks. So, yeah. Any other comments before we take a vote on this motion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm sorry, I should have gone to you for your preferential vote.
You're good. Aye.
Okay, that's 6-0. So that all in favor? Yes, let's do it. Okay, now moving on to the timing, or Mr. Zhang?
Just a quick procedural a policy question maybe on this. The vote's been taken, but I am curious as to what sort of thought has been put into the enforcement? How's enforcement going to handle what's repercussions if Johnny doesn't wear his mask or he takes it off when he shouldn't take it off? And
So I can just address some of it, and then Ms. Osborne can answer anything that I don't. First off, just to say that we did purchase a mask for every single student. And we do have supplies of masks at the offices in case kids do forget or do need it. And teachers will take the time to talk about safety precautions, take them through that. The ability to wear masks. We also have times where they can take breaks. We also have ordered plexiglass partitions for teachers and for the desks. So there are times when they are behind the plexiglass and or 6 foot distancing that they won't be required to wear masks. As far as the discipline and addressing goes, do you want to answer that?
So I go back to, I think it's the education and the importance and the preparation before kids come on campus through virtual learning, that we do some of that education. It's part of our Character Counts program. It's how we are responsible. It's how we care for others, and that we can educate our kids that way. If there is a family that is saying, we want it on campus and we won't wear masks, and my kid, then that will be where we would need to, the governor said that students would be excluded if they're refusing to wear the mask, and then we would provide virtual learning options. But I think education is always our first step to help kids understand the why and how they take care of their classmates.
And I'll just say, my hope would be, probably everybody's hope here, is that this doesn't turn into, everybody turns into the big tattletale and tells on each other, oh, so-and-so wasn't wearing their mask, tries to get somebody else in trouble. My hope, again, extends further out to the parents, that they don't get upset with the teachers or the administration, and they give them the benefit of the doubt that they will be expending their best faith effort in making sure that the students wear their masks. And if by chance they see a student without one from time to time, please don't declare like a nuclear war on the teacher or the principal for the fact that a student wasn't wearing it for a minute or two.
I couldn't agree more. Nobody wants to be the mask police, right? It's no fun. We certainly don't want any outbreaks or any kind of scenes made at schools like you see on social media with some of these people walking into the stores. The bottom line is, if anyone refuses, then we're going to be forced to put them on virtual learning. That's one. Number two, I think Ms. Osborne addressed it. It's about education and teaching. But many of us know, we get out of our cars, we start walking into a store, and we're like, oh, shoot, I forgot my mask. So that's going to happen with kids, and we know that, right? So it's about education, but we also have to extend grace and know that nobody's walking around intentionally to do that. I'll just share my own personal experience. I was quite impressed. My daughter's in ASB at one of our high schools, and I went to drop her off, and they were having an ASB meeting with about 20 to 30 kids, and they all went there to the campus with their beach chairs, and they were all wearing masks the whole time they were talking, and they were outside. So I think our students are very respectful. I think that we're not going to have that much of a problem. I think our parents do a great job, and our teachers do a great job in educating and supporting our children, and so I don't anticipate a huge problem with that. But definitely nobody wants to be the mask police.
All right. Yeah.
Piggybacking on that, though, if there is a chronic problem, there is the hotline that can be used, and we can take care of it if it's an ongoing chronic problem, and not just that one occasional thing, that slip that happens.
Are we ready then to move to this next question about reopening on-campus learning if San Diego County moves to the purple tier?
That's actually among the several recommendations here, one of the first I was hoping to address. And where I was going earlier when I was asking about the current case rate of 6.9, my preference would be, and curious to hear what the rest of the board has to say, is that because of the allowances that are made here that were specifically pointed out by Dr. Phelps when we were going through the presentation, that as a district, we avoid the toggling off and on as a district, virtual in person, and pay very close attention to our local case rate in making this decision. So I think once we've decided to go in person, we ought to stay in person, even if the county goes to purple, unless the numbers in our service area, if you will, show that we're having a real problem locally. Then we might have to come back and reconsider going back to virtual. That's just my preference there.
And I haven't looked at our local area, but I do know that when we were on the watch list, the Poway Unified School District areas, we had the lowest number of cases in the entire county.
And that's exactly why I'm bringing up the point, because I recognized that too at the time. But now we've been given this allowance as a school district, if we had made the decision to go back to in-person, we can stay in person. I think we ought to continue doing so unless there's a spike in the micro local case rate.
I will say that I did look at our local zip codes. The previous 7 days where the ones the county uses, not our current 7, it's the 7 before that. Our numbers are low. Our zip codes are at 2.3, 4.4, 2.7, 3.6. However, in the most recent 7 days, they're substantially higher. We have one of our areas in the purple at 8.0, one of our zip codes. But that's the last 7 days. So granted, there's a reason the state doesn't, or that the county doesn't count those, because they're still getting testing stragglers in. But our last 7 days don't look good currently. They're not official yet, but they don't look great. I am concerned about reopening on-campus learning when we are not open currently. If we turn into a purple county again, even if we are allowed, and it sounds like the county thinks we are, although from the California Department of Public Health clearly says on their website, schools and counties within Tier 1 are not permitted to reopen for in-person instruction. So, okay, it says different things everywhere, which shouldn't shock anyone at this point, but even if we're allowed to, I would not feel comfortable opening our schools if we end up being in the purple tier next week or the week after that. And we haven't opened yet. I don't think we should. I think we should be waiting. I don't think anybody signed up to send their kids back to school when we're in a category of widespread. That's my feeling.
Well, I would have to agree with you completely. And I would add that we shouldn't just look at our 4 zip codes, but maybe the neighboring zip codes in certain situations like San Dieguito. I know a lot of our students interact with students in that neighboring school district through their synagogues, their churches, youth groups, whatever, sports. So I think there is a lot of interaction. And I think their case numbers are low too. They have a very similar demographic to our 4 zip codes. But I do think we should keep an eye on the neighboring ones as well. My understanding was with this tiered system and the reopening is that we would still have, if we are in purple, we would still have to consult with our county health people, right? Or is that not a provision anymore? I'm having a hard time keeping up with all the latest recommendations.
If we go to purple, the county office, the San Diego County Public Health Office has already confirmed with the County Office of Education that schools can still reopen and stay open.
As long as we make that choice to do so.
Correct.
So we wouldn't need to consult with them anymore.
No.
Remember the good old days when we were debating whether or not to apply for a waiver? Those are gone now.
I think I would agree with Mr. Zane on if we do open while we're still in, a lower level tier, red or orange or even yellow, hallelujah. And once we're already open and we are tracking our safety protocols and everything's working, at that point, I think you're right. We wouldn't need to close if the county as a whole goes into the Tier 1, purple, whatever it is at that point, because I fully expect this to change in another month.
And maybe at the next board meeting, staff can bring forward the specific areas that we would intend on monitoring so that we can agree to which areas surrounding our area as well as maybe a slight surrounding area to monitor for that purpose.
Yeah, because once we have opened, at that point, we are monitoring our own students and staff every single day when they come to school. And we have the protocols in place at that point to spot it if we do have an outbreak. And there are very stringent rules on if you have one positive, who has to stay home for 14 days or 10 days, whatever it is. They're very strict, and we know what they are. So once we're open, I'm okay with staying open because we're in the land of monitoring ourselves at that point. But if we turn purple before that October 1st or September 20 whatever, I don't think we proceed.
I would like to speak just on if we turn purple. If we turn purple because of SDSU or Chula Vista, I disagree with you. If we turn purple per the numbers of our surrounding areas, then I agree with you. I do want to make that difference on where I stand.
So I will say I because Dr. Phelps mentioned, we have been lower than the county as a whole this entire time. But this time, I'm looking at one of our zip codes at 8.0, and that's well into the purple zone. That concerns me. So that is our local group. And again, that's our current 7 days, not the one the county counts, but that's concerning. Do all our SDSU students go back to that one zip code? No, that's Rancho Bernardo.
So to piggyback on that a little bit, we have our first day, what Mr. Zane was talking about earlier, our first elementary school is scheduled to open on the 24th. That is the day of our board meeting. Do we want to maybe shift that, perhaps? So that if we are in the purple tier, we have an opportunity to make a judgment call.
So let me just state this. Right now, what we're recommending, if the board wants us to reopen, we're recommending with starting off with 3 schools on the September 24th date, moving forward with the other schools on, where is that slide? On October 1st, and then the remaining on October 5th. If we stay in the red tier and do not go into purple, we stay in the red tier by September 24th, and staff will go ahead and open. That's what I'm understanding, or that's if we can take a vote so that I have clear direction. However, if we move to the purple tier prior to September 24th, then depending on your vote, I'm hearing that we may stay closed virtually. So just so you know, just like San Diego County Office of Ed told San Diego County Health Department, educational systems cannot turn on a dime, right? So we need time. So if we're going to switch or pivot one way or the other, we're going to need weeks to determine that. So, you know, if
This is basically why I was suggesting a little insurance of that extra week. In my mind, I just personally always had it that when we moved back for elementary school, it would probably more likely be the beginning to mid-October. And so I just think, given where we are, 6.9, a couple days in a row now, if what you're saying is true as far as any sort of local zip code having the numbers it does, I don't have a high degree of confidence that we won't, that we're not going to turn purple before September 21st or the 24th. I think that's probably going to happen based upon what I see. Just my opinion. But that's why I think October 1st buys us just a little bit more of an insurance in time. And the teachers more time for that. With the survey, I mean, yes, it said 51%, but that was also, that 51% was comprised of roughly a percentage who said they can do it in 2 weeks, and some percentages said they can do it in less. But those who said that they needed, as many as 3 had some very legitimate reasons for stating so.
And that's certainly an option. Staff can roll these dates forward and making the first 3 schools start on October 1st. That's certainly an option. And then if we turn to the other tier before then staff would just direct schools that we are not opening. Which takes us back to our original recommendation of waiting through December.
Wait, why is it, you lost me there?
Because if we go into purple, right, there's going to be a certain amount of weeks that the county will require us to get off of purple, then go into red. And there's then, once you're in red, based on the old system, you would have 14 days before then. And then we also need to give teachers at least 2 to 3 weeks to prepare to make that shift again.
Well, if there's one thing we've learned already. Are definitely some things that we cannot control. They're outside of our control. And so what we are doing our best to control is the back and forth. And I think that we minimize the likelihood of having to go back and forth by buying us just amounts to what, 5 school days. You're pushing it off by a week. But I think, just my personal opinion, it's worth that extra week as insurance against having to potentially close down again. And then, to your point, if we keep doing that, then we might as well just wait until January. Well, we don't want to do that. Nobody here wants to do that. That's barely even an option unless the state tells us you don't have an option. But right now we do have options, and I think that we need to be smart about how we exercise them.
If I could really quickly, I would just agree strongly with trying to wait a little bit and not be hasty with this, because I think the numbers are still in such fluctuation right now, and with us being at a 6.9 in the county, like, oh my gosh, like that is just right there. And I think it would be a little bit unreasonable of us to ask our students to go back with the strong possibility that we might have to ask them again, oh, well, now we have to go back to virtual because of high case rates and an issue of safety. And I think as much as I myself, I would love to be on campus right now. And I think many of our students share that ideation, but at the same time, I'd much rather not fluctuate. I'd rather stay virtual if it means I don't have to go campus virtual, because that is just so much harder. I think the change itself of doing virtual learning is one of the more harder pieces of it. And so if we can give a little bit of insurance, like you're saying, of just waiting that little bit to make sure that we don't have to do that, I think that's 100% worth it.
So I just want to clarify for the record that the county health department did clearly inform us that regardless if we move from red to purple or purple back and forth, we would not be reopen, closing. So once we're open, we can stay open. So I just want to clearly to know that. So once we're open, we wouldn't be going back and forth. It's just a matter of, at this point, trying to determine whether or not our families and our teachers feel safe returning back to campus when, if that was really their choice, was making that choice on their survey saying, I'm wanting to come back on campus at that time when it's safe to do so versus when we're in the lowest tier. That's really the question that we have to ask.
And I don't think we're talking about waiting till we're in the lowest tier. We're just talking about not being in the top tier. And I realize that once we do pop, if we pop into the purple tier, yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from that. And what if we open our first 3 and we're still in the red tier? And then in the next 2 weeks after that, we go purple. Do we still proceed to open up everybody else?
Well, yeah, I think
once we start, we go.
Yeah, once we start, we go. And that's what I'm saying too, is absent a spike in our local numbers, right? Mm-hmm. But my way of thinking is that we start October 1st, not September 24th. And at that point, we're in it, right? We're in person at that point. Unless, again, the high numbers in our local case rate, not the county. I realize everybody's going to be sensitive to that. That's all we're going to hear about. I understand that. But I think it is prudent for us to consider what our localized case rate is and whether or not to stay open once we've made that decision.
And I think it's fair to note that the county did tell us that right now, and that potentially could change too, because we experienced that before. So I just want that to go on the record too, that even though they said we changed tiers, we could stay open, that's what they say right now, but there is a potential that may change too. So, we have to be aware of that.
Buying us that little bit of time might also take us beyond any expected surge we might have from Labor Day. So it would potentially, maybe we would get beyond any peak of that.
That's part of my thinking, as well as I do think that if we did shift it just a touch, again, we get closer to that October 12th date that's been relayed to us preferentially for kindergarten students to get past that introductory period. So it does kind of dovetail nicely with that date as well.
So staff would like to recommend then we do the 3 on October 1st and then the rest of the schools on October the 12th. And so that would take us then past those kindergarten, I forget what they call it.
Kindergarten introduction.
Introduction days. I believe Ms. Beatty has a comment.
You answered it with those October start dates. I think that as a board, we can assume that the county will go into purple with the advent of flu season. So the decision to be made, and I think it ought to be made now because we owe it to the community not to keep postponing the decision as we did at the last board meeting, is whether we would be willing to remain open or to under purple. And I do agree with Board Member O'Connor Radcliffe in that I was surprised to hear that under the purple coding that we could still open. So that was my understanding as well, that at the state level, schools weren't allowed to open under those conditions. So I don't know if that could be verified, as one prong of this. But I do think that we should make the decision now and make it under the assumption that the county will go into purple this season. Thank you.
Maybe that more nuanced look at looking our own zip codes is more valuable to us and our community than the whole county, is what I'm hearing. So then if the county goes purple, okay, maybe we still proceed. But if our zip codes go purple, then we pull back at our meeting on the 24th.
Well, the question is really it's not a question of proceeding, because we will have already made the decision to proceed as of this October 1st. The question then becomes a matter of continuing, right? And so I think once we've made the decision to proceed October 1st, the decision to continue would be based upon localized case rate, not subject to the county condition. With the asterisk, unless we do get clarification, it comes back and the state tells us, sorry, if your county goes purple, then your districts have to close.
Well, that just makes me a little nervous. So we come back at the next board meeting, and if we're at 5.8, what's the number where all of a sudden we're not going to open the next week? So that's just my concern, because I understand staff needs a couple of weeks. So if we choose October, whatever, we need to plan on those 3 schools opening, unless all of a sudden, university has a huge parade up here. I don't know, but I mean, I understand staff and to be true to all our parents is they can stay virtual. Us being on and off like this, it doesn't affect those who want to stay virtual. For those people who need to plan, they have 100% safe plan.
Great point. I can say I was approached by an elementary school principal yesterday who was very anxious and says that they're ready to open now. So maybe that's one of the 3 schools. Could be one of the 3 schools.
But you bring up a good point that I want to reemphasize for those parents that are watching. If you selected virtual, you don't have to worry. You can continue virtual for the rest of the school year, okay? So virtual will always be an option for our students to stay on virtual unless they choose to go on campus.
With space available.
If allowed by law.
If there are seats available. It's a master schedule.
Okay, now I think we've walked around the directive here quite a few times, and I don't know what it is anymore. So, are we talking about? Okay, anybody want to try to restate this?
Make a motion to direct staff to start the 3 pilot elementary schools on October 1st, with all other elementary schools to follow October 12th.
And then Abraxas on October 8th.
Braxton. October 8th? Mm-hmm. October 8th.
I'll second that.
All right, that's a motion by Mr. Zane, a second by Dr. Patel. Here's my question here. There was nothing in that motion about moving into the purple tier.
That's the next motion. Yeah.
So this is the motion
On the dates.
absent any change in our tier. This is our plan. Okay, I understand that. Any other questions or discussion on this motion? All right, I'm not hearing any, so I'm going to assume we're ready for a vote. And to our student board member first, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
All right, and everyone else?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that sounds unanimous. That's 6-0 to proceed pending the next motion. Okay.
So that was the motion so let me just recap. We had a 6-0 vote to say that all kids will wear masks in the district. 6-0 vote to allow us to, under current conditions, to open 3 schools October 1st, Abraxas on October 8th, and all other elementary, this is only elementary. October 1st, 3 elementary schools, October 8th, Abraxas, and October 12th, all other elementary schools in Poway Unified. Next, we would like to talk about...
Quick question on that. When will we announce the 3 schools? Now I can see the flurry of emails coming in. Is my elementary school one of them?
They're texting right now. I believe we've notified the elementary principals of, it's 3 that have volunteered, and so they know who they are, but the others are maybe a little nervous. So we've let them know via text.
So once
It's not going to be a surprise to those 3 schools, is it? Right?
It is not a surprise to those 3 schools.
We're going to make it a lottery.
Tell them on September 30th. Right, yeah.
I'm assuming that we'll be ready to announce it sometime next week.
Yes.
Okay, so next phase here.
So the next, we'd like the board to make a decision about the tiers. If we change to purple tier in the next week or 2, is staff still authorized to go ahead and open our schools beginning October 1st?
So I was hearing quite a bit of discussion. I think initially I said county numbers. I'm not comfortable doing it if the county moves into purple tier. I think I heard some discussion of, well, even if the county does, we should be just looking at our local zip codes. Where are we at this point? We talked about both of those things. Yes, Ms. Bilsma.
I would just primarily say I think right now we're seeing a huge spike because of things like SDSU, and I think it would be unfair to hold Poway Unified students accountable for SDSU students' actions. So I would say that first. I think we should look more at local numbers, but again, agreeing with Dr. Patel, looking at little neighboring zip codes as well, but I don't think we need the county numbers as the whole to rule our district.
Ms. Cabret.
So I think it's a priority to open our schools. I can go to Walmart. I can now go to a theater. I can go to a restaurant.
Not if we go purple.
You can eat outside. You can do a lot. You can still do a lot of things that I feel are not as important as getting the kids in school that want to be in school. And because we're offering that virtual option, I think with all our protocols we have, I think the school's going to be cleaner than my house. And I want to showcase that. And I want to give these kids and the teachers and our staff the opportunity to showcase that. And I truly think that our parents will support it and make the right choices and make this successful. And I would like to proceed to, even if we're on purple, to move forward.
So that you're saying even if we're on purple on the county level or locally, it doesn't matter, move forward. Okay. Ms. Beatty?
So, yeah, my view is if we're going to open, if we're going to make the commitment to open, then we can't toggle back and forth. We have to have continuity. And so even under purple, which I think we can all anticipate is going to happen, we have to be ready to continuing, assuming that it is permitted by the state, and I would like to have that verified before we make the decision. So I think that we remain open, and the gauge is really if there's a case, a localized case, then we would react accordingly.
So
based on our own protocol.
Ms. Beatty, we did get confirmation via email. I got it in writing from Mr. Johnston from the San Diego County of Public Health, as well as from our county superintendent, who confirmed to our staff and myself that if we reopened in-person instruction, we would not be required to shift back to distance learning, regardless of whether or not the county moves to red or purple.
Okay, so my vote would be if we're going to make the decision to open, then we stay open. Otherwise, unless there's a local outbreak or case that requires that localized response. Otherwise, there's just too much discontinuity. Thank you.
So I still think that the issue is, are we opening the first school if we're in purple locally, or if we're in purple in the county as a whole? Are we opening the very first school, even the very first 3 schools?
I think we proceed with the October 1st date, even if the county's in purple. But would still, I think the problem is in saying by taking a look at localized numbers, we haven't defined what that metric is, right? In theory and concept, it's nice, but until we define, well, on what metric, right? And
Zip codes.
which zip codes?
Yeah.
And how much testing?
Mm-hmm. All of that.
And I don't know that, frankly, we're prepared to come up with those metrics right here and now. So the question then would be, Dr. Phelps, if we proceeded and our next board meeting's in 2 weeks, and then the first 3 schools theoretically would open a week after that, is there time between now and the next, let me put it this way, is there time between the next board meeting and October 1st to, if we needed to change our minds on this? So here's what I mean. Can we get the metrics presented to the board for adoption at the next board meeting and then come to an agreement on what those metrics ought to be without disrupting the plan to move forward on October 1st?
So you're talking about adopting like a go, no-go date of October 24th to give everybody 1 week of, okay, we're not in purple, go.
No, I'm talking about it. We're going, right? We're going October 1st, regardless of where the county is. But the problem is, unless the local numbers by October 1st are through the roof for some reason, the problem is we haven't defined through the roof. And I don't know if we can define through the roof right here, right now.
So we have another board meeting already scheduled for September 24th. And so what I hear you saying is that if for some reason we go to purple and the numbers are crazy, will the board have an option on September 24th to say we don't want to reopen? Is that what I'm hearing?
In part, right, if the numbers are crazy as of September 24th, locally.
What's crazy?
That's my point, right?
Again,
So
we talking about?
I want staff to come forward with what areas are we going to measure, and then recommendations for what is the threshold. What are the case numbers in the local areas that we ought to use as a baseline for deciding when to pull the plug?
The challenge with that is staff aren't medical experts. We're not the experts. We're supposed to be able to rely on our experts, and even from the expert guidance, we're seeing a lot of back and forth. So this is where I understand everyone in this room and everyone probably watching that's the big struggle right now. So what I would say to Mr. Zane is we would have to look at what the state metrics are, and out of the roof would be back in purple, and that's basically where.
How much of the surrounding area to be in purple?
I'll be honest, we cannot make up our own metrics. I think our families and our parents will eat us alive. Let's just say that. And we are not scientists. We are not health practitioners. We are educators. And so we can only go based off of what this county health department has told us. And what they have told us is that we can reopen if we want. And then once we open, we can stay open regardless of our tiers. Now, again, I give an asterisk that they could always change their mind because they've done that before. But I guess what I'm saying here is that the board needs to make a decision. If you want to open, then we just say we're going to open at that later date. But by September 24th, if for some reason we're in purple and there's a mass infection rate in our community, then could the board then at that time make a decision and say, we change our mind, we don't want to reopen, we're going to stay virtual learning? Absolutely, the board could at that time. Is it enough time? Yes, we can make that adjustment.
Then there's really no question to address with very many nuances the question that's being put before us. It's really, we're committing to October 1st. And if something changes drastically, like stated before, well, we'll have an opportunity to address something drastic on September 24th if necessary.
Absolutely. So. And I just want to do a caveat, like, I guess staff has been getting a lot of emails from principals, like more than 3 now are wanting to reopen. So I just want clarification that the board will allow staff flexibility to determine which schools are prepared to be in the first group, which is October 1st, and then the rest of them coming on October 12th, that it may be more than 3. So
I'm fine with that. Competition's good in this regard, right? The cleanest schools win. So do we need to restate the motion as a result of that?
Yeah.
Well, there was a motion to
We
open
didn't
3.
have a motion at
There was a
this point,
motion to
was
open
there?
3 on October 1st, Abraxas on October 8th, and all the others on.
So if we can just change it and just say that we make a motion that we can begin opening schools on October 1st, Abraxas on October 8th, and the remainder of our schools on October 12th. That should work.
Before we consider that motion, I want to caution principals who are dying to get in there and start. Make sure you talk to all of your staff, not just your teachers. You have a lot of staff who are not certificated on your sites. Make sure they're ready and they're confident in the PPE and the safety measures as well.
Great point, and I would hope that if Ms. Osborne was talking with these principals, that a requisite would be that they have actually questioned their certificated as well as non-certificated.
That's part of the planning that we've asked principals to do, and they have completed that they are working with their classified and their certificated staff on the readiness. And in some cases, certificate is saying right now, and classified is a little mixed. It's unique at each school. But that's, we're working through that so that we can support them.
I love the fact that principals are actually kind of chiming in and saying, well, we want to. So I would actually, I'll do a new motion and motion that schools that meet criteria established by Ms. Osborne for opening on October 1st are able to do so. Abraxas open on October 8th, and the remainder of the elementary schools do so on October 12th.
All right, we've got a motion hanging in the air by Mr. Zane.
I will second that, but I would like to clarify, or maybe in discussion, what is some?
Did I say some? Schools, number to be specified, but determined by Ms.
But the
Osborne.
number, is that 50% now? Is that 75%?
No,
Is it?
we'd rather not give that. So
Okay.
that's what I'm asking for a board to give us that flexibility
Okay.
to determine which schools we can do, depending on different metrics that we're looking for.
On their
readiness.
level of readiness, on the individual school site's level of readiness.
Correct. And we have to look at transportation and make sure all of those, depending on the schools. So we want to look at those factors.
Broader point being is just don't limit it to 3 if we don't have
So we'll
to.
have a pilot group 1 and then group 2 on October 12th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just a second question of clarification before we vote on this. And I know this might sound tangential, but why did we choose to open it by schools phased in and not by grade brackets phased in? And I'm sure you have a good answer. I think we just need to explain that because there were parents that were suggesting.
Because the grade brackets where it could be problematic that I was hearing like from staff and parents is that if we allowed, like, for example, just kindergarten and first to come back, then I'm a parent that has a first grader and a fifth grader. Then I'm driving to school while my fifth grader's at home online. Who's watching my fifth grader? right? And that's only if you're a stay-at-home parent. So that doesn't even consider the working parent. And so to accommodate our parents, I don't think it's fair to say that, that they have to split themselves. And then by the time they drop off one child, then the other child's at home. They have to go back and pick that child up. Then the other child's still online. So it's a lot of that kind of thing, that the logistical parts that we're trying to not complicate for our families.
Thank you.
I would like to. My other comment is, are we leaving room for principals to determine that their kindergartners will not come back until October 12th, even if the rest of their school is opening on October 1st?
They'll work with their teachers, because some kindergarten teachers to see their kids and have half of them back, and we've talked with PFT, if the teachers are in agreement on October 1st, they may be ready to see their kids and bring them back. So principals will work with their teachers.
Any other questions or discussion before a vote on this very similar but new motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll go to Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
Thank you. And everyone else?
Aye.
Aye.
That is 6-0, unanimous again. Okay, on a slightly different note, and just to wrap this back up, we're doing this on October 1st, absent some change that we deem to be major, possibly moving into the purple tier on the 24th.
Correct.
Okay, that's what we just voted on. All right. Are we moving on?
No, what we'd like to
Okay.
talk about now is secondary. So we discussed elementary, so now we need to move on to secondary. Are there any questions in regards to secondary? So I just want to recap. So our recommendation, staff recommendation is that we would like to allow our middle schools and high schools to start bringing back small groups of students based on electives, clubs, and certain courses, while we explore the blended on-campus model and allow some of those schools to start that with voluntary classrooms after the October 1st date.
Question on the definition. Can I get that first?
Sure, absolutely.
Blended on-campus model. We're talking about a teacher who is teaching some students in the classroom, but at the same time, live for virtual students.
Correct.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Exciting, and that sounds scary.
Need to explore that model.
That's in line with notions of not just abandoning everything we've learned since March technologically in the learning environment. And if we can do things like that, I think that's great. That's an innovation and cutting edge as a school district, as a K through 12 school district anyhow.
It also would give us a lot more flexibility in the instance where if there is a child that, let's say, is tested positive and has to be quarantined at home, they can still keep taking their courses online. And it also gives us a flexibility where if a teacher wants to stay virtual and a child is back on campus, they just need to have a location where they can actually have their Chromebooks open. So we would only need to provide resource centers where they can still remain doing their learning on campus. So it gives us maximum flexibility with the least amount of disruption. It's just that we have to explore that option to make sure that we have the technology and the equipment in place to make that happen, and figure out which teachers and how many students does that mean on each of our campuses, because our middle school and high schools are rather large. So we would like to explore the option and try with certain smaller groups with kids first.
I was, one of the questions that was going through my mind during this presentation with regard to secondary were specifics on timeline and dates in a manner similar to the elementary school. I was pleased to hear Mr. Lemaster point out that those sort of specifics and further planning of this would be presented at the September 24th board meeting, which makes sense, particularly because given this phase 2 for secondary, we have that time. We have that flexibility of time. So I do appreciate that. And I like everything you've pulled together here. I just look forward to seeing the specifics on recommended dates and timeline.
I'm looking down at my notes here.
No
Yes,
worries.
Ms. Gouvet.
So I am loving what you're thinking about for high school and middle school, because the one thing I keep saying is, okay, COVID has truly made us have to change the way we look at education. And to me, this is something that as Mr. Zane mentioned, we might be able to take forward with us and really change the face of especially high school. And, allow our kids to be taking some classes from eventually a JC while they're on campus or whatever. It just gives us that flexibility. And most of us in the business world are doing hybrid meetings now, where we have 3 or 4 people with us and some on Zoom, and it works great. And our kids are used to that now. And so to me, this is so exciting, and it doesn't make us have to wait until the end of January necessarily to bring back our quarter kids, because I do understand the teachers were saying they don't want to mix at that middle of that quarter. And this way, it's just fluid, and it's kind of the best situation. And as we alluded to, our high schoolers on the ASB, they can be very responsible. And the idea of kids actively learning online under a tree, that's the San Diego way. And it might make them more impassioned. I mean, it just gives us so much more possibility and flexibility, which meets our kids where they are now. Our kids learn differently than I did, and I'm very excited about this. I'm eager to see it more defined. And I love the idea of bringing and allowing the teachers to choose to bring back the groups that they need, and to do it methodically, carefully, but to really get the kids actively learning again, which has been our goal. So thank you, and super creative. I know a lot of brains went into this, and it was awesome.
So I would like to recommend and ask board to allow staff to phase in small groups of secondary students to return back onto campus in an organized fashion by administrators working with our teachers and staff. And those are targeted learning support groups, social emotional groups, our students services with disabilities, our clubs like yearbook, CTE, ASB, athletics, and then start exploring the blended on-campus model, looking for voluntary groups of teachers and students to start moving in that direction.
I'd agree with all of what you just said there, and I'll just put out there, in anticipation of further detail being presented on the 24th, my preference that grades 6 through 8, the ability for as many of them to return to in-person as possible sometime in November, maybe by mid-November-ish. If it just ends up being the case that, for instance, high schools, for whatever reason, they return fully to in-person after the start of the new year, I personally have a little less problem with that, just because of their independence, their self-sufficiency. I think they can adapt better to this. But if we looked at this holistically and said, we're going to start with our elementary students like we're doing now, October 1st, our next objective and goal ought to be to get our middle school students back in the schools by sometime in November. Ideally, great if high school too, but if not, it's not the end of the world. High school, if it's right after the winter break. Just my personal opinion.
Was that a motion?
No, it's all details are going to come forthcoming on September 24th, right? I'm just putting forth what I would love to see in that as far as timelines and dates, but
staff would like.
Do we need a motion or just consensus that yes, we'd like to see you move forward with all of this?
That would be great. Consensus.
Dr. Patel?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I make one comment first? In one way, I think this is great. Was really concerned at the last board meeting about continuity for our students that would be moving out of the classroom potentially onto OCIS. There was concern from a teacher perspective having to continually write and manage OCIS contracts. I think the blended model addresses this well. It also has the potential with the quarter system, 9 weeks is not far away. So to have to reshuffle at that point was a huge concern of mine. It looks like this could address that, and that's good from my side. I do want to have some reassurance that teachers will be supported in the ways that they need to make this transition. Because that means they will be live streamed or something like live streaming during their class.
And that's why we need that time to explore and have those conversations with our teachers so that we can ask those questions and check on their comfort levels and their classroom setups and so on.
So
Thank you.
I'm confused on the timing. So are we not bringing small groups back until after we discuss things on September 24th, or are small groups starting to come back now?
We would like to start bringing back some small groups at all of our different schools.
Right,
So
right now.
we staff would like to recommend to start doing that for our secondary.
Not October 1st at the same time as elementary, but you're asking.
No, if we can have the flexibility to start when they're ready, and we can get them prepared, the sooner the better. Like, for example, some of our ASB kids and some of our schools have already been meeting informally. But I would like the board to acknowledge and allow us to do it formally as a district, to allow some of these small groups to still gather together and do it in a safe way. So, that includes our students with disabilities, some of our yearbook classes, maybe some of our athletics, some of our smaller targeted support groups, our ELL students that may be needing some support in the classroom, teachers that are volunteering to teach online at the same time that they have some groups of kids in their class. Some other examples, and I'm sure Greg will go into this in the special education opening plan, but one of the conversations that I had, for example, with a high school IA was that she is a one-on-one aide for one of our high school students, and she's trying to do Zoom online, but the student that she supports and provides the one-on-one services for, the aide is doing her Zoom at home and the student is doing her Zoom at home. And then when the teacher tries to put them in breakout rooms, the two are separated and they're in separate breakout rooms. And it really is contradictory to not really providing the designated support that child needs. So one of the things that we suggested is, why can't that aide be in a room, in a classroom at their high school with the student they support, with their Chromebook open, and actually help to support them through their Zoom classes together. And so there is no reason why we wouldn't be able to allow to do that. And so that's why we're asking that, depending on the circumstances and as we work with our individual principals and our schools, that the board allow us to start phasing in different small groups and scenarios like that when and where it's possible.
So with the special ed in particular, why wouldn't that also be appropriate for the elementary schools at this time then? Sorry.
I think that Greg can talk about that during his reopening plan. But I think high school is a lot different in a lot of ways, that they're a lot more independent, and they have different services and requirements with their support staff that they have. So
I think that there's consensus, if not unanimity, on the goals and the objectives outlined for secondary. It's just that the specifics will come forth on September 24th, and hopefully within those specifics we'll see the dates for a phased in for the secondary beyond just cohorts, right? I'd like to see, we gave an October 12th for all of elementary. Well, I'd love to see a November something for all of middle school, as an example.
And September 24th date, we'll have for the board examples of what groups and who specifically have come back, as well as a plan moving forward.
I am much more comfortable with bringing everyone back in these phases, given the enhanced safety pieces. Our PPE has dramatically improved from when we were first talking about it over the summer. I'm very, very pleased to see that staff has been responsive to things that we're hearing from our employees and from the board, asking for more of that. I don't think I would be able to support going back if we didn't have all of these pieces. So I do want to thank everyone for making that happen. And I know it's taken a while to get all the necessary pieces to the right sites, and I know we're still working on that, but I'm hearing before October 1st, it's going to be there and it's going to be great. So anyway, just a thank you that the enhanced protective equipment, though it costs a lot more money, it's worth it, and I'm glad we decided that. So thank you.
I think we're done on this item.
Yeah, are we? That's it? No, we nodded here, so we're good with this. I am going to call for a 5-minute break right now before we bring up Mr. Mizell. Okay, 5 minutes.
So if you can do
You guys. Well.
Wait.
Okay, everybody, we're back. We are on item 4.6. Special education reopening plan. Mr. Mizell. Oh, and we do have some public speakers, I'm guessing, since you're sitting there, Ms. Peck. Thank you.
We do, Madam President. Thank you. The following are public comments for agenda item 4.6. The first is from Scott Womble. The recent letter from the California Department of Public Health that clearly defines the allowances for reopening of schools with small groups. The rules call for schools to prioritize opening for small groups of children with disabilities and those who have special needs. With this new guidance, I would like to know if you will be reopening Abraxas to in-person learning quickly, since the teachers and staff at Abraxas already have the necessary plans in place from the July opening. I fail to see a reason why this reopening cannot occur now as opposed to waiting until October 8th. The idea of distance learning is not a viable option for the transition students at Abraxas, and this education model is woefully inadequate for meeting the students' needs and supporting their IEP, a great deal of which cannot be supported at all through distance learning. In order for the students to even marginally participate in distance learning requires a commitment from parents to keep students engaged, on track with constant support and guidance. In order to fill in the gaps that result from the distance learning, the parent must take on the teacher's role, some while managing their own full-time jobs. This is yet another reason that schools need to reopen. The next comment is from Julie Lopez. I'm a parent of a child in PUSD's special education program, and I'm also a litigation attorney here in San Diego. I'm submitting this comment in support of reopening in-person special education classes right away because waiting another month or even a week is too much learning loss for these special kids. My son is in second grade in a special day class at Park Village. Like many, if not all, of the children in his class, he thrives in the special day program, but has struggled mightily to access learning remotely. His teacher is outstanding, and she and the school have undertaken a Herculean effort to set up the technical aspects of remote learning for the fall. But even with seamless technology and admirable dedication, my son's learning capacity is gravely diminished in a virtual environment. It has been heartbreaking to sit next to him every day last semester and this fall and watch him struggle and see his already shaky confidence dwindle in the face of barriers we cannot overcome while on a remote platform. Recent OAH rulings interpreting the state's guidelines for reopening make it clear that there would be no legal barrier to opening small special education classes. In consideration of a child's motion for stay put to resume in-person services, one recent OAH decision concluded the California Department of Education guidelines under Governor Newsom's executive order establish that schools are not precluded from providing in-person educational services. Undoubtedly, there are considerations outside of legal constraints relevant to the reopening of schools, such as whether the individual school sites have implemented physical safety measures sufficient to return in person. The special day program is uniquely a small, stable cohort that can be brought back on campus with social distancing and protective measures in place. The class sizes are small, so physical space can be provided between students. The teacher-to-student ratio is low, so monitoring the use of masks can be accomplished. I am hopeful that PUSD's previous plan for in-person start date of September 2nd has already allowed the sites time to prepare for kids' return. Special education students are the least able to access their education remotely and need in-person instruction the most. Please vote to resume SPED programs in person right away. The next comment is from Aaron DeVries. My son has an IEP and needs help with distance learning ASAP. Who can we contact about accommodations? It seems this should have been addressed before or as soon as school reopened. And the final comment on this agenda item is from Dustin Wallace. I have a special needs child who is not getting the education he needs by virtual learning. He cannot interact with other kids and teachers, which he so desperately needs. Get the special needs kids back in the classroom. That concludes public comments for item 4.6.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beck. And now we'll turn it over to Mr. Mizell.
Thank you. So ever since schools were closed March 16th under emergency closure orders to help slow the spread of COVID-19.
Mr. Mizell, can you put the mic right up to your and talk? Thank you.
Test. Okay, sorry, apologize. So ever since schools were closed March 16th under emergency closure orders to help slow the spread of COVID-19, I've thought about the quote that hangs in Dr. Phelps' office. Great leaders always have the voices of our children ringing in their ears. It was the backstory for why our team opened the option for on-campus in-person instruction during ESY last July, when no one else in the state did. It was the backstory for why our team worked so hard during the summer months to prepare for reopening, creating professional development opportunities for certificated and classified staff, analyzing survey data related to staff and student interest to returning to campus if and when conditions allowed. And it was the backstory for why we advocated so fiercely with the California Department of Public Health for permission to recommence assessments necessary to determine a child's eligibility for special education services. When we received the news earlier this month that schools could reopen in San Diego County, no team was more excited than ours. While all students experienced some struggle transitioning from live, in-person instruction to learning virtually, no group has struggled more acclimating to distance learning than students with disabilities. It is, for that reason, absolutely critical that we resume providing related services and instruction to this student population as soon as reasonably feasible. I'd like to share an excerpt from just one email I recently received on this topic. My son is 4 years old and diagnosed with autism. He's nonverbal and was receiving speech therapy only through school since we have no insurance. He also received occupational therapy once a week. My son was making rapid progress before schools closed. Now, he has regressed in a way that makes me tear up even writing it. He looked forward to school, to seeing his teachers and classmates. He knew they understood him and supported him. Since schools closed, my son has had very few social interactions. He doesn't interact with kids in his age group. We are told by the regional center that they can't help us because he's over 3 years old. We've not been able to access any service providers or therapies as a result. He's gone now almost 6 months with no speech, no OT, and little social interaction. I can't put him in a private school because I'm told they don't have resources to help children like mine. We finally got insurance to get him therapy and just learned recently that wait times at Rady's are 6+ months. I'm so sad for my son. I wish I could teach. I wish I could provide speech services or occupational therapy, but I lack the knowledge. I don't have the skills. I just want my son to have the opportunity to learn and to grow again like he was before schools closed. Next. Tonight, our team will be sharing with you some of the highlights of our work over the last several months, as well as our team's recommendations related to reopening. You will hear from each of the special education directors. Indeed, our children's voices are ringing in our ears tonight, as I know they are in yours. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you this evening. Ms. Tiffany King, you're first up.
Next slide, please. After extended school year concluded, our team transitioned immediately into preparing our staff for the upcoming school year. Content was created to support our staff in both virtual and on-campus in-person environments. In addition to the great professional development opportunities coordinated by LSS and Tech and Innovation, the Special Education Department was also able to offer over 20 training sessions for teachers, instructional assistants, and service providers. We had over 1,200 participants in our trainings, which included topics such as creating equal access in a co-taught math class, adapting ELA pull-out sessions, instructional assistant support during virtual learning, engaging students with disabilities via Zoom, tips and tricks for virtual IEP meetings, building culture of relationships in a virtual world, virtual study skills and learning strategies, building language virtually, and mental health for staff, and many more. Thank you to all of our talented staff who stepped up to create and facilitate these amazing trainings. Now I will hand it over to Special Education Director Jody Payne to discuss assessments.
I thought I would have to use my loud teacher voice, but saved by the bell there. All right, thank you. All right, so our special education assessment team, primarily led by our school psychologist, collected data from neighboring school districts such as Grossmont, San Diego Unified, and San Marcos Unified regarding their special education assessment processes and procedures during COVID. Additional input was gathered from community-based private psychologists who had also initiated in-person assessment in their office. In addition, our district resource nurses served as crucial consultants in this process. Once in the draft form, the assessment procedures were vetted by our legal counsel prior to being shared throughout the system with our staff team members. The assessment logistics include a general overview of the process for the psychologist, related service providers, and case managers. Parents are important partners in this process. All parents of students to be assessed for special education supports and/or services will receive a letter of consent to be completed prior to the initiation of in-person assessments. Assessment protocol identifies the steps that will be followed the day of the assessment. This protocol includes streamlined access to assessment materials across providers, such as assessment materials being stored in a centralized location at the site. When the parent and the student arrive on campus in person, the assessor reviews the COVID risk factor checklist. This checklist is a requirement each and every time the student is brought to the testing site. Next slide, please. Thank you. Strict sanitizing protocols in accordance with California Department of Public Health and San Diego County Health and Human Services Agency guidelines and recommendations are followed to ensure student safety throughout the process. Our assessment teams resumed in-person testing the week of August 23rd, and IEP meetings will be convening to review the finding of these assessment results. And I'd like to now introduce the newest member of our special education director team, Jeanette Anderson.
Thank you. I'm certain you recall that in late July, the district hosted a parent town hall Q&A session for community and staff members. By August 3rd, and on multiple occasions since then, the special education department has continued the work of meeting with community members as well as classified and certificated staff in order to ensure informal Q&A opportunities were offered to all. Likewise, we have been coordinating collaborative troubleshooting work groups in effort to ensure that our teams are ready to provide smooth transitions back to on-campus, in-person assessment, and subsequent service delivery. As special educators, we are very well versed at providing services to students who may be health compromised. With that said, I'd like to offer our sincere thanks to Trevor Wilson and Chad Costner, who have been responsible for purchasing large amounts of PPE. They've also been highly effective in ensuring that it arrived and was organized quickly so that we could distribute it in earnest. We continue to push out PPE as shipments arrive. Large-scale distribution of PPE began on the week of August 16th. By the week of the 24th, we'd pushed it out to all school psychologists, And by the week of the 31st, it had gone out to all related service providers. As we continued to troubleshoot assessment and service delivery protocol with specific service providers, risk management was particularly helpful in ensuring we had additional PPE based on the needs of students in those particular categories that were served by those service providers. At this point, all of our service providers have received PPE, and there's a dedicated space to support assessments at every school site. As we receive more PPE, we continue to push it out immediately. This includes distribution of over 140 UV wands, plexiglass partitions, gloves, disinfecting wipes, face masks, face shields, safety protocols, and tomorrow our speech and language pathologists and OTs will receive individualized plexiglass partitions to further the safety measures. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Heather, our other Director of Special Education. Sorry about that, it's Tiffany.
If you can go back one slide, that would be great. Thank you. We are excited to be engaging in conversations and planning with staff at our sites to identify cohorts of students for whom we can begin planning a return to campus as soon as possible. In collaboration with PSEA and PFT, and with a deep dive into the survey data collected by the district, we are currently aligning results to identify plans for students and staff who are ready and willing to return to campus for in-person instruction. We are actively working with our transportation department and labor partners to mitigate challenges at the sites where data has revealed a mismatch between student, staff, and family data. We are actively establishing protocol for staff and students entering campus, determining PPE needs for some of our specialized programs ready to come back to school, determining restroom and break areas for students and staff, establishing a protocol for student support, tech and maintenance needs if they arise on campus. And we are continuously collaborating with our colleagues in the transportation department to plan a practical plan for our students who require special education transportation and would like to return as soon as possible. Now we will pass it over to Special Education Director Heather Schauder.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As a department, team, and community, we have demonstrated our desire and commitment to getting our students with disabilities back on campus in-person learning as soon as possible. Our July 2020 extended school year on-campus program served as a successful trial for returning very small cohorts of students to on-campus instruction safely. Over the past few months, Mr. Mizell, all of the directors and program specialists have engaged in very meaningful conversations with parents, special education teachers, service providers, and instructional assistants. Through these conversations, the unique needs of our students with disabilities were shared, and their challenges in accessing learning through virtual means have been very thoughtfully discussed and considered. Based on these crucial dialogues, our keen understanding of these needs, and our work to move forward, we strongly recommend that we continue our in-person assessment services, resume on-campus in-person related services, including instructional aid support for students, and ultimately bring small, stable cohorts of students back to school campuses for in-person instruction. Because of the very unique needs of perhaps our most vulnerable students, we do recommend reopening our special education classes and services as soon as possible. This would be in alignment with the dates and scaffolded numbers of school sites presented by Learning Support Services as early as September 24th and sooner for some related services. We know these recommended dates have changed during the course of tonight's meeting. However, we are extremely motivated to get our students with disabilities back to campuses, even if this means they do so prior to their non-disabled peers. As with our current planning, this would be based on aligning students and staff who have selected to return on campus.
Next. All right, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell, and all the directors out there. Shall we start? I'll just start. My first question here is, I love that you have so many educators and aides who are ready to go. I do note that most of what you've talked about is getting students with disabilities who receive their education in special day classes, not necessarily the students with disabilities who are in a general education setting. Is there any plan for bringing those students back? They're not necessarily students without high needs. They're just, their parents and their IEP teams have chosen a different environment for their education.
Completely agree. So for those students who are fully included, what I would suggest is that they will return when their typical peers do, because that's the program that their families have opted to access, and that's the experience they want their child to have. So I can't, without gen ed peers, typical peers on campus, I can't replicate that experience, right? So next, I would say, with those children with disabilities who have chosen prior to this pandemic that course for their instructional delivery, if they want to return to campus in some form, providing you guys open the door for that to occur, we could certainly make arrangements for, again, in the category of small, stable cohorts of kids, creatively for different groups of students besides just special day classes to return to receive related services, maybe to work with an instructional assistant, even during virtual instruction.
So that's where I was going to go, that most of our students with disabilities, even if they receive the bulk of their education in a general education setting, still receive their specialized academic services, their service providers, sometimes in a pull-out, sometimes in a push-in model. But I will say from my own personal experience with my child with a disability that push-in services aren't really happening that way, and I'm having a hard time imagining it with my son's service providers. How do you do push-in when we're in Zoom? So that I'm interested at least in knowing that we're considering, even for students generally in general education classes, that they still would have an option to come in to work with an IA or potentially just to receive their related services in person.
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay, thank you. That's the one glaring thing about this, is it sounds a lot like we're assuming that all of our students with disabilities are in special day classes, and they're not.
Correct.
So just want to make sure. Yeah, I should have known. Of course you are. And don't make me cry again. That's unbecoming of the president of the board. All right, I'll move along now. Who's next?
I'll just make a quick comment. Thank you for the presentation. It did directly address my question earlier in the evening about what about our elementary school kids. And I appreciate, I should have known, I should have looked more carefully at the deck last night when it came out. But I do appreciate this presentation, and I look forward to supporting it. Do we want a motion? Do we need a motion?
I have one more question before we go to
Go
a
for it.
motion, if no one else does. No? All right, I've got one more. We're talking about related service providers. Let's say speech. Speech therapy that pulls, in other years, has pulled students from multiple classes because they happen to be at the same grade level, or the same ability level for a social conversation 30-minute session. How does that work when we're trying to keep stable cohorts? Can you pull students from different classrooms into a speech therapy setting? Are we going to have a way to do that, where maybe they do their therapies outside 6 feet apart? I know we have better PPE now with our shields, our plexiglass shields and things. Has there been a thought to how, because either we're crossing through cohorts or we're not following that model anymore?
So what we've suggested, at least at the onset, is that we provide services and assessments. We're already running assessments, and so assessments and I would say related services, at least in the first phase, Ideally, it would be one-on-one. And then once staff are comfortable with the protocols, and we believe we're ready systemically to increase the challenge, then we can talk about small groups and mitigating some of the challenge that you're describing. How do you do that?
But I also want to address too that the county made it clear to us that cohorts do not apply to schools when schools reopen. So the cohorting was only applicable to the daycare situations and not to cohorting in schools when school is open. So we can provide those services. So a speech therapist, in essence, could bring back groups of kids. And when we have those partitions up, you could have a table and service a whole table full of kids with those partitions in between each of the students. So that's totally possible.
I'm just imagining the ways this can work, and I've been engaged in that work with my son's service provider, so it's fresh in my mind. I'm doing this every day with him since school started, so I'm really interested in this.
I would say when it comes to providing services, speech services, we'll just stay on that in that lane, that not every child presents with the same level of challenge or disability, and so some groups of students might work, right? Those who are more independent, those who, I could foresee, right, scenarios where, just like Dr. Phelps is suggesting, you could have a room with several students in it. But I can also foresee service providers working with students who are more profoundly disabled. And in that case, for their safety and for our students' safety, it might still be best to reduce the number of students we're serving, maybe even one-to-one.
I don't disagree with that assessment. I think it's a matter of trying to follow their IEPs as closely as possible at this point, and yeah,
doing the best that we can.
Absolutely, and in good faith that this is it right now, and I like that I like what we're contemplating here. That I approve. I guess I'm ready for a motion now, unless anybody else wants to talk about this. I feel like the only one speaking right now, so I'll stop. I'm feeling happy.
I'll make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation that we continue to allow on-campus in-person assessments, resume on-campus in-person related services, including instructional aid support for students after September 24, and resume on-campus in-person instruction for small, stable cohorts of students who struggle learning virtually after September 24.
There's a motion by Mr. Zane. Is there a second?
I will second that, and that was very impressive.
I wrote it down on all my notes. It's on my notes right here.
All right, that's a second by Dr. Patel. Are there any more discussion? No, seeing none. All right, seeing none, then I'll go to our student board member.
Aye.
And everyone else, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous, 6-0. Get on it.
Thank you.
This does take us to 5.1, approval of the consent calendar. I will go down the line here in the order that we're sitting in tonight and ask if anyone has anything to pull from the consent calendar. Ms. Bilsma? No? Mr. Zane?
Nothing to pull.
Ms. Beatty?
Yes. 5.3B.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
4A, 5.7B.
Hold on, start again.
Yes.
And what was the next
5.4A and 5.7B.
Okay, Ms. Couvrette? And Dr. Patel?
Nothing to pull.
Okay, is there a motion to approve absent those 3 items that Ms. Beatty pulled? Motion by Dr. Patel?
Second.
Second by Mr. Zane. No preferential vote for our student this time. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, that is 5-0. Let's go to those 3. 5.3B. B. All right. 5.3B is ratification of district purchase orders. Mr. Little.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is our monthly request for the board's approval. It's quite a long list this month, obviously, given that we're at the beginning of a fiscal year. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Beatty, you're up.
So this is 5.4A. The purchase order numbers are 112 through 116, so it concerns the AP Calculus adoption. Also on the consent agenda on 5.4A is the recommendation of the adoption of the AP Calculus textbook. So my question on that one is, just skipping to that one, is are these normally placed on consent? And then the question with reference to the purchase order is that it appears we've already purchased the books that we have yet to adopt. So I just wanted that addressed.
Occasionally, we bring the contract for approval along with the purchase order at the same meeting, especially if we're trying to facilitate and expedite the order. So the purchase order is just the approval and the authority to place the order with the vendor. So we haven't purchased them yet. We were waiting for the board's approval this evening, but once we get that approval, the PO will go out first thing tomorrow morning.
I did, yeah. I was just looking back at I was just pausing because just of the purchase order date was last month. So that's not the date that the check is cut to the vendor, Cengage.
Again, I think we're ratifying the purchase order, and we're seeking approval for the vendor under 5.4B.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you explain the process again? So it's got the date of August 27th as the purchase order date. So what does that effectively mean?
My guess is that staff put in the purchase order prior to creating the green sheet, right? So we again probably seeking purchase order ratification. It exceeded the amount. We knew that we were going to purchase these textbooks, so we were trying to get a jump on the purchase, let the vendor know it's coming, and then we backfilled and did the green sheet at this meeting while ratifying, bringing forward the PO for ratification. So we're kind of doing it in one fell swoop at the same time. Because remember, last month was the first reading, so I think that had there been some pushback from the board that, no, those calculus textbooks are not going to work for us, we probably would not have gone forward with creating the purchase order. But because we had the first reading of the textbooks, we created the purchase order. That's why it has an August date. And now this is the action to approve the textbook adoption vis-a-vis the first reading.
There was no question, pushback, or concerns in that month period of time from the first reading till now. And oftentimes this is kind of what districts do in order to ensure we can get materials and supplies in a timely manner. And so sometimes it kind of works backwards. This was our way of expediting the order.
Okay. Very good. And so I can skip 5.4A as well. I just takes care of both of those. Thank you.
All right, well, we need a motion to approve 5.3B.
I will move to approve 5.3B.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Beatty, second by Mr. Zane. Any discussion? All right. A purchase order. I'm trying to decide if we have, is this a student board member vote? Not knowing whether it is or not, I'm going to skip you this time, Ms. Bylsma. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, and then you said you were happy with 5.4A, so is there a motion to approve that?
I move to approve 5.4A.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Beatty, second by Dr. Patel. Any discussion on this?
Quick question procedurally, Mr. Little. If by some chance we were to not approve this one, what would happen to the purchase order?
We would either not send them or we would recall them,
Thank you.
depending where they are in the queue.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that's 5-0 as well. And, okay, what was next? 5.7B. We have public comments on this one? Okay, wait, let me get to it. Approval for the Poway Unified School District's Board of Education meetings to continue meeting in person. Ms. Peck. I almost called you Dr. Phelps.
All right, we have several comments for agenda item 5.7B. The first is from Terry Norwood. In August, the closed session and open session board meetings were held with members in person. This change had not been approved. It looks like the certain school board members made a decision ahead of time, a Brown Act violation. How else would the student rep know to meet on site when every other meeting since March has been a virtual meeting? Was she given a choice as to where to meet virtually or on site? For the board to present an item to vote before thinking it through is careless. For agenda item 5.7 to have for agenda item 5.7C to have been dismissed upon opening the August 13th board meeting, especially with an irrelevant reason, is unprofessional. This means the matter was not even thought through thoroughly, indicating more time needs to be spent evaluating which items are of most importance to address at board meetings. This issue, meeting virtually or in person, certainly should not even be on the list. Furthermore, there is a real possibility of a health issue preventing a board member from attending the board meeting in person. Do not disregard the governor's executive order. N2920, during this heightened time of health concerns. Other San Diego County government boards will still allow meeting virtually, including the San Diego County Board of Education, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, and the Poway and San Diego City Councils. At any time, one of you could be quarantined by the virus, not allowing a quorum, thereby no board meetings would be held, jeopardizing PUSD. Respectfully, Terry Norwood. The next comment is from Melody Cruz. I'm a parent of multiple PUSD graduates and a concerned taxpayer in this school system. I believe that all of our board members should be attending every meeting in person. Our children have a right to proper education, which starts with the school board's work. Our county has laid out guidelines on how to reopen safely. With the board's reasonable precautions already being taken, school board members should be present and vote in person, for if they can't do that for our children, what's the point of being on the board? Our children face unprecedented times, and our board should be willing to show up to make sure students and constituents are taken care of. Our students come first, and at the very least, our school board members should be willing to follow reasonable guidelines and meet in person safely. If the board can't handle meeting in person, how can it expect schools to reopen in person? The next comment is from Richard Smith. School board meetings must be held in person. I have seen firsthand the Zoom fatigue faced by everyone at this point in this pandemic. Our students and teachers do not deserve this fatigue when it is their future that we are discussing. With the county producing safe guidelines for reopening and our board fitting within those guidelines, I'm more than sure our board can handle an in-person meeting to ensure the business of the district is addressed. When a board member misses a meeting, what other responsibilities are being neglected? Our whole board, except one member, sees the importance of meeting in person and showing their dedication to our schools and our children. We must hold our board to a higher standard and have them put forth the necessary effort for our children. The next comment is from Nellie Kuwamoto. I am a taxpayer here in PUSD concerned about the education our students are receiving. I believe school board trustees should only receive a stipend for meetings they've shown up for. Our students are going to school during a time with unprecedented budget shortfalls because of COVID. With these shortfalls, our students and teachers deserve every dime we can spare for them. And if one of our school board trustees were to collect a stipend without showing up, it would be a crime of theft against our children. I'm asking that we make sure as much money as possible goes towards our students, and I hope no one has received a stipend for unearned work. The next comment is from Ken Wilson. As a Poway taxpayer, I believe that the school board should resume meeting in person. I find it ridiculous that board member Beatty has been absent and missed so many board meetings. In fact, she has missed more than 50% of all school board meetings. This is not acceptable as an elected official. I sure hope that she wasn't paid for all the school board meetings that she missed. I'm requesting a public records request for all records of Mrs. Beatty's payroll for all the board meetings that she missed during her term. I also demand that we contact the Humboldt District Attorney's Office where she works and let them know that she is violating multiple laws. Also, based on all your board reports, it appears that you haven't stepped foot onto any school campus or attended any community events during your elected terms. What makes you ethically fit to serve as a school board member who was elected by our community? How can you serve our schools when you are never here? What makes you even able to serve in any district attorney's office is baffling to many who have watched you skirt around the law for years and get away with it. Like your shenanigans of placing illegal door hangers during the last election. Fortunately, you were caught on camera and exposed on the news. Whatever happened to that investigation by the FPPC? I'm not sure what you do other than to stir up trouble for the district, other board members, the community, and share confidential information with a few of your negative, crazy friends and allies who also have no other interest other than to spread their horrible lies and false rumors throughout our community. If you can't be here to attend the board meetings, then you shouldn't be paid and you shouldn't be on the board. The next comment is from Victoria Wilson. As a taxpayer and Poway resident, I am concerned that our schools and areas have not been adequately represented. I'm assuming that item 5.7B is back on the board agenda this month due to a board member, Kimberly Beatty's repetitive and noticeable absence from the school board meetings. I demand that she resigns from the board. It is common knowledge that she no longer is living in the county and resides in Northern California, where she is currently employed working for the Humboldt County District Attorney's Office. Ms. Beatty, as a district attorney, you should be ashamed of yourself. You know the law clearly states that if you no longer reside in the area for which you have been elected, then you're supposed to step down. This should have been done as soon as you accepted the job years ago. But once again, you think the laws don't apply to you, but only to everyone else. The ethical and legal thing for Ms. Beatty to do is to resign. Our community and our families deserve better, and do the right thing for once. The final comment is from Michelle Wield. In light of the current COVID situation, and especially with a student representative in your midst, in-person board meetings seem unnecessary and should be optional. Also, your safety protocols are listed for the pulled agenda item last month did not include mandatory face coverings at these meetings. What was the reasoning for this omission? Isn't California requiring people to wear face coverings in most public places to reduce the spread of COVID-19? That concludes the public comments for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Peck. Dr. Phelps. It's listed as your item. I can just go to Ms. Beatty. Ms. Beatty, what was the issue with this? What was your question?
So the agenda item is a green sheet, and a green sheet is a cover letter. As the board knows, it's a cover letter to explain the item that's being approved, but there's no backup documentation, so it's not clear what the board is approving. So I think that needs to be determined, and then if it's an approval regarding meetings, then that would be the purview of board bylaws, and there would need to be a draft of a new proposed bylaw for the board to discuss and act upon.
So item 5.7B is asking for the approval that we, the regular scheduled board meetings to continue to meet in person in the community rooms This is unusual and unprecedented because it normally would be in the board meetings, but because of the COVID and the closures, we were forced to go via Zoom. But since the reopening, board members were given the option to return back in person. So like the earlier comment, I believe Ms. Norwood made that said there was a violation of Brown Act, that was not the case. Staff, myself, had contacted each board member, including our student board member, giving them the option to return back or to go via Zoom. And the board members chose to come back. And so the Brown Act authorizes the local governing boards to hold public meetings that include teleconferencing. The governor's executive order temporarily waives some requirements of the Brown Act regarding teleconference meetings and public attendance due to the COVID-19 situation. The executive order does not require governing boards to conduct meetings remotely, and both the executive order and the Brown Act leave the decision regarding whether to include teleconferencing to the governing board. So the Board of Education we're asking the Board of Education to make a public decision, so in full transparency, whether or not you want to continue meeting in person in the boardroom, social distancing, safety protocols in place, moving forward.
So again, it's a procedural issue. So since March, the board, with the exception of last month and this month, the board was meeting via Zoom and the teleconferencing, if you will. And the board bylaws allow for that as the board's option, and that's how the board went to Zoom since March. So the question is if that is going to change how the procedure as to how meetings are conducted. If there's to be a change, then that would have to be done via a draft policy changing the current board bylaw.
When we contacted legal counsel, that's not what we were advised. And so what we're asking is that just to have it full transparent so that in a public open board meeting, the board members can express whether or not you choose to return back in person to meet again. The reason why we went via teleconferencing in March was because based on the governor's orders, that was the only option that we had. But now that we are able to reopen, returning back in person is a viable option for school boards.
Right. With regard to the governor's orders, they haven't changed since March. So the issue, again, is procedural. First of all, a green sheet isn't an action item. A green sheet is just a cover sheet explaining the action item that the board is approving, whether it's an MOU or a contract or a bylaw. So it would have to be consistent with the current board bylaws. Interplaying with the governor's executive order allowed the board to conduct meetings via teleconference since March. So the governor's order basically interplayed with the current board bylaws. That would have to be modified. I mean, the bylaws would have to be modified in order to achieve whatever is the goal, which is not exactly clear here from this green sheet.
I don't believe that's accurate because we're just asking that the board go back to make a decision to go back to pre-COVID with now the current health guidelines in place. So just meeting in person. If the board bylaws had to be adjusted, then it would have needed to be adjusted even pre-COVID. So that would not be accurate.
Do you have a specific motion in mind, Dr. Phelps? Is there a specific motion?
So the green sheet, as Ms. Beatty articulated, is a green sheet to explain what the approval, the action that the board would take fell under consent, but since Ms. Beatty pulled it, now we're asking the board to make a motion, make an action, or take action and vote on to approve that our regularly school board of Education meetings continue to meet in person in the community room and not via teleconferencing.
I'll make the motion as stated with the addition of unless the superintendent and board president call for the meeting of the board to be held by teleconferencing, and unless there is a risk of there not being a quorum met for the called meeting.
So I think I would object to that based on the legal opinion stating that no individual board member could make the decision. It has to be a decision made by the body as per the Brown Act.
Well, we have a motion on the floor at this point. If you'd like to make a different motion, that's fine. If someone would like to second this motion, we would accept that.
I think my motion would be to bring back the agenda item with the board bylaw in order to make the board procedure consistent.
I'm gonna second Mr. Zane's motion. So we have a motion and a second. We'll vote on that before we take up Ms. Beatty's motion. Any discussion on this motion and second?
I guess just a question, what exactly would be the caveats, the carve-outs?
I was suggesting that if the superintendent or the president were to call the meeting of the board to be by teleconference, that would be the exception to the in-person meeting per the motion, as well as if it appeared as if we were not going to meet a quorum, it would allow for individual board members to call in or teleconference in.
So if an individual board member had to quarantine for, say, pre-surgery, and there would still be a quorum, then they would have to miss the meeting?
That would, in essence, be the result of the motion I just made, yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Functionally speaking, that would be the result of the motion, yes.
So how would the superintendent or the board president make the decision as to whether or not to meet in person? What would be their criteria?
It would be the same criteria as it was for the past decade of years of meetings being held in the Board of Education room. The same criteria. So if board members are not in attendance, then they would not qualify to be paid for that board meeting.
No, the question is how would they make the determination to go back to Zoom?
How theoretically might you and Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe decide to hold a meeting by teleconference versus in person?
If the governor gave executive orders that everything had to be shut down and people could not meet in person in any buildings, that would be an example.
So as long as there's a quorum, if there's less than a quorum that can't either because of they're ill or because they have to quarantine or they are a family member or in high risk category, if any one of those situations occur, as long as there's at least 3 board members in attendance, then those board members would be unable to attend. Is that correct?
I didn't understand. Can you repeat your question?
So I'm in trying to understand what the criteria would be if up to 2 board members either became ill or became COVID positive or had to quarantine for any reason, then they would just be unable to attend. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would be the same protocols as it would be if it were scheduling a board meeting even pre-COVID.
Okay. Well, even pre-COVID, the board allows for teleconferencing. That was the point, that it's written into the board bylaws, that the board allows for teleconferencing.
We have never allowed for teleconferencing prior to COVID, to my knowledge.
Correct. Well, we haven't done it, but the board, this is why I'm suggesting that we actually look at the board bylaw to make sure that this is in alignment, because the board bylaw 9320 states that the board may teleconference.
That would be in accordance with the Brown Act, which also requires that the locations of the teleconferencing be open to the public, that the notice be posted there with appropriate notice for a board meeting. There are all kinds of caveats in the Brown Act for when teleconferencing would be allowed. Those are not relevant at this time.
That's correct, and the agenda would then have to also be posted at that board member's location. So, for example, Ms. Beatty is currently at an alternate location. In order to adhere to Brown Act, then we would have to post the location of where she's at and the agenda, and allow public to be present wherever she's located.
Correct. The Brown Act actually cites the example of a board member being on a cruise and requiring to actually post the board notice of the board meeting outside their cabin, so they're not required to pay for members of the public to join them on the cruise. So that's actually an Attorney General opinion with regard to the teleconferencing. So obviously the governor's executive order did away with that. But again, this goes back to my point that the board bylaw allows for teleconferencing. Whether the board exercised that option or not is irrelevant. We need to make sure that whatever action item we pass tonight is consistent with the current board bylaws. We worked very hard 4 years ago to overhaul our board policies and procedures because they were decades out of date. So we don't want to then mess that up by then passing a green sheet item that doesn't comport with the current board bylaw that's inconsistent, because it's just going to create confusion. So we want to be consistent. That's one of the main jobs of the board is
Ms.
to
Beatty, I would point out
bylaws.
that what we're doing right now is not consistent with our board bylaws. By allowing you to teleconference in without following the Brown Act, that doesn't adhere to our board bylaws either. This is a unique situation. We're in a pandemic. We have a waiver of certain requirements of the Brown Act at this time, and the way that the green sheet reads, it's asking the board to approve meeting in person. I don't think there's anything, that's all there is to it. I don't think it's as complicated as you're making it.
Well, the governor's executive order didn't weigh in on the teleconferencing. That already existed prior to the governor's executive order. His order just stated that board members weren't required to be geographically in the district, and that the posting requirement was also suspended. So that's sort of separate and apart from the whole teleconferencing issue. It seems like what the board is attempting to address today is the teleconferencing portion of this, and that's the part that's in our current board bylaws that's permitted. So again, that should be addressed with the board bylaws.
I've had a request to call the question at this point. Is there any further discussion? I'm unclear on the parliamentary procedure if I have to call the question or if that's subject to a vote. So, all right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Bilsma, I should have allowed you to vote on this item.
Aye.
All right, so that item passes 5-1. That takes us to item 6.1, approval of California School Boards Association Board Policies 4000 Series, second reading. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam President. 6.1 is approval of a board policy for a drug and alcohol-free workplace. At our August 13th, 2020 board meeting, the board has presented a first reading of this board policy following the updated CSBA board policy template. The newly formatted policy following CSBA's template encompasses our prior board policy and admin procedure and includes the procedure as well as the policy in the updated policy. This evening, the board is asked to consider the second reading of this policy and approve it so that we can post it along with our newly updated policies.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Zane. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Patel. Any discussion on this? We have had a chance to see this already. All right. Ms. Bilsma, for your preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And for everyone else? Aye.
Aye.
That passes 6-0. Item 6.2, approval of resolution number 09-2021, entitled Resolution Regarding the Elimination or Reduction in Hours of Classified Positions, as contained within Exhibit A and corresponding layoff of classified employees. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam President. Due to a lack of funding of certain school foundation funded positions at 2 of our elementary schools, the local foundation has indicated it will not have the funding in the 2020-21 school year to continue a 3-hour instructional assistant PE position at Garden Road and a 2-hour instructional assistant position at Sunset Hills. In addition, due to a lack of work and a loss of funding for a student services specialist position, 1 6-hour-a-day student services specialist position at Oak Valley Middle School is proposed to be eliminated. However, the school will still maintain a 5-hour-a-day student services specialist position that will meet the current student and program needs at that site that are intended to be serviced by this classification. The district will work with PSCI on the impacts and effects of the elimination of these positions, and all layoff rights procedures and notifications will be followed in accordance with our provisions in the Ed Code as well as our collective bargaining agreements and our Personnel Commission rules. The board is asked to approve this resolution regarding the elimination of 3 positions.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Is there a motion or any questions? I'll take either one.
I have a question. I'm particularly concerned about Oak Valley's student services specialist. Should, if the community there was able to raise sufficient funds through was this from grant funding or from school foundation funding?
This is from a combination of grant funding and general fund funding.
Okay, so not a school foundation funded specialist.
That's correct. It's
okay,
not.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I can turn my mic back on. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. On a motion by Dr. Patel, second by Mr. Zane. And the moral of the story is don't forget to give to your children's school foundation and PTAs. They do a lot of good work. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 7.1, approval of resolution number 07-2021 entitled Authorizing and Providing for the Issuance of Special Tax Refunding Bonds of Poway Unified School District Community Facilities District Number 6, 4S Ranch, approving the form of an 8th supplemental indenture, escrow deposit and trust agreement, bond purchase agreement, preliminary official statement, continuing disclosure agreement, and other documents, and authorizing certain actions in connection with the issuance of such bonds. Whew, Mr. Little.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. At our August meeting, you'll recall we shared an opportunity and a plan with the board to refund a series of CFD6 2012 special tax bonds, saving CFD6 taxpayers approximately $6.6 million over the life of the bonds. This evening, the district's bond team brings forth the requisite legal documents to effectuate the refunding, all of those that the President just read. I won't repeat them. By adopting Resolution 7-2021, the Board authorizes the CFD to issue said bonds and approves the form and substance of the supporting legal documents aforementioned. We have with us this evening bond counsel Mr. Diven and financial advisor Mr. Bauer, who are here to address any questions that the board may have.
Thanks very much. Any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. It's a motion by Dr. Patel and a second by Mr. Zane. I was just going to ask quickly, where are we looking with our interest rates on this one? Is it looking good for us right now? I know it kind of went.
And thank you. Interest rates had gone up basically since the board meeting, but not in a dramatic fashion. Over the last 2 weeks, we've gained, or week and a half, we've gained a lot of that back. So we're probably about where I last presented to you, but maybe just a little bit better.
Well, that's always good to hear, a little bit better. All right. With that in mind, then, any other questions or discussion on this? All right, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
And for everyone else, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Beatty, I didn't hear your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-0.
Thank you.
Item 7.2 is approval of the 2019-2020 unaudited actuals financial report. Mr. Little. You've
Yes,
got good news for us tonight, and we should have gotten to you sooner. I like it.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President. This evening, we're going to present the 1920 unaudited actual report for the board's consideration and approval. Next, please. So here we've listed a few of the highlights of our district's general fund as we close the books on 2019-2020. So we, in this past year, our actual expenditures have outpaced our revenues by about $6.3 million. As typical, we have quite a bit of carryover. This year, we're looking at $10.3 million of carryover. We have an unaudited ending fund balance of about $53.75 million, and that's resulting in a reserve level of about 10.8%. That's much better than what we thought we were going to be at second interim. Also, just want to point out that we also, one of the forms that we fill out and submit to the state is an analysis of what we're currently spending in the year that we're looking at on classroom compensation. There's a threshold for unified districts to meet 55% of expenditures must be spent on classroom compensation. This past year, we were at 66.0%. So, and that was an improvement over the year prior when we were at 63.9%. Next slide, please. So for the next series of slides, we compare where we finished the fiscal year at June 30th, 2020 to where we thought we were going to finish as we brought forward the second interim report, which looked at our financial position through January 31st, 2020. So at second interim, we were projecting about very close to $400 million in general fund revenues. And you can see that we're going to close the books having received $403.8 million, so an increase over projections of $3.8 million. Next slide, please. So here we break down the $3.8 million of extra revenues over our projections. The lion's share of this, of course, is nearly $6 million. Remember, this is that funky accounting entry that we do on behalf of the state to account for our pro rata share of their paying of the retirement compensation related to STRS. You'll see later that's offset by an expenditure in the same amount. So that's offset in this slide also by about $3.3 million of unearned federal and state revenue. So that's simply revenue that we didn't spend that we'll get this coming year. So again, $3.8 million accounted for as we show here. Nothing really else to note on this slide. Next slide, please. Our expenditures. You can see again on January 31st, 2020, we were projecting about $420 million in expenditures in the general fund, and we're closing the books on about $410 million. So again, a little over a $10 million swing. Next slide. We break that down here. Excuse me. So we have $10.2 million decrease in expenditures, of course, which helps the bottom line. And again, we're going to see that most of this is carryover. We see the same, as I mentioned, the STRS on behalf contribution, which offsets the revenue piece. And we'll go through a little more detail and carryover on some subsequent slides. Next, please. So then the net activity, again, at second interim, we were projecting deficit spending of about $17.5 million in our general fund. Again, as we close the year, we're looking at $6.3 million of deficit spending. So the difference is $11.2 million, call it. And of that $11.2 million, 10.3 is carryover. So funds that we had projected to expend in 1920, but did not expend. So they get to be rolled into next year's budget as we do every year. We had about, actually, interestingly enough, an equal share of unrestricted and restricted carryover. So 5.16 million of unrestricted, 5.15 million of restricted. Next, please. So as I noted, we're going to end the year with a general fund ending fund balance of $53.75 million after posting a $6.3 million deficit against the beginning balance of just over $60 million. And as you know, our ending fund balance of $53.75 million will become the beginning balance of the new fiscal year in our general fund 2021 once the books are audited. And as we noted, the reserve level is at 10.8%. I can see the president smiling. Next, please. So the breakdown of this $53.75 million ending fund balance, I won't read them all for you. The carryover that we noted, of course, we meet the 2% of economic uncertainties required by the state and have about another 8% plus for our budget stabilization. Next, please. So here's a breakdown of the carryover. This is the unrestricted carryover. And again, one more time, these were expenditures that we expected to expend in 1920, but we did not. They were budgeted as expenditures, so that's why our bottom line looks better, because we didn't expend them. Donations at the school site level, almost $2 million. We had about $1.4 million of purchase orders that we didn't receive the goods or services by the end of the fiscal year that we had anticipated, so those roll over. You can see there were some budget standards and other site carryover, another $500,000, and then sort of the usual suspects down below that we have every year. Next. And then on the restricted side, we have $5.15 million. The restricted lottery is really a function of us receiving the COVID dollars. These dollars were originally intended to purchase some learning, distance learning technology devices, as well as some distance learning materials and supplies. And software. We end up paying we end up using COVID dollars to purchase those items. So we refunded the lottery money to LSS to use for future textbook adoptions. And you can see we have $1 million of carryover. Again, mostly all POs that were just not quite caught up with our maintenance. And then etc. I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of those. As you know, we were supposed to spend all the California Clean Energy money, so that's just a PO carryover. So we're in good stead there. And then finally, a look at our other district funds. Next slide, please. The good news is we are, even though there's a lot of negative net activities, we are completing the fiscal year with positive ending fund balances in all of our funds, except for Fund 63, which, as you know, has a different accounting methodology. So it's the only fund that has a full accrual accounting methodology. And if we were to convert it to a modified accrual accounting methodology, the fund balance would be about $2.55 million to the good, which is what I consider them to have. And as we said about the general fund, all of these ending fund balances will become beginning fund balances for 2021 once the books are audited. So at this point, next slide please, we're asking for the board's approval of the financial reports. Of course, there's much more detail in the SACS reports that we provided to you electronically. They're also online and they're here in person, and so the public could view them if they were interested. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Are there any questions?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Zane. Second by Ms. Couvret. I did just have one thing. You always beat me to it. Here. I'm glad to see, even though it's not showing as in the positive, that ESS and preschool is $2 million-ish in the green. That's good to hear because I knew that we were still required to pay all our employees, even though we were not bringing in revenue because no one was receiving any services there for a while.
Right.
So I'm glad to see that we ended in the green. And
yeah, I think that's a function of how well that the ESS has been managed over the past few years. They really build up a nice, healthy reserve, which is why reserves are important, because actually that negative 1.8 million deficit is a real number. So that's not a full accrual accounting. That net activity is real net activity. So we actually did deficit spend for ESS to the tune of 1.8 million last year. But so that means their fund balance was almost $4 million. At the start of the year. So again, those reserves came in handy, and we've been working with the ESS to look forward into this year as well as to make some changes.
well, that's wonderful. And as you said, a testament to the outgoing, recently retired director and the new one.
Absolutely.
All right. So
Just before the vote, just a quick point of information for folks who may be following along, and if to the extent they are looking at the green sheet, it's always worthwhile to point out, remind to people the full extent to which we are reliant upon the state of California for the bulk of our funding. As it points out in this green sheet, 79.8% of total general fund revenue comes from our local control funding formula. That's huge, and I don't think the public really needs to understand that much money comes out of Sacramento as compared to what helps fund the district locally.
we do have a motion and a second. Ms. Bilsma? Aye. Thank you. And everyone else, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. That's 6-0.
Thank you.
7.3. These long titles. Okay. Approval of the action to identify and approve the most beneficial proposal and specific proposal terms, and approval of entering into an option agreement and ground lease with the selected proposer in furtherance of the district's request for proposal process for the surplus real property known as Black Mountain Ranch Southern Site. Mr. Little, and I see Ms. Peck, we have some public comment, I assume.
Ms. Peck, can you state how many public comments do we have for this item?
For item 7.3, we had 67 comments.
Clerk Zane, are you timing 15 minutes? All right, read like the wind.
I will try to get as many in as possible. Agenda item 7.3, public comments. First comment, Tamara Deverall. I'm opposed to leasing the land to a Costco or other high-traffic business that is a very busy and dangerous intersection. We have had a number of people killed at that corner on bikes and cars, and adding a Costco would make it 10 times worse. Please reconsider leasing to Costco or any other high-traffic business. Mark and Sarah Vandegroff. As a Santa Luz resident, we oppose this leasing to Costco. It will create noise, traffic, and disruption to this quiet community. We moved to this community with the understanding that this would be a school one day, not a massive commercial building. Susan Bikazi. I'm greatly confused as to why another Costco is required when there is one less than 10 minutes away. This is an area where people walk, run, and cycle and is not a place for such urbanized developments. It is on a road that has lots of traffic backed up to Carmel Valley already, and further traffic would cause chaos. There are 2 churches in the area, and further traffic would not be feasible. I believe this development would also displace wildlife, as it is an area of natural beauty and heavily populated with incredible wildlife. I speak as a resident of Santa Luz, and we are greatly disappointed that the board is even considering this as an option. We trust you will listen to the community and vote against this option. Next, Jessica Vogelsang. The audacity of this school board is breathtaking. For a group of people who don't even live in this area to make a decision with this broad an impact on our traffic, safety, and ecology without the input of this community is outrageous. Santa Luz is devoid of retail save one tiny strip mall, and with dollar signs in your eyes, you pick the absolute worst choice of occupants, a massive warehouse, for an area that was supposed to be a school. We have a 1-lane road on Carmel Valley, for goodness sake. We can't support this. We don't want to support this. I don't know what the residents of Santa Luz have done to earn such disregard of the Poway School Board, but it's not the first time. This board has picked our pockets through our Melrose taxes for years. Prior to D39, our kids were stuffed into trailers and shuttled all over the district while our funds went to other regions. We were patronized in 2011 for not understanding the implications of your decision-making process, while John Collins obfuscated and misled. This lack of open and honest outreach tells us all we need to know. It is a poor legacy. We have good reason to believe this board does not value transparency and community involvement, and had hoped that sad history would be left behind as the board works to re-earn the trust of this community. Asking us to continue to pay Melrose taxes on land you're leasing to Costco is not a good start. Next is Andrew Osh. Dear board members, my name is Andrew Osh, and my wife and our 3 children live a few hundred yards from the proposed Costco site. Please vote no on the proposed sale development of a commercial Costco at the corner of Camino del Sur and Carmel Valley Road. This is an incredibly residential area. Just quiet homes, many driving by on already congested 2-lane streets to get to nearby schools, Willow Grove, Westview, Adobe Bluff, and others. A Costco would completely and irreparably change the character of the neighborhood, make it difficult for kids to get to school, and literally change our way of life. The traffic alone would be impossible. Shoehorning such a massive commercial project into a quiet residential area can't be the right answer. The danger to children, students, and other pedestrians would be immense. Also, we have Costco's everywhere here. There's one just 5 miles away in Carmel Mountain. There's another in Poway. There's more just a ways south. Also notice that all of those Costco's aren't anywhere near homes. The one in Poway is in a commercial park. The one in Carmel Mountain is part of a massive shopping and commercial center. It's crazy to me that anyone would think the quiet residential patch of land being considered is even remotely appropriate for this kind of development. Finally, this property located in a desirable residential neighborhood is way more valuable for homes. Selling it to Costco would mean the district basically giving the land away to a giant corporation when the same or likely more could be received from a residential developer. Your duty as members of the board is to accept the most beneficial offer, which this surely isn't, to the detriment of my 3 PUSD student children and many, many others. I again urge you to vote no. Thank you. Scott Lamb. As a resident of Santa Luz, I strongly oppose a big box or industrial use of any kind. The impact to the community would be tremendous while affecting traffic, light pollution, noise, aesthetics, and property values. The hilltop in question is on a valley that features natural terrain and golf vistas. The natural feel to the area is a major selling point for residents. There's no usage that could be worse for that piece of land than a warehouse with a bunch of traffic and semi-trucks unloading every day. The way Costco's are built has the trucks in the back, which would be facing this community. There are much more thoughtful uses, which might include a shopping complex with truck loading and unloading done in the center of the development, and nice landscaping and storefronts facing Santa Luz. A bistro or two with views of the valley would be a way to share the beauty of the valley. A retirement home or low-density housing would be a few other options. Again, the traffic, noise, and aesthetic impacts would severely destroy quality of life and property values for local residents. In addition, Carmel Valley Road is a fast-moving street that would be dangerous with people pulling in and out of a driveway. Don Holman. I would like to strongly voice my objection to the proposed lease of PUSD land to Costco in a residential neighborhood. This is not needed as there is a Costco 5 miles from this proposed location. The impacts such a huge commercial development will have in neighborhood traffic will be horrendous. It is already bad enough during morning commute with people coming down Carmel Valley Road towards the 56. Please reconsider. Mike Barbera. We are long-term local residents, and our children have been attending PUSD schools for many years. While a new middle school at this location is strongly welcomed, a big box store or large retail component will dramatically impact traffic and the surrounding ecosystem and is vastly unwelcomed. PUSD should not pursue the quick, easy option of leasing to a Costco for a generous revenue stream. We expect our school district, who works so diligently and successfully, to be a community partner. Stop and think about the negative impacts this decision will have on our community. Thank you. Pune Baha. I am a proud mother of 3 children at PUSD and an original owner in Santa Luz since 2004. We are one of many families appalled by the district's consideration of bringing Costco to the area. That specific intersection is already busy between 2 churches and families biking and walking the area. A retail giant would have no benefit to this area other than to congest, pollute, and be of danger to children and families in the area. We urge you to reconsider the matter and bring what is best for our families, like perhaps a middle school, which was originally planned. Thomas Landers. I request this item be tabled for a later session. We were first alerted to this proposed action today, the date of the hearing. Given the significant ramifications this proposal could have on community traffic, congestion, and neighboring properties, it is inappropriate to proceed until the public has a better opportunity to study the proposal and prepare to participate in the comment process. Attempting to rush the item through will likely lead to litigation. Tricia O'Boyle. Their property needs to be a school. Allowing a Costco or any other retail business there is a clear violation of the intent for the Black Mountain Ranch sub-area plan. Robert Meyer. To all board members, I'm writing to convey my disapproval of a Costco being located in our community. I've lived in this area for over 10 years, and I've always known that this property was a proposed location for a school. To learn this morning that the PUSD board is considering leasing the land to Costco is very upsetting. The land is surrounded by residential housing, not commercial retail space, as is the case with any Costco I've visited. To think about all the traffic that would now flow through our community, not only from Costco members, but big 18-wheeler trucks and other vendors is appalling to me. As I said, I'm just learning about this. Why did the board decide to move in this direction and not build a school? This is a perfect location for a school, given the land is surrounded by residential housing and kids have the opportunity to walk to school. If Costco's looking to build a new store in our general area, a better location is at Camino del Sur 56, where commercial development is taking place. I am adamantly opposed to this proposal, and other than money, I would like an explanation and your justification for a Costco being built in our community. Harold Small. It is our belief that placing a Costco at the site indicated will be disruptive to the general plan for the area, the residential nature of the area, and cause increased traffic, noise, and disruption to residential life in this area. The master plans approved by the city did not envision a large commercial enterprise on this site. Sunita Atluri opposes the recommendation to the board but did not upload any comments. Tatiana Dupuy. This morning, I learned about the vote to lease the land to Costco. I opposed this vote, as do many of my neighbors. I bought my home knowing that the land was zoned for government, public use, and a school was going to be put in the spot. All of the homes surrounding the property at issue pay a significant amount of Melrose that should go towards schools. Most homeowners were likely told, as we were, that the plan was to put in a school at this site when they decided to purchase their homes. The schools are crowded, and specifically the middle schools, with the addition of all these new homes. The school district is voting to lease this property, which was not the intended use. Furthermore, this will greatly affect home values surrounding the Costco like mine that is just down the street. Additionally, there will be an increase in traffic. The Carmel Valley Road and Camino del Sur intersection is already constantly having accidents, and there have been several deadly accidents just west of that intersection where there is only one lane in each direction. Has PUSD been able to get zoning change from a school to commercial retail? I assume a variance will be required to change the zoning use. Have any traffic reports been completed? This is a quiet area and neighborhood, and I do not want to see it, like many others, destroyed with a large retailer like Costco going in. There is a Costco only 5 miles away from this location, and many others at a drivable distance of 30 minutes or less. A school is in much more need in this area versus a Costco, which belongs in a commercial setting and not in someone's backyard. Jurgen Stark. As a Santa Luz resident, I am stunned that the Poway School District is considering leasing the Black Mountain Ranch southern site to Costco. That site is supposed to be used for a school, not a mega retailer who will create a blight on the entire community, traffic issues, and completely disrupt the neighborhood feel of the entire surrounding area. There's been no outreach or communication to the local community, which is outrageous given the impact this would have on all residents. The same residents who are funding the school district with their taxes, by the way, which makes me and everybody else in Santa Luz feel like the school district is trying to slip this under the radar, because this is a betrayal of the community that the school district knows residents will be strongly opposed to. This proposal should absolutely, positively not be approved. Michael Coe. I totally object to PUSD trying to lease out the land that was supposed to be a middle school and trying to lease it to Costco. Originally, when they were developing on this land, the taxpayers were promised a middle school to be built here. I realized they used some Melrose funds to build Design 39. But then, when we went to apply for our daughter to go to school this year, they said there was no space and did a lottery system where they allowed people that never even paid Melrose to build Design 39. This is clearly wrong. This area isn't zoned for a Costco, and it's not appropriate for this area. The intersection can barely handle the traffic it gets now, and the road near there took years and years to finish. The turn signal from Carmel Valley Road turning left onto Camino del Sur regularly gets backed up and takes forever. When it comes down to it, however, this isn't a traffic issue. It's an issue of PUSD saying that this would be used for something and now trying to lease the land to Costco. You cheated taxpayers, and it's no wonder that you can't pass a bond measure. You say one thing one year, and then you do another. Maria Grabowski. You need to build the school or sell the land and refund the taxpayers. This is unacceptable that a school district is negotiating commercial use of this land adjacent to open space and protected lands. Stay in your lane and rededicate yourselves to educating students, not brokering commercial land use deals. Darla O'Rourke. As a resident of Santa Luz for the last 4 years, we have paid an extreme amount of money for Melrose and other taxes to the school district. I'm very disturbed to hear that PUSD is even considering building a Costco on the corner of Camino del Sur and Carmel Valley Road, where there was supposed to be a middle school. Not only would this bring an extreme amount of traffic to an already overcrowded street, but it also affects the value of our homes. We enjoy the wildlife that live here and the balloons that fly over and land. We have a Costco less than 15 minutes away. We don't want or need another shopping center or a Costco. The money we have paid should be used for what it was originally intended, or the area should be left alone, especially since many in our district have been turned down by Design 39, having paid to have that school built. On another note, the school district has in so many ways failed our special education students during this pandemic. Focus on efforts to help these children who were left behind, the kids with dyslexia like my daughter.
Time.
The remaining comments will be included to all board members.
Thank you, Ms. Peck. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Little.
Thank you, Madam President. So this evening, as we noted on the green sheet, we're seeking approval to identify the Costco proposal as the most beneficial proposal with respect to this 27.2 acre parcel that was declared surplus property by a committee, a 7-Eleven committee, 8 to 10 years ago. In addition to identifying Costco as the most beneficial proposal, we're also seeking approval of the terms of Costco's offer and also approval to authorize staff and consultants to negotiate a corresponding option agreement and ground lease between the district and Costco. And with that, Mr. Andreas Chialtis is going to share a brief presentation, and then we'll answer questions afterwards.
Get all situated here. Sanitizer on. Good evening. Thank you, Madam President and members of the board and the superintendent and administration. We've got a quick half a dozen slides or so for you, a little bit more streamlined than the last few times you had heard from me. It's been a little while, but I wanted to walk you through really the process that we do and follow, summarize that regarding this RFP, and then move on and touch on some of what you've heard tonight with respect to zoning and what all this really entails. If I could move forward here. So right out of the gates, as you heard just now, this property was declared surplus back in 2012 by a committee of 7 to 11 members. So it's not newly on the market, if you will. It's newly on the market with respect to finding a developer or finding somebody who might develop it or seek proposals and work through what ultimately could be zone changes and the like. But that is something that is for a developer to do, not the district. Here, the district won't be following any CEQA process, which is the California Environmental Quality Act, or zone change. That would be left to Costco or any other developer that you might choose. This is 27.2 acres. If you recall, we were in front of you formally in August of last year, where we talked about the RFP, the State Board of Education process, how we seek that out rather than going to the highest bidder. Traditional process just says you go to a highest bid at auction and you have to choose that which comes in at the highest. This process allows you to run out there and seek ground leases, potential sale of the property, and even exchange of the property, and choose the most beneficial by looking at any number of things that you all believe may be important. We talked again in November and gave you an update because it takes a little while to get through a State Board of Ed process. Had a public hearing and we talked a little bit about what that waiver would be like and what ultimately might be obtained. In the proposal considerations, we identified that the actual RFP that we would be sending out would look to a handful of things. Overall payment and structure of a particular deal, the deposit structure or how many dollars you might receive while this long process that's about to ensue if you move forward takes place, closing period and when that would occur and how long any developer would have to really get a sense of what they could do, and really the entitlement costs. If you remember at the end of last year, we talked about how this is no small feat. This takes some time and costs millions, quite frankly, to get a zone change. It's currently zoned with agricultural residential of 10-acre lots and then half an acre of 6,000 square foot lots. In order to change this for a Costco or multifamily or anything different, or even many single-family dwelling units, there would have to be a zone change. And we talked then about Proposition A. Prop A, we discussed at the time, is a measure that says, hey, before you were to change zoning and if any developer were to change zoning, you got to go to actually a vote of the constituency here at the district and get a feel for whether or not that's going to be okay. It can be eliminated at that point. If Costco or any other developer tried and was unsuccessful at the ballot to move forward with their particular project, it would stop there. If they were successful, they would then continue on with their city process and get whatever they consider their proposal through. So I'll talk a little bit more in a moment about the proposals that we received and the like. But I wanted to touch real quick on this first slide, which is kind of the longest, if you will, regarding the post-request for proposal steps. The first thing you do once we receive proposals back is to compare those, get a sense of what they are, and if there's a real lead horse potentially based on finances or otherwise, to confirm what you read in writing. Sometimes what you see is a lot of glossy pictures and just a few pages of terms. What you're going to ultimately have if you do a deal is going to be a very long document, an option agreement, a ground lease, etc. Long, voluminous documents. So we need to make sure we know what the proposals really mean and say, so we talk with the proposers and get a sense of all of that. The next step then is to declare any particular proposal the most beneficial. That's where we would be tonight. And then the step after that would be to actually come back and bring you the finalized or at least proposed final agreements. Again, in a ground lease scenario, it's an option agreement where a developer has the option to do a ground lease, and the actual ground lease document that talks about rent and the whole 9 yards. Oops, sorry. So switching slides for me real quick here, just a quick background. The board reviewed Costco's first and second proposals over the past many months. We actually received proposals back in end of February. And of course, in March, we all know what happened with the pandemic and slowed a lot of things down. The proposal that we sent out also told the world originally that Prop A was something that they were going to have to address. Later, we, during the proposal process, told them that they didn't have to address it because the city confirmed it was not applicable. Later, we realized it was applicable, and the city changed their opinion about that, and we've done more to confirm it does apply. So that really slowed some things down. And so we really looked at Costco's first and second proposals. The original proposal went down when they realized how many more millions they'd have to spend dealing with Prop A and entitlements, and then went back up during the negotiation. As you see here, it's a 40-year term. I would note when we talk about Costco and what you heard a little bit tonight, there's a concern that it would just be a Costco big box store. This is actually what they call an urban village concept. It would be a Costco. It would be businesses, retail establishments, restaurants, and a housing element. The city wants to see a housing element associated with this development, so it would be all of the above. Costco, if we go this route, would ultimately be the master planner for all of the 27.22 acres. They would only have some, perhaps 17 or 18 of those acres for Costco, and they would develop the rest. Initial term is 40 years, 2 10-year extensions, so ultimately 60 years of a ground lease. Their final proposal was $2.11 and change million for the very first year. Again, it started at 2.2, went down to 2, and we got it to 2.1 after some negotiations. And then we have a rent escalation factor. We've got them to increase that to 15% every 10 years. And it doesn't sound like a lot when you look at numbers like that, but as you see at the 40 million mark, that changed the revenue that they're originally proposing from 90.6 to 105 million over 40 years. That's a $15 million increase in what we were looking at with them in their proposal. At the 60-year mark, if they have their 2 extensions, that's another 38 million from what they were first proposing. So a total from 147 all the way up to 185 million. So in 60 years, you would have 185 million in lease revenue coming into the district. Next slide, please. Also part of their proposal is the deposit structure. Originally, they thought no deposit because it's going to take many millions to get through years worth of an approval process through the city and through Prop A, like I mentioned as well. We did have them give us $150,000 at the feasibility period. So after they look for 6 months or 6 months plus 1, if they use an extension, they would have to release $150,000 to you, which they don't get back in order for them to move forward. So at least you have that money in hand. Some deals have a lot of deposit money coming to you, but not when there's so many millions up front going into an approval process. So we're pleased to have a deposit. On the timeline, like I mentioned, the feasibility or initial review period is 180 days plus a month. Projected approvals is another 540 days, plus ultimately the potential for 2 120-day extensions. So you can see it's a very, very long process for them. And then construction permits is another 6 months after they get project approvals through the city. This is the period of time, all of these months, really these years, if you will, right here, that there's going to be opportunity for the public through the California Environmental Quality Act, through the public hearing process that follows with the zone change and the like, for everybody to be heard, for Costco to hear. They'll start that process now if you go forward with them. But certainly the city and Costco are going to hear chapter and verse about what should or shouldn't be done. Traffic studies, noise studies, all of that will be part of the California Environmental Quality Act document, and ultimately a package of zoning will get through. What kind of restaurants are we talking about, the size that is, what kind of residential, and the like. And that's for Costco to develop under this concept of this urban planned village that they're talking about. Few extra considerations, if you would. They want a right of first refusal should you look to sell the property in the future. You have, from property owners that you acquired the property from, rights of first refusal. They don't play into a lease scenario like this, but if you were to sell this property while you're doing the ground lease, after going to those initial entities, you'd then go to Costco and they'd have the right to own the property if you were looking to sell it at that point. Costco will pay for all of the zoning and entitlement costs. This really differentiates them from others. That's going to be potentially $3, $4, $5, $6 million worth of money that the district will not come out of pocket at all with. It'll be up to them to pay for all of those costs. And then lastly here, this is the only lease proposal we received, so that in and of itself is a potential benefit if the district wants to maintain ownership and have an income stream versus one-time money on a sale or an exchange. Exchange being where you receive another property and have to put that property to use, either have an income stream from it or put it to use in some other way. So there's flexibility with that, and the proceeds that come from a ground lease are flexible. You can direct those funds by way of board resolution. Unlike with a sale, proceeds coming from a sale go to capital improvement only, and maintenance that won't reoccur in a 5-year period. So generally speaking, that flexibility is seen as a benefit. Depends on the district, certainly. But that's certainly not a bad thing to be flexible because you can put it toward whatever use, including capital improvement. Real quick on the next slide, just for comparison's sake, we did receive a proposal from Brookfield Residential Homes. Brookfield is a known commodity. I've worked with them elsewhere and currently in escrow elsewhere. They had a nice offer of $47 million, but again, this assumed that Prop A was not on the table. When they realized Prop A was, I don't think that $47 million is going to hold. We've had those discussions over the last little while here, and they know that there's going to be a lot of leg work to be done in order to get a project through. They didn't have specific timelines with regard to when their deposits go hard, or non-refundable, I should say. They thought of a due diligence period of 90 days, but again, we're thinking Prop A doesn't apply, and it was going to be a more typical deal, and they didn't know later that that wasn't the case. And so there wasn't a lot of finality to their proposal. We could have gotten more as we went, but we realized they were not the lead horse in this race. They're not going to come up with the same type of money. And again, it would be one-time money versus lease income, so we focused on the other. The other considerations to keep in mind here is, besides the ambiguity of some things, the sale proceeds would be restricted. Again, whether or not that plays out as an important role remains to be seen, but it is less flexible for sure, because it'd have to go to capital improvements. And if we could, to the next slide. Cambridge School, kind of sort of bookends, if you will. You've got a lease, you've got a sale, and you've got Cambridge here who offered to purchase it, but also offered an exchange, so kind of an alternative. The purchase price was $22 million, so far off the pace of something like a Brookfield Residential, and also off the pace of Costco. Costco's structure really is near a $50 million acquisition price when you look at the rate of return that you're getting on an asset like that. So the $22 million certainly doesn't strike us as a big number for a property of this size and this value, but very quick turnaround. They would close this in 60 days. Again, this was with other assumptions in mind during the appraisal process, the RFP process, but they wouldn't be going through the zone change hoops that others might. They had an initial deposit of $100,000 as an alternative, if you will, to that acquisition for the $22 million. They said they would also give you $8 million and swap for a property that they own at Black Mountain Road. I don't know that that necessarily was something the district saw as advantageous, at least then. So fast, but far less, and it's kind of hard to justify that bit of a haircut on a price. That's a substantial amount of money less. And just to kind of keep consistent, the exchange proceeds, any money we got through exchange, if you got a property that income stream, those also aren't restricted. But again, if you sell it outright, it is restricted. So I just wanted to at least mention that since we're talking about use of funds. So with that, my final slide is just a quick summary of what you just heard. Costco was the recommended or most beneficial from the district's team who've been looking at this and working with them and looking at the 3 proposals that have come in. There's plenty of interest from the community out there, even since the proposals, but everybody wanes when they realize the amount it would take to develop. So Costco clearly stood out in that regard in terms of putting the money up front. The most pertinent reasons, I guess we would call it, would be right here that we showed before you. It's lease proposal, you keep your property, you've got an income stream, the money is flexible and not restricted. and they're going to pay for all those costs. Those are big ticket items for us in our recommendation. Brookfield, as you heard, high price that wasn't going to hold because of the Prop A and some ambiguity, and it would be restricted funds. And then Cambridge, just they weren't there price-wise. They just didn't make sense, likely. So with that, that is the recommendation. The next steps for this would be, if you approve today moving forward as part of the agenda item, the last portion of that is to give the green light to bring back an option agreement and a ground lease. That's where rubber meets the road, and we would know if everything we've talked about in a proposal is able to get into the voluminous documents. We would bring that back for approval to the board before anything could get underway. That gets us into escrow, and then that starts this many-year process that Costco will follow and engage with the community and with the city and the like. So last point, unless you have questions, is before you is this agenda item. When you get to the second prong, it talks about identifying the proposed terms of what makes it most beneficial. Should you be inclined, you could always point back to slide 7 by reference, because we're just needing to put in the agenda, the minutes, that these are the reasons for most beneficial. I hate to do that, and I hate, to your point, Madam President, to give you long-winded titles. The State Board of Ed process mandates that of us. So we are here taking this step as most beneficial before we come back with final documents with Costco. With that, I would ask if there's any questions.
PSS sometimes rivals the length of the titles.
Fair
That's
enough.
fine. Any questions from the board?
Just, I want to reiterate something you said, and for to confirm.
Yeah.
This is not the last time this would come before this board. There is still the approval of the final negotiated agreement.
That's exactly right. You would bring back, it would be October or November, we would hope by November, if not October, 2 documents at a minimum. They would be drafted by my office and by Costco, and you would hear about exactly what all those entail. If there's any difference between the proposed terms and those documents, you'd hear about it then, but that's correct. You would have that approval. That would get you into escrow. Costco would then start, they would be talking to the community by way of polling. They would start a process for Prop A and a ballot measure. That would be probably a couple years out, November of 22 perhaps. And then they would be following a whole city-long process. California Environmental Quality Act, comment periods where agencies and others can provide comments, public hearings, the whole 9 yards. There's nothing about this that's short.
This may not be a question for you, someone in the district admin perhaps, but a number of the public commenters referenced alleged promise of a middle school on that site. Whereas a number of folks, it may have been the first time that they've heard about this process moving forward this morning. Since I've been on the board almost 6 years now, I have never heard of a promise of a middle school at that location. Can anybody speak to that?
Well, I think someone mentioned it earlier that it was 8 to 10 years ago that our 7-Eleven committee identified within the district boundaries which properties were considered surplus properties. So those properties were identified as surplus properties even prior to anyone in this room being here.
And if I could add to that, and before we could go out with an RFP, we had to reconvene that same 7-Eleven committee and revisit our enrollment projections and the assumptions around those surplus properties to show that there was no need for a school on that site.
When a school is identified as surplus property, when we do the demographics, what it shows is that there's not sufficient growth to justify the need for that property to be built, a school to be built there.
What I was trying to wrap my head around was this concept that the district would at any point actually promise a school there. It's very hard for me to imagine. Now, I can't imagine a developer using language that could be confused as a promise for that there would be a school there, but it's not an actual promise. People oftentimes hear what they want to hear. And I presume if you're buying a house in that area and you hear that that's school district property, which is something that very likely a developer could or would have said, some assumptions might be had there. But, to my first question, this will come back. This would also have an opportunity for anybody in that community to come forward with anything that actually is explicit as far as a commitment or a promise on the part of the school district for a school to have gone there at any point. That would certainly be germane to the whole conversation and the subsequent vote.
And I believe that would be one of dozens of comments and questions and things related to traffic, things related to housing, all of those things that will have answers in writing.
And if you can further elaborate on the Prop A and it going to the ballot in 2 years, can you further elaborate on that? Because that would assume that community still has another voice, an opportunity for their voice.
That's right. So even before the city process and the environmental role that the California Environmental Quality Act plays along with the zone change that would be before the city, there will be Prop A, which will actually be a ballot measure where if we go this route, Costco would be going to the members of this city, the residents of the city, and ask them for approval on their proposed concept, their proposed zone change. And without a zone change from this agricultural residential to this urban planning village concept, they wouldn't be able to proceed. So there's a first.
So there's still plenty of time for, I mean, it seems like years, plenty of time for the community to weigh in, to engage with the district as well as anybody proposing to lease this property, as well as an opportunity to vote at the election. And tonight, what we're asking the board to approve is just to approve the action that we have identified and approved what is considered the most beneficial proposal at this time for the district.
Exactly right. Most beneficial among the three you received. That's right.
And to clarify, that's most beneficial to the school district.
The school district. Mm-hmm. That's right. As opposed to a bid auction where you take the high bidder. Here, it's very hard to say which one's high when there's a lease and a sale and all those kinds of things. But I think the committee that you heard that reconvened well after 2012, reconvened in 2019, made sure that you had the ability to seek a waiver from the State Board of Ed allowing the RFP rather than just an auction hearing. At an auction hearing, you have to go with the highest one, which might not be anything suitable whatsoever to what you think. You can either reject all or take the high. That's all you can do.
If you could speak to that RFP for a moment, because I think there would be a number of people that would be surprised, frankly, that there was only 3 proposals.
Yeah.
I mean, I've personally spoken with 2 developers who were aware of the RFP but chose not to engage in it. And my takeaway or my feeling was that it's because they were inherently, they knew of the inherent challenges with Prop A and the cost of it, and the ROI on that just didn't pencil out for them.
You have it completely right. It was essentially the cost. It was the notion that it was going to be expensive, and they didn't want to put a number to that. I think they thought they would see what comes of it and go from there into the future. And I did speak with a number of them after. I've worked with many school districts on properties and before and after your RFP. And so some of those exact same players, including Brookfield, who did submit, they submitted one that was somewhat ambiguous for them. Usually they cross T's and dot I's, but they wanted to at least have a place at the table to have a conversation. So when I spoke to them and their competitors, it was that they couldn't quantify the amount. Costco has tried to quantify the amount, and it's a staggering amount. It's a lot of money. And so they're willing to do it, and that puts them as the lead horse, in my opinion, in terms of recommendation.
Ms. Beatty?
Yes. So I wanted to address, hearing an echo, sorry. Board Member Zane's claim that this is somehow some kind of rumor that a middle school was proposed there. It was in the original documents that was the proposed site of a middle school. Our staff member, Rhea Alsbeck, is listed on here, and she worked in the planning department very close with our former planning director, Sandy Burgoyne. So if she's an attendant, she could be able to confirm that. Yeah, I mean, it was well known that was originally the proposed site of a middle school.
Can I ask if the under Prop A, if the election happened and the electorate in the area voted against a Costco and the urban village concept being built there, it's all over, the school district gets the property back?
It's all over. You don't ever lose possession or title to the
Right,
property
so
under this
the
scenario.
lease
So
proposal is over.
that's correct. I mean, theoretically, you could have anybody come buy that property as is with no zone change, and they would just take their chances with a future election, with a future ballot measure. But yeah, I think it would have a very chilling effect on the price, and somebody else would come back and offer far less in the future for it.
Yeah.
So is there really no risk or costs involved in us pursuing this with Costco? If they were able to, even if they were to fail in Prop A, there's no cost.
Right. The only cost would be to consultants such as myself, attorney time, things like that. We've tried to make sure that at that 180-day due diligence period mark, we would get some of those dollars in hand so you can make sure you're not out of pocket. But yes, you will not have risked anything. You're not on the hook. If Prop A is or is not successful, it doesn't cost you more or less. We just are looking to see how Costco is able to move this ball forward through all those months.
And just one more question on that, as far as, so as if we decide to move forward on this, Costco then takes over everything. We're not involved in that. They're doing everything for Prop A. They're doing all of the environmental reports and everything. It's nothing about our decisions from then on.
That's completely right. They'll do traffic studies and all of the information that goes into that environmental report, the zone change application with the city, Prop A. That isn't to say you won't hear from your constituents, but by all means it's appropriate to remind them that it's the developer driven, that they're on point. It's up to them to have their project approval pushed through the city and worked with and massaged and changed and listened to all the community input and ultimately seek approval and hopefully obtain approval through the city. So that won't be on the district's dime or resources, frankly, and energy.
So can you clarify a point for me? I'm hearing some different understandings of Prop A. This is a vote of the entire city of San Diego.
Yes.
Not just the local community.
That's
so
right.
It's a ballot on the city ballot.
City ballot.
Most likely in 2022.
Correct. Mm-hmm. That's what I last heard from Costco. They were suggesting November of 2022. The mailer is quite large, as you can imagine.
Could you comment on the district's ability to place any sort of conditions or restrictions in terms of potentially the architecture of the proposed development? In crafting an agreement, are there things that the district can insist upon, like a certain setback or height limits or anything like that?
Yeah, it's not impossible legally to do that. It can have quite an effect on ultimately what you negotiate. Costco has looked at this, for example, in the proposal that's before you as this most beneficial, and come down on price when they learned how much it would cost and came back up in price, and understands that it has some assumptions about what it might ultimately receive as by way of income with a residential partner who would develop a part of that property and the like. So if we started talking about height requirements and unit counts and things of that nature, it could change those numbers pretty quickly, I would imagine. They'd want that flexibility. And it also goes back to the questions we've heard already, which is, are you doing a project yourself? Are you out on point and making the determinations as to the density, the amount of units that you might have for the residential side, the square footage of the ultimate restaurants or retail outside of the Costco or the Costco itself? I would imagine we know what Costco's look like, give or take, and they have a sense of that. But I think it's that residential component that probably would need some flexibility while Costco brings a residential developer to the table. The good news for you is you don't have risk with that residential component, in that, again, Costco would be, in this instance, a master developer, if you will, for all 27.22 acres. So if a residential developer comes in and wants to negotiate extra hard with Costco, it's Costco that needs to make that deal happen with a residential developer. We know what our rental income stream will be under the terms of the ground lease, even our option agreement that will give them a few years to perform and get zoning through and Prop A done, etc. The ground lease will already be documented. We'll already have the price. We'll already have the terms. Not to suggest it couldn't be amended by the parties, but you will know now rather than later if they're successful, if Costco's successful through the community process and city process, what the rent will be. Not if they get through a particular residential with X amount of units and blah, blah, blah. They're telling you this is what they're willing to pay. So it puts the onus on them to get a deal through that pencils, but also satisfies enough people that you're going to have a positive vote and you're going to get approval through the city.
And I think that last comment is where I was going to go with this, that if this level of interest from the Santa Luz community is, moved over to the Costco representatives, they obviously are going to know they're going to need to take some community wishes into account if they want to be good neighbors.
Appreciate that, right? And I do honestly appreciate the concerns of the residents near this location. I understand that. I get that. The term best interests has come up several times as well. And you look at these numbers, and it's hard to argue that these numbers aren't in the best interest of the district as a whole. One of the things that has driven me crazy for years are when governmental entities sell their assets for one-time money to solve a long-term problem. And we've been talking for years about structural budget deficit, cuts in funding, state, federal, you name it. When one revenue source or another is foreclosed from the district, it's our obligation to find ways for other revenue to meet our obligations. And this is one that arguably doesn't raise taxes on the taxpayers in the district. It's a creative use, it's unrestricted revenue. And at the end of it, we still own the property. This is kind of the best sort of scenario you can hope for. And
it's unrestricted revenue.
That's what I said, right? Unrestricted revenue. So notwithstanding, and I thank Ms. Beatty for providing some clarification on what may have been stated in some document in the past, but I would still kind of ask, was that document a proposal, a plan, or was it a promise? Was it a commitment somewhere, or was this something that was discussed sometime? And that's a big difference, right? Because I would imagine that even Costco would have a concern if there was a legally binding commitment by the district to build a school there. That would certainly impede their willingness to push forward on this, right? So that's something that is important, would need to be fleshed out. It'll come out more, I'm sure, before this comes back with the final negotiated agreement.
So with that, my last comment, if I might, I've been working now with Costco through this for quite a while. I work for many districts, and I don't want to ever come and say this is a project that never is going to see the light of day, cannot get approved, waste of your time, etc. My goal is to follow what you think is the most beneficial and get it into escrow if it has meaning. And I say that, again, not to put a feather in Costco's cap, but just to say that they are obviously sophisticated enough and have done a number of these, hundreds of these, such that they want the opportunity to just share with the public what they envision for this and answer those questions and help mitigate the concern. So I've seen them to be very responsive and professional and reasonable. And so I think that's, again, goes to it's not so much on a slide, but it goes to why it's most beneficial. It's not just somebody who says, I'm going to build tons of units, and then we never think they're going to get that through. So it's reasonable.
I think it's important also for our community to remember that the board has a master facilities plan that we spent a long time shopping around the community when we were asking the community to approve a bond. What was on our wish list? We have 2 surplus properties, and we didn't specify which one it would be on, but our wish list only included one major build, and it would have been a food and kitchen warehouse and possibly a career technical education site. We didn't get the approval and the support from our community for that. We have no reason to keep 2 surplus properties around when we can't build anything on them. Our community didn't approve of those plans. We still would maintain, even if we approved this, we still do maintain the one which would be large enough for that if we ever have the money to do that. I think we're all still interested in that the facilities plan's only 6 months, 8 months old at this point. But this site has an extremely lucrative opportunity for the district, and I, for one, don't see how we can turn this down. Let Costco go figure out what the community will accept.
Just to tag on what TJ said, when we rely on the state funding us by over 70%, we don't have many ways of making of revenue generation. And this is a way that we can help even future boards and future students with these facilities and whatever we have our future needs, instead of being so reliant on other sources. So, I think it's a beautiful proposal when we're looking at comparing it a $40 million purchase versus a possibility of $185 million and still retaining ownership. That's quite beautiful. So thank you.
I don't think we have a motion yet, but the comments and questions seem to have dried up. So is there a motion?
I'm happy to make the motion, but do I need to read the entire part? Just want to make sure I'm in.
So
If we are to approve this, what does this motion need to sound like? You
If
wanted
you-
us to reference page 7.
Yeah, the second, there's 3 items there. Number 2, we can just say that you'll incorporate page 7 of the PowerPoint, which talks about those most beneficial terms. And that's it. As long as you incorporate slide 7 of the PowerPoint, then when you approve that, that's part of the record.
I will give it my best shot here.
Yeah, I just figured rather than reading, we can maybe just by way of reference. I know that's.
We don't have the slide.
And I apologize. This is this waiver that says you got to put it in the record.
So I move to approve the action to identify and approve the most beneficial proposal of entering into an option agreement and ground lease with a selected proposal for furtherance of the district's request for proposal process with surplus real property known as a Black Mountain Ranch Southern Site as referenced on slide 7. Do I have? Okay.
Does that
work for you?
Yes.
That's specific enough
That
of
is.
a motion.
It is.
Okay, I will second your motion.
Okay.
Any questions or further commentary at this point?
I'm going to make
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Beatty.
So would there be any thought to delaying this in order to engage the community in a conversation, given the inundation of letters that we received that were universally opposed to this? We received them in our inboxes. We heard the public comments, or at least a subset of them. There's the threat, someone, at least one, has threatened legal action if we go through with this. What's the downside of just giving this the space of time to engage the community in a conversation, and also we get to find out from the broader community in the Santa Luz Del Sur area how they feel about it, because so far we've received dozens and dozens of letters that are just universally vehemently opposed to the project. So it seems like it would warrant pressing the pause button. Thank you.
You legally you are, as of tonight, on a 60-day clock. The waiver process demands that you choose the most beneficial proposal within 60 days of the proposals being presented. Now they've been finalized and presented to you formally. We are on a 60-day clock. So arguably you could still do that in October. And I don't know if the November meeting or not would make the 60 days, but that would be the law. Separate from that, there is just the Costco element to it. We'd love to tell them to draft documents and bring it to us. The sooner we know whether or not what we see in these proposals, which are a few pages, meets what's in that document, the better, because we're going to have then a sense of just exactly what it is that we're going to be receiving from them. It should match this proposal, but I always want the nitty-gritty done. So I'm sort of chomping at the bit to see that from them. But yeah.
And again, this is just a reminder, what the board is voting on tonight is just an approval of action that we've identified that this is the most beneficial for the district. But as far as engaging in the community and having community engagement, and the community still voting on the item and still voting on whether this is the best thing for their community, like there's still a long time that people will be engaged and have those opportunities.
You're simply choosing among the 3 that you received, as
Yes.
this one being the most beneficial.
Can I ask, voting affirmatively this evening would move things along. There would be a negotiated agreement that would come forward for adoption. That doesn't necessarily have to be at October, right? That could be at the November meeting as well.
That could be November. The 60-day clock I was mentioning has to do with choosing the most beneficial now that you've seen the 3 proposals formally finalized. But yes, you can come back at any month with respect to the actual written documents for approval. And I don't know that we can make October because they are pretty voluminous. Depends on what they look like in the first crack. Sometimes it takes a minute to get through them. But yes, you'll have opportunity to speak to those agreements and have an approval of those agreements, or not.
I have a couple comments. I wouldn't be opposed to pushing pause if that means at least getting some of those questions directly answered. I know a lot of them were in this presentation. I know a lot of those residents aren't listening. So if there's a way to have maybe a frequently asked questions or at least addressing some of those comments, it might be a good idea to do that. But I understand that from the district's perspective, this does appear to be most beneficial. However, on a personal note, I also sit on the Community Planning Board for Rancho Penasquitos. I'm an elected member of the Rancho Penasquitos Planning Board that oversees the community plan for Black Mountain Ranch as well as Rancho Penasquitos and Torrey Highlands. So I will be abstaining from this item.
And if I can speak to the questions that I heard in there, Dr. Patel, the notion of a Q&A, certainly I wouldn't have any problem with the district providing answers to questions that went to your process or your timeline or when it was declared surplus or anything like that. I would strongly urge to not go Q&A with regard to what the project might be, what the residential component, all the things that Costco will be driving, because that's not
That's out of our purview.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Great.
And it wouldn't be to those things, but it would be directly to that this is surplus property, that there isn't a middle school plan for that site, et
Thanks
cetera,
for the
et cetera.
clarification. Absolutely. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. It sounds to me as though if we approve this tonight, that there is time to answer questions still before we finalize the approval for Costco to move forward sometime in November, likely.
Yeah, likely November compared to October.
So there are 2 months coming up where we can answer all the questions that come from our community members, particularly the Santa Luz community, and potentially for them to better understand, or even potentially to convince us that this isn't right, that there's a better use. We just haven't had a proposal to that effect, but we do have the time.
And perhaps Costco will put pen to paper rather than just the option agreement and ground lease that they would have to do. They would also perhaps say, these are the things we're ballparking. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for them, and I don't know if they want to wait till they're further along, and because they're going to be in fact gathering for a while. But they may say, here's the general broad strokes of what an urban village means to them. They might very well want to do something like that and see it as an opportunity to engage, because they are wanting to engage sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Okay, well, given that time does exist, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote here. Ms. Bilsma, you do get a vote on this one.
I feel like I can't make a fully informed vote on this topic. Do I have the option to abstain?
Absolutely.
Then I would like to abstain on this. Thank you.
And for everyone else, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
Ms. Beatty, I didn't hear yours.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 4-0. I'm counting that correctly. Okay, that passes. Thank you.
Very good.
2 abstentions. Yeah, it's still 4-0. Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. 8.1. Oh my goodness, this is a long night. Let's go, go, go. All right, 8.1, public hearing and approval of resolution number 12, 2021, entitled Sufficiency of Instructional Materials for 2020-2021. Ms. Osborne, shall you introduce this, or do I call the public hearing?
You may open the public hearing after I introduce it. Okay. Thank you. Each year we bring forward as a public hearing a resolution for sufficiency of instructional materials for the school year. Instructional materials include standards-aligned textbooks for our 4 core courses of mathematics, English, science, history, social science, as well as foreign languages and health. It also includes teacher-developed materials such as units of study, aligned to standards, and open educational resources. We ensure each student has access both at school and at home, as the case may be. So, Madam President, you may now open the public hearing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne. And so I will open this public hearing at 11:12 p.m. Ms. Peck, are there any public comments on this item? All right, seeing that there are no public comments, I will close the public hearing at 11:12 p.m. And back to, this is an action item, so back to the board. Are there any questions for Ms. Osborne?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Zane. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Dr. Patel. Any questions, any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
Thank you. And everyone else? Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous, 6-0. Thank you. Item 8.2, proposed adoption of high school and middle school Spanish supplemental instructional materials, first reading. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you. Tonight we bring forward supplemental instructional materials for middle school and high school Spanish. These materials have been reviewed by our teachers and are in alignment with the California World Language Standards. Mesa Mima are themed units that are considered open educational resources, and teachers will engage with the creators to build out the units with video and authentic resources, which is why these are deemed supplemental materials. I have reviewed these materials and confidently recommend them for adoption. This is a first reading.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne. Any questions on this first reading? This is not a voting item this month. All right. It sounds like a great deal, and I'm happy anytime we're addressing world languages. Item 8.3, public hearing of Poway Unified School District Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for 2020-2021, first reading. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you. Senate Bill 98 replaced the requirements for the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, with a Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. This new plan includes specific information regarding how our district will provide instruction and support to our students during COVID-19 pandemic. We recognize that emergency distance learning, isolation at home, and other challenges have impacted our students and families. I'd like to thank Mercedes Hubschmidt, Director of Categorical Programs, and her assistant Pauline Morose for their work on this plan. I will now turn it over to Mercedes for a brief presentation of the plan and the public hearing.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Phelps, Board of Education. Tonight in this public hearing, we present to you the draft of our Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. This plan was established as a requirement of Senate Bill 98 in June to address and ensure the needs of our students and school community, that it would be addressed as we began this school year. It is presented in lieu of the 2020-21 Local Control and Accountability Plan. The Learning Continuity Plan is intended to balance the needs of stakeholders, including educators, parents, students, and community members, and to provide information for how student learning continuity will be addressed during the COVID-19 crisis in the 2020-21 school year. And Steve, I may have broken it. There it goes. Okay. There are 8 key components to be addressed in the plan: stakeholder engagement, in-person instructional offerings, distance learning, pupil learning loss, mental health and social emotional well-being, pupil engagement and outreach, school nutrition, and increased or improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. First, we would like to share a bit about our stakeholder engagement and how it was utilized in developing the plan. We have long valued the feedback of our community, and throughout changing public health guidance, we have solicited their input through a variety of ways. This has included working within and across departments, and with our parent community, and with our bargaining units in order to develop plans to safely and effectively reopen our schools. As we developed our Learning Continuity Plan, we asked for input via thought exchange, engaged several parent and staff committees and subcommittees, and held town hall meetings at both the district and site-specific levels. Direct feedback from families to our principals, counselors, and bilingual parent liaisons was also utilized in the plan development. The feedback of our stakeholders prompted the design of a virtual learning framework, which focuses on building belonging in our classrooms and school communities. This included creating safe, inclusive classrooms where every student is wanted, feels a sense of belonging, valued, and finds success. It included recognizing the needs of our learners and giving students voice and choice in designing lessons that meet our students at their point of need. We are also providing longer blocks of dedicated learning time for students to go deeper with their learning and structured classes that provide whole group, small group, and independent and collaborative work. Additionally, this feedback supported establishing office hours where teachers are able to proactively reach out to support students, utilize tutorials to provide students extra practice with immediate feedback. And on the grading front, students in grades TK through 5 will receive rubric grades, and students in grades 6 through 12 will receive letter grades. As shared in our reopening presentation, when we are authorized to safely return to campus, Poway Unified will adhere to the guidelines set forth by the California Department of Public Health. Each of our schools have carefully developed custom reopening plans for learning, health, and safety in anticipation of our reopening. Academically, our curriculum and instruction will include rigorous, integrated, standard-based content with letter grades assigned. As we begin this school year, we recognize the importance of determining the status of academic readiness of our students in their new grade level. Thus, teachers will be utilizing a variety of formative assessment tools to gain this data, including iReady, Lexia, and Common Course assessments. Poway Unified will prioritize in-person instruction for those most vulnerable students and those at greater risk of learning loss. Once safe to do so, we will begin bringing those students on campus for assessments and related services. Earlier, our LSS team detailed for us the reopening plan. This brings us to our virtual learning program. Virtual learning provides students virtual instruction 5 days a week from home. Integrated standards-based instruction will be provided by the virtual classroom teacher through academically rigorous live and recorded lessons, offline learning, and includes virtual collaboration with the students' online community. Assignments here will also learn letter grades that would count for middle school and high school credit, just like they would if the student attended class on campus. As I mentioned earlier, elementary students will receive a standards-based progress report. We work to ensure that virtual lessons balance student screen time between synchronous and asynchronous learning, while providing scaffolding and allowing teachers to assess according to learning outcomes. In response to stakeholder feedback, families will utilize one learning management platform, Canvas, and consistent online tools across schools. Students engaging in virtual learning will be following a virtual bell schedule for live instruction and required classroom conversations. Regular office hours, homeroom, and opportunities for students to ask questions will be provided. This year, Poway Unified implemented a full one-to-one initiative by offering every student a Chromebook. This program is designed to ensure that each student has access to a device and is participating in their learning. To support our teachers, we created a professional development catalog that provided over 40 sessions from which teachers could select, and offerings from learning support, tech and innovation, and special education departments. Professional learning opportunities included Benchmark Advance, iReady, Canvas, Google Suite for education, engaging moderate severe students via Zoom, building language for students with autism, learning strategies in the virtual classroom, and so many more. These professional learning sessions were offered live and recorded to be accessed for convenience. Access to support, enrichments, and intervention will continue to be provided to students with diverse learning needs. Of concern throughout this time is the possibility of learning loss. We will be utilizing a variety of assessment tools to gauge individual student learning status and progress, such as Common Course and grade level criterion reference assessments, summative progress reports, letter grades, and via online adaptive educational software diagnostics. This provides the basis for targeted learning at the specific level of the student, which may mean accelerating learning or extending learning. I know how important the mental health and social emotional well-being of our children is for all of us. And these past few months has seen isolation, health uncertainties, and concerns regarding systemic racism. As we address these concerns, we are pleased to be partnering with the Pure Edge Foundation to provide customized virtual professional learning on health and wellness. Our students with disabilities will be able to access additional support for the social emotional learning program as well. This curriculum supports the impactful work our school sites have been implementing through their Positive Behavior Intervention Support, or PBIS teams. As we continue to gauge the well-being of our students, site-based student surveys will continue to be utilized, and our counselors, in their work with students, will be instrumental in sharing common trends that may be impacting our children. As parents and educators, we see the power of the connections that teachers build with their students. Thus, office hours are now offered to provide additional points of connect in order to support our students. Our Caring Connections Center continues to offer counseling support and provide additional supports to our families experiencing homelessness and who have disproportionately impacted by these events. As our schools are mandated to pivot to distance learning last spring, a prime importance for our staff was to ensure our students were able to engage in their learning at home. Tirelessly, staff reached out to families via email, phone calls, and physically distanced home visits to support families with issues that they may have been facing. These interactions included supporting internet access for those families who expressed that need. To support the engagement of our families, our Technology and Innovation Department developed Parent Academy web-based trainings to help parents navigate the various online tools that our district is using. To support our Spanish-speaking families, 6 of our school sites, with a large percentage of families who speak Spanish, are additionally supported by bilingual parent liaisons. As we engage our students with disabilities, special education teachers and providers take daily attendance for virtual specialized instruction and related service participation. This serves as a means to identify students who have not accessed instruction or services. Contact is made with families to identify alternative ways for student support when necessary. When students cannot access virtual instruction, teachers provide a variety of alternative means of instruction, including printed material, hands-on manipulatives, on-demand video instruction, and technology applications that can be accessed on demand. If it is determined that additional support is required, IEP teams will convene to address, and additional support and intervention are provided as needed. We are all aware of the amazing efforts of PUSD's Food and Nutrition Department as they ensured food stability for our children in the spring. While students are learning virtually, Food and Nutrition will provide free grab-and-go breakfast and lunch meals for all children 18 years of age and younger, and any PUSD transition student up to the age of 22. Just last week, we learned from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that school meals will be offered at no cost until further notice. Our food and nutrition staff will emphasize health and safety protocols by maintaining physical distancing, wearing face coverings and gloves, increasing hand hygiene, monitoring employee health, and implementing cashless transactions. When students resume in-person instruction, our food and nutrition staff will provide contactless meal service to protect both students and employees. Meal times will be staggered to ensure appropriate physical distancing and to allow for cleaning between meal services. Staggering meal times will also eliminate long lines and overcrowding. As needed, school administrators will predetermine additional spaces for lunch to ensure physical distancing and outdoor lunch areas. Finally, I'd like to share some of the increased services provided for our most vulnerable. Since March, our youth and transition staff has reached out to our families, offering resources for food, toiletries, donated gift cards, and school supplies. We are so very fortunate for our caring community partners who we work with to meet the growing needs of our families. When needed, hotspots are provided so that our children may access their online learning at home. In partnership with the San Diego County Office of Education and Foster Youth Services, we have worked to ensure tutoring is available when our children need that additional support, and our YIT staff will be working with sites to determine site-based tutoring as well. Parents and families interested in more details about our learning continuity plan and the budget associated with it can find the link to our plan on the front page of our website or can view a hard copy by appointment here at our district office. And as I conclude, I just want to thank each of our departments for providing information to craft this document, as well as our parent and community groups for their input. And I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. This is a very impressive document, and when you look at the full array of services that we're offering to our students and ways that we're reaching out, trying to reach every single child, it's pretty darn impressive. So thanks to everyone who helped put the documents together, and thanks for everyone who's doing the things that we talk about in this document. Are there any questions? This is a first reading.
I just wanted to really quickly echo your sentiments and just say how grateful I am for the work that you and everyone is putting in for our students right now. And I think this is wonderful to see, and I hope the public looks at this as well to see all of the services that PUSD really is offering right now, because we are all really trying our best to do everything we can for our students, and I really appreciate that. So thank you.
I just want to apologize for getting stuck after 11 p.m. to do your presentation.
My kids are probably awake right now. I'm very excited because it's a school night. So
Jennifer and her staff are really excited to give theirs at midnight.
good morning.
Thank you so much. With that, let's move on.
Thank you.
Did we need to open the public hearing?
I'm so sorry. I almost skipped the public hearing because we don't have an action item here. At this time then, after the presentation, I probably should have done it before the presentation, but Ms. Peck, are there any public comments? Wait, let me open the hearing first. I'm opening the public hearing at 11:29. Hearing that there are no public comments, I will close the public hearing at 11:29. Thank you. All right. 8.4 is student awards for merit-based scholarships. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam President. Typically, we bring this item forward in June, but due to closures, the data was not readily available. Tonight, we celebrate the accomplishments of our class of 2020 graduates that competed successfully for local and national scholarships. This is another indicator of success for our PUSD mission to support and foster students' talents, passions, and interests across our campuses. The scholarships and awards support Poway Unified graduates as they move into their next level of continuing education. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
One quick question on this. I was wondering, as I was looking at this earlier, the total amount offered versus accepted. It's 25% nearly of what was offered was accepted. Is that in part a function of there may have been a student who was offered, $10K across a couple different schools, but they only accepted $2K, so $8K went unaccepted? Or
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10.1, professional development update from Dr. Burks.
Thank you very much. I'm extremely excited to present after 11:30. We was hoping for this time. All right. Thank you, Madam President. I am going to share a little bit about PUSD's professional learning opportunities that have been taking place throughout the district. Oops, I forgot he gave me a clicker, excuse me. From March 26th to April 1st, the Tech and Innovation coaches provided professional development to over 2,000 attendees on 35 targeted distance learning topics. These session topics were targeted to provide teachers with specific skills regarding instructional tools, such as embedding videos in Canvas, recording screencasts, and taking proper safety measures when using Zoom. Other topics were focused around accessing and customizing district-adopted curriculum, such as Benchmark Advance and Math Expressions. This past summer, 453 teachers participated in summer innovation camps, along with an additional 670 teachers participating in other virtual TLCs, for a total of 1,123 participants. Over 60 different session topics were offered, with 11 of those focused on Canvas. Sessions were presented live and were also recorded. Many facilitators also offered office hours and one-on-one support via email or web conferences. Teachers chose topics that best fit their needs. Some of the most popular sessions included Zooming with small groups, advancing Canvas, digital breakouts with Google Forms, social emotional learning, and community building. Teachers continue to access these sessions, and as part of their TLC, they will implement these learning strategies this fall. Learning and implementation reflections will also be shared at our annual Tech Campapalooza, which will be held on October 14th. These sessions are also recorded and made available to all PUSD staff. Since that time, these videos have been accessed over 2,932 times. This summer, from August 17th through the 27th, the Educational Technology team hosted 40 live professional development sessions on 20 different topics. 10 of these sessions covered Canvas. Other topics included tools and virtual instructional methods such as Seesaw, Flipgrid, Loom, Google Drive, flipped instruction, interactive lessons, and more. Each webinar included a presentation and a demonstration, followed by a question and answer session with time for tool application. Recording of all these webinars can be found in the Professional Learning Catalog. Across the 40 live sessions, 6,747 participants attended, which means our teachers attended multiple sessions in this short window. Teachers continue to access the recordings of these trainings. One Rancho Bernardo High teacher commented, "A huge thank you to all of the PUSD sessions. Your work will absolutely make ours easier and better." To support the implementation of Zoom for education, the Technology and Innovation Department created a Zoom professional development module to assist all PUSD Zoom users, which included enhanced safety and security features not available in the basic account, which we were using in the spring, as well as upgraded options for student engagement and collaboration. All teachers across PUSD participated in a 30-minute module prior to school starting. Users learned how to create their Zoom for Education account, how to set up meetings, how to conduct interactive polls and breakout rooms, and how to integrate Zoom into Canvas. The module also provided safety and security recommendations and tips on student engagement and virtual classroom management. Canvas has been our district's learning management system for the past 6 years. And just to clarify, a learning management system, also known as an LMS, is used by learning institutions, educators, and students to access and manage online course learning materials and communicate about skill development and learning achievement. This is an example of what you see up here on this page. The Tech and Innovation coaches provided Canvas support across the district in a variety of ways. The coaches held several live trainings and office hours. The spring professional development consisted of 19 different sessions with over 840 participants. Our fall professional development sessions included 20 different sessions on Canvas with over 3,600 participants. The professional development sessions were recorded and made available with over 5,760 views to date. Additionally, Valley Elementary received a personalized 2-hour professional development on 2 separate dates prior to their August 3rd start date. Classified staff was also offered a 45-minute Canvas overview to help familiarize them with the platform. This session was also recorded and is also available for viewing at any time. Administrators received 2 sessions on Canvas, which included an overview of the platform, how to view all courses for their sites, information and examples on how Canvas supports the virtual learning framework, and Canvas expectations to share with teachers. Furthermore, we offer a self-paced online Canvas course called Growing with Canvas, with 197 teachers currently enrolled. The course is self-paced and open to all teachers. And finally, this past August, all teachers participated in one of the 2 Canvas training modules. Staff were able to choose from one of 2 pathways: a pathway for users new to Canvas, or a pathway for intermediate and advanced users called Choose Your Own Adventure. The Choose Your Own Adventure was built and designed by the Tech Innovation team and includes a self-paced course to help staff build capacity and skill within Canvas. There were 25 different topics related to Canvas course development and working with students that staff were able to select from. This course will continue to be updated with additional resources. And since we opened this on August 28th, over 57,500 page views have occurred. I know this was quick. It was a lot of information. I know it's late, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to just share a little bit about our professional development that have been taking place over the last few months.
Thank you. Very impressive. Any questions for Dr. Burks? No? All right.
I'll just say a quick thank you. I love the support that you're giving our teachers, because not all are tech savvy, and the learning curve they've had to go on is huge, and all the resources you've given them has been wonderful, so thank you.
10.2. Let's go. Technology Device Initiative.
All
Tell
right.
me more.
Well, I'm passing this one off to Mr. Ken Wall, so it will be a memorable first presentation for him at 11:40 at night. He will never forget this. I think his wife went to bed, though, so it'll be recorded.
That's what I told her. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Phelps. Tonight, I'm excited to share with you a few of the technology initiatives that IT has been working on. Next slide, actually 2 slides. Thank you. Over the past few years, the district has been taking steps towards a one-to-one technology initiative. This initiative would put a device in every PUSD student's hands. The Technology and Innovation team developed documentation in support of the Chromebook one-to-one initiative to ensure all PUSD families and staff are informed about the program. These documents include a parent letter introducing the program, an agreement form outlining expectations, and a Chromebook handbook providing details about the initiative and technical information on how to utilize the device for learning. Though our device orders to get us to one-to-one were made in late spring, challenges with the global supply chain and increased demand for Chromebooks has delayed the delivery of our large order. In the meantime, IT has worked with school sites to prepare their existing inventory for distribution to students that need access to a device at home. The team assisted in shifting devices to schools that were running low on inventory, ensuring that every student was able to get to class as quickly as possible. Since March, the LAN administrator team has broken down over 500 Chromebook carts and prepared over 15,000 Chromebooks in anticipation of the distribution of devices to students for the new school year. Additionally, the department has partnered with school site librarians to establish a protocol for checking devices out to students utilizing the Destiny library software. Oh, and I have the clicker. Okay, the Technology and Innovation team sourced and purchased laptops for teachers who did not have sufficient technology to teach virtually. Teachers and other certificated staff who work directly with students were surveyed and asked to rank their need for a laptop on a scale of 1 to 3. We received approximately 1,700 requests for laptops. Again, due to a worldwide supply chain issues and COVID-19 related transportation delays, deliveries from our vendor have been staggered. To date, 4 laptop checkout events have been held, distributing approximately 1,400 laptops. Those who indicated the highest need received laptops in the earliest checkout events, which were held right here in the community room. IT staff has coordinated the process assisting them with logging into the new device for the first time, and providing tech support, all while maintaining physical distancing protocols. Teachers have been extremely grateful for the laptops and the streamlined process, with several commenting that the experience reminded them of being at an Apple store. Okay, since classrooms are now all virtual and 100% dependent on using technology, the Technology and Innovation Department's focus priority had to shift to getting kids to class. This phrase became a mantra of sorts for our technicians. In addition to the previously established process of work order tickets created by emails from parents, we were able to create a call center using hosted VoIP technology. The Family Tech Support Hotline was put in place to help families who are having technical issues getting logged into Canvas, Zoom, and MyPlan to attend their classes. The Technology and Innovation Department paused all project work to support our new objective of getting kids to class. Since opening the Family Hotline, the team has handled over 1,000 calls and logged over 200 hours of talk time with families. Over 95% of these calls resulted in a solution. One call that I handled personally on the first day of school was a mother at home alone with 6th grade triplets. So it took us about 10 minutes, but we got all 3 of the kids into class. The 5% of the issues that were not resolved in that initial phone call, they were referred to our Genius Bar, which was hosted here in the community room again, and for face-to-face support on those specific issues. So on to proactive measures. Oftentimes, technology projects are not as tangible or exciting as new devices or new software services. We spent a lot of time over the months since March ensuring that our technology infrastructure was prepared to handle virtual learning properly. First and foremost, we stayed in touch with our K-12 technology professional organizations and networks across the state to share and gain insight on new information and strategies being implemented at other districts. This allowed us to make proactive decisions, ensuring stability and safety across the environment. Furthermore, we implemented critical infrastructure modifications, ensuring that the first day of school went smoothly. There were some districts across the country that did not prioritize these preemptive projects, and they were caught unaware, resulting in their entire networks going down for the first morning when kids tried to log into class. Knowing that parent access to student login information would be critical for a successful start of school, we modified our existing account self-service software platform to streamline parent access to student credentials. During the first few days of school, this automated system sent out over 25,000 emails for password resets, which helped facilitate our goal of getting kids to class. I cannot thank the amazing people that make up the IT department enough for all of their hard work during this pandemic. Their forethought, strategic thinking, willingness to learn, flexibility, and unparalleled work ethic are to be admired. I am very proud to work with such a talented group of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Any questions or comments? Thank you for all the hard work. Really, that statistics are pretty amazing, those numbers. Whoa. 10.3, software update. Dr. Burks.
Thank you very much. I am going to ask our Director of Educational Technology, Lana Nguyen, to share a little bit on this topic.
Good evening. Tonight I'll be sharing some of the innovative software programs for the 2021 school year. Over the summer, our single sign-on portal known as MyPlan was upgraded and is now powered by ClassLink. The previous product we had been using was no longer being supported or updated with new features. ClassLink focuses on expediting student and teacher access to digital resources. When staff and students log into the updated MyPlan, they are able to view digital resources such as Canvas and Google Drive in their dashboard. The district purchased Zoom for Education licenses for all students and teachers to ensure safety and security. Zoom for Education allows PUSD to manage users through an authentication process. All classrooms have the waiting room and passcode feature enabled, as well as other default settings that enhance usability and safety. Zoom for Education integrates with Canvas, our district's learning management system, and includes engagement features such as polling. Over 18 million minutes of learning took place over Zoom during the first 3 days of school. Canvas has played an integral part in virtual learning. New this year, preschool teachers and students now have access to Canvas. This update provides our youngest students access to their teacher's virtual classroom and Zoom sessions. To support this preschool implementation, the EdTech team created multiple Canvas course templates for teachers to use with their preschool students. We are now excited to share that preschool through 12th grade are now all using one unified platform. This school year, iReady, a K-12 diagnostic assessment and K-8 online adaptive learning program, is available for PUSD students. After students take the initial diagnostic test, the program takes that data to create a personalized learning path for every student. Lexia Reading, purchased for our TK through first grade students, supports educators in providing differentiated literacy instruction for students of all abilities. Elementary teachers receive training on both iReady and Lexia and will be administering the diagnostic assessments throughout the month of September. Seesaw, a digital portfolio tool, is a user-friendly program for students and teachers to record and share learning. This year, PUSD purchased Seesaw for preschool to support our youngest learners with virtual learning. Multiple professional development sessions were offered this summer. Voice recording, video, and drawing tools are a few of the powerful and intuitive tools available. The sharing feature allows our students to share their work with their parents. Nearpod and Nearpod for English learners was added this year to support our high school teachers with engaging and relevant lessons in humanities, social studies, and more. Nearpod's diverse library of pre-made and editable lessons allow teachers to enhance the learning experience for students with interactive and engaging features. Teachers can launch presentations and monitor progress through Canvas, as well as interact with students and view student responses in real time, allowing students to take ownership of their learning. And that concludes the new software programs for this school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Any questions? No? All right, then. Thank you so much. We're going to move right along. We're on 10.4, Parent Academy.
Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Burks.
We had one of our educational technology coaches coming until we realized the time and told her not to come at 10:45 to present for the next 3 slides. So I will be taking over and sharing a little bit about the Parent Academy, which was recently launched on our district website. This year, the Tech and Innovation Department created a new Parent Academy page on the district website. And it's also under each school website under the Parent Resources tab. The Parent Academy is intended to guide and inform parents on educational technology tools, such as Canvas, Chromebooks, MyPlan, and Zoom, so that students and parents have a better understanding of what to expect during their child's experience. Each instructional resource or tool includes a succinct explanatory video and additional resources such as guides or tutorials. We were going to show just a short snippet, but due to the essence of time, we'll go ahead and just recommend at some point you take a look at the Parent Academy, take a look at a video, and so forth. The Academy continues to equip our parents with the tools needed to better understand and support their child's virtual learning experience. This just launched before school started, and to date, there have been over 22,171 direct clicks to the Parent Academy, making it the second most popular entry point to our district website. So we continue to update the resources on here, continue to add to them to make sure that we are providing the ongoing support to both our students and our families. And that concludes our Parent Academy.
Thank you, Dr. Burks.
I just want to quickly really just acknowledge our ed tech coaches and our IT department. What they did to prepare and get our teachers ready, our staff ready, and our schools ready was just, it was huge. And I think a parent on one of our posts commented, and I'm going to bring it back next month. I'm going to ask Christine to help find it. But he was saying that he is an IT person for a large corporation, and that what our staff did was unheard of. And it was virtually short of a miracle of what they made happen in order to allow us to open virtually for our entire district. And so I just want to give kudos, because I know all of them have been working long hours, long days, weekends, nights, to help get us ready to be fully virtual. And I think you guys saw some of the statistics that were posted, but over a period of, I think, 3 days, they answered over 6,000 help tickets and answered over 1,000 phone calls. And then it's just, they've been incredible. So I just want to thank all of you for your commitment, dedication, and hard work.
All right, 12.1, our board member reports. We'll start with you, Ms. Bilsma. You are committed. We have never had a student board member, I'm pretty sure, stay this late. I think most usually call 8 o'clock, the deadline. Yeah. Yeah, well.
Now you tell her.
I'm glad you're telling me this now, but I did have a whole report, but in the interest of time and the fact that I still have homework to do, I will give you the brief highlights. I just wanted to talk about the importance of Suicide Prevention Month, and it is, I believe, or for 10 more minutes, it is National Suicide Prevention Day. And so I just wanted to give a quote by John Green, which reads, "There's hope even when your mind tells you there isn't." I know it sounds cheesy and simple, but genuinely, hope is such a powerful feeling, and one that can allow you to move through dark moments for the hope of the light. And living through COVID-19 can feel so isolating and overwhelming, and I think it's essential we're all there for one another right now. So I urge everyone to take the time to reach out to a friend, check in, and see what you can do to support one another. Beyond that, I'd just like to say thank you again so much to everyone for the great efforts with virtual learning. As much as virtual learning is a challenge and it's stressful as a student, everything on the teacher and administrative end has gone so incredibly smoothly for myself and all my peers, and so I could not be more grateful for that. And honestly, that is all I'm going to say for tonight, but thank you all again, and yes.
Thank you, Ms. Bilsma. Dr. Patel.
Well, I was trying to cross things out, but you didn't give me enough time. So I want to open my board report with a hearty and sincere thanks to my daughter's 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Bergstaller. She started this morning's Zoom with a very joyful and welcoming good morning. I could hear it across the house, partly because my daughter's headphones weren't plugged in. But it did bring me a huge smile and reduced my anxiety, just that little bit I needed to get through the day. Her good morning I took as a good morning to me as well, and I needed it. To report on a few things I've been involved in since we last met, I was part of the San Diego STEM ecosystem meeting this morning. I was invited by Dr. Susan Yanazawa of UCSD Create to join the design team, whose purpose is to continue to build on the existing work in the San Diego STEM ecosystem with the added lens of STEM Defense Education Consortium. The goal is to basically amplify the impact through this expanded collaborative network between nonprofits, education, and the Department of Defense. They made known that PUSD can access resources for professional development, curriculum, internships, and all types of other partnerships through this STEM ecosystem. We can expand who we're collaborating with to bring in some exciting new opportunities for our students. The next meeting is October 7th. I'm excited to continue supporting this effort, and I did inquire whether I can extend the invitation to our staff, and they said yes, wholeheartedly. So Carol, I can speak with you later about getting people invited to come. It's a great group of people. I did enjoy dropping in on the new teacher orientation and going through Welcome Week registrations at 3 schools, my own 3 kids' schools, and I was very impressed with how the whole process went. It was very smooth. I have been hearing a wide range of experiences from families across the district. And I would encourage families to connect with the teachers and principals directly to provide feedback if something is not working, and also when something is going really well. All of the constructive feedback will help refine how we can provide education services during this time. I'll skip my delegate member part because that was a long paragraph, but I'll close my report with these last thoughts. It would be helpful if teachers and students would provide each other the grace and space to become confident and comfortable with the changing formats, to keep equity and access for all students as a priority, and to acknowledge that we will have work ahead in addressing the long-term impacts in the areas of academic, physical, and mental health. I think there's a lot of work to look forward to ahead, but really that piece of grace and space as we go through all of these changes. I think a little bit of that will help all of us, especially considering it is Suicide Prevention Day and Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Ms. Beatty.
Thank you. And one moment. Since board bylaws were the topic of discussion, I should bring up that there is a bylaw requiring a board vote to extend a meeting beyond 10:30.
Oh. Next time, man. All right.
So this has been a time of great upheaval and stress for all members of our school community, and the proof is in the hundreds of letters that I've received from community members. I think in 2020, I received more letters than any year I can remember. Issues ran the gamut of racial justice and equity, the possible purchase of the Poway Center for Performing Arts. I believe just in one few-hour span, I received about 65 emails. The recent issue with the Santa Luz property sale, and obviously, let alone the biggest source of angst, the closure of schools last March due to the pandemic. Parents have been engaged like never before, and proof was the viewership at the beginning of this meeting, which was 10 times the normal amount of viewership. I know that many parents in my community of Creekside have reached out and asked that we open our campus. Other letters district-wide have been mixed with regard to whether or not to go back to in-person learning, or merely pointing out problems with the status quo. The community is engaged like never before. What our community does need more than ever is board responsiveness, leadership, and action. And most importantly, our parents need to believe that they are being heard, that their concerns are being addressed. Almost invariably, when I would respond to parents by phone or by email, they would say that I was the first board member to respond to their concern. Now more than ever, our board needs to engage with the community about these issues that are simmering or boiling at the surface. Given social distancing, this means calls, emails, texts, and yes, the dreaded more Zoom meetings. Employees have also emailed with questions and concerns about in-person learning. And I believe that our board needs to find a way to provide responses. As difficult as that is, given the level and the number of calls and emails that we've received. But I do propose that we figure out an organized way to respond to community inquiries and letters. After all, these are our constituents. And lastly, I also want to echo Dr. Phelps' sentiment, an expression of gratitude, to thank our entire staff for all the work that has gone into transforming education, given the current constraints, and working to provide education not only fully virtual, but also turning this giant ship, ocean liner, around and preparing for in-person learning under the new conditions. So with that, good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Clerk Zane.
It's now 12:01 a.m. I'd like to make a motion we continue this board meeting past midnight. I just want to echo the thanks to everybody. A lot of hard work leading up to this past first week of school from top to bottom. Everybody's just done a tremendous job. And on a personal level, thank the individual who does the most to help the education in my home with my kids is my wife. So, and all the parents out there that are providing constant guidance and supervision and assistance to their kids during this virtual learning period. Good job. Thank you for all the hard work you're continuing to do. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. And with that, I'm all done.
Thank you, Mr. Zane. Ms. Couvret.
I was like Darsh, I've been crossing out, so I'll keep it super short. But I want to thank everyone and the teachers and parents that made the first day of school super special. It's so important to mark those special times, and in some ways I feel like time has stayed still and it's still March. So the reports I've heard show such an amazing progression from the emergency learning of spring to the virtual learning academy now, and the commitment of our staff has progressed virtual learning in a couple of months what would have taken years. I zoomed in to the new teacher orientations. It was wonderful to see all those new faces and energy, and also the Palomar Council, and was excited to hear about their new JEDI committee and just how that can integrate with our groups and just really make a powerful change and truly make all our campuses no place for hate campuses. And then I really miss going to schools. That was a nice balance to this job. I miss seeing the cute little kindergartners and stuff. But I've been glued into the social media aspect of it just to see how everyone's doing and the families. And I know it's harder for some than others, but I love to see each other encouraging each other. I know I personally have joined the Poway Senior Facebook page and the Poway High School page. And I love seeing the support and the giving grace to one another as we work through these. So good job, everybody, and another week.
Mine was short for me this month anyway, but since the start of school last week, I've heard really countless reviews of distance learning. There are glowing reviews where the kids are loving their classes and their teachers. The technology is a breeze. Everything is awesome. Versus stories of tech difficulties, students who their parents fear are unable to learn or make social connections through Zoom. Every story also comes with an opinion about what the school board should direct the district to do next. And those comments, again, run the gamut, just same as the experiences. Wanting everyone back in physical classrooms immediately, acknowledging that maybe only some of the high-need students should be going back for now, and those who fear for the safety of anyone who goes back in person, regardless of safety protocols. So. And everything in between there, too. And I've read each and every one of those. And it's because of all that input that I know the board's decisions today regarding our reopening, our physical reopening, have likely made a lot of people really happy. But I think about an equal number unhappy. And as I'm sitting here, I don't even know how I feel about it right now. My hope is that everyone will remember the board's role is to weigh the opinions of our community, but not just that, the recommendations of staff, our own personal experiences, and all the other information that we have, and make a choice. Today's votes were not easy, and in making my choices, I think my goal is to clearly share the reasons that I vote a certain way so that even if you disagree with me, you understand my choice. So I hope I did that today. And I think as much as to some of us, it might feel like we've got some certainty and some normalcy coming back when we're going back to school, it's not going to be normal. And frankly, it's not certain yet either. I think the twists and turns that we keep experiencing with this pandemic we're just running to keep up. And that means that really nothing that the board decided today can be set down in stone.
And that's frustrating, but we don't know where our COVID numbers are going. We don't know what new things scientists are going to learn tomorrow about the virus's transmission, and we're going to have to adjust to all of that whenever it happens. So it's fine to make plans based on tonight's news. I hope everybody is, but that we also don't forget to anticipate all of the inevitable changes. And they are inevitable. So I'm in the zone here of let's all take responsibility for our limited personal spheres of control and teach your kids to wear a mask properly and set a good example, and don't leave your house without a mask either. And that'll do it for me. Dr. Phelps.
Thank you. We have several student recognitions to present to the board this evening. I'd encourage you to please look at your board packet for the full descriptions in 12.2. But in the interest of time, I'd like to highlight just a couple. This is very impressive. PUSD Robotics Team Inspiration, made up of students from Del Norte, RB High School, Westview, and Black Mountain, all took first place overall worldwide in the 2020 RoboSub competition, beating out many college teams from across the world, not just country, but across the world, with their underwater autonomous robot. Isn't that awesome? That's so awesome. So, yay! 2 PUSD students, Kovia Ramakuma from Del Norte and Annika Menon from Mount Carmel were named 2 of the most remarkable teens in the county by San Diego County Public Defender's Office. Kavia was recognized in the Performing Arts category, and Annika was recognized in the Commitment to Personal Excellence category. Congratulations. At this time, I want to send out a huge congratulations to Team PUSD. Together, we opened our school year fully virtual for the first time in PUSD's history. Our school site and district office staff have worked so hard to ensure a smooth start for all of our students and families, and to make sure that they felt informed and connected. From registration and welcome weeks to hiring and orientation of new employees, from drive-through, pep rallies, material pickups, to thousands of tech support calls and emails, from hand scheduling students' schedules to thousands of professional development sessions, from getting our campuses ready for a reopening and ensuring budget, supplies, and PPEs were all ready and lined up. Every person played a key part in making this first week a huge success. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm very proud of Team PUSD. As a parent and a student, as a parent of a student now here in PUSD, I have been able to observe firsthand some amazing teaching and learning that's happening in our virtual classrooms. I'm impressed by the creativity, the innovation, and the resilience that's taking place on a daily basis. Our teachers have done a phenomenal job, and I've heard from many parents via email that our teachers are doing an incredible job, and it's nothing like what they experienced in the spring. Students are engaged, they're interacting. I want to also send a special thank you to the parents out there who have been balancing your home responsibilities with your work and your jobs, alongside supporting your children through this whole virtual learning experience. Our next challenge will be that we face will be reopening our schools again for on-campus learning. And even when we knew we had to start off the year fully virtual, we never stopped preparing for that day. And I'm confident that Team PUSD will once again accomplish this successfully together. So I do look forward, though, one day to the day that I can see all of our students return fully to our schools on campus. Thank you.
14.0? Are we really there? Oh my gosh. Okay. It is, oh my gosh. The next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held on Thursday, September 24th at 6 p.m. right here. It is 12:10 and we are adjourned.